A super smart fifth grader from Diskin Elementary School is this year's champion in the Mojave Max Emergence Contest. Commissioner Michael Knapp announced the winner of this year's contest, and the shy fifth grader was stunned as she embraced the mascotted Max and collected her shiny hardware. Sierra's guess was precisely 2 minutes after Max emerged on March 20th at 1:28 in the afternoon.
Your entire class is going to take a field trip to the Springs Preserve to meet the real Mojave Max and have a pizza party!
With the win, the whole class will visit Max in his home at the Springs Preserve. Sierra and her teacher, Miss Miller, will also be awarded with laptop computers. Sierra's favorite subject is math, and her love of numbers helped her with her winning prediction.
I kind of just thought that since it came out kind of the same the same month as March and kind of close, so I just chose March 30th since it was close by April and not that early in March, and then I just chose a random time.
More than 7,000 elementary students submitted entries, guessing the day and time that the slumbering desert tortoise would wake up from his winter nap.
Mojave Max!
Mojave Max!
The Mojave Max Emergence Contest provides a fun way to learn about the critter and how we can all help respect and protect our desert environment. To learn more about Max, next year's contest, and more, visit MojaveMax.com. Our most famous sign was given a blue light bulb treatment recently to recognize Child Abuse Awareness Month in the community. A brigade of blue-clad commissioners and representatives from all of Crest flipped the switch to turn the Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign blue. The color change from the usual yellow bulbs was in support of Child Abuse Prevention Month in our community.
I'm humbled today to stand with everybody for this very important occasion, a day that we wear blue all day to signalize, to draw attention to bring awareness to our community so that we can prevent child abuse.
The Board of County Commissioners presented a proclamation to Olive Crest, which is one of many nonprofit organizations dedicated to eliminating child abuse and preserving families.
It's one thing to report child abuse, but it's another thing to also recognize the signs. All month for the month of April, we are collecting hygiene products because things like your bare essentials, we forget that those things can really prevent stress and anxiety and other issues in the home.
Just like many social problems, it takes all of us to stop this harmful behavior.
As a community, we must do more to help parents learn how to deal with anger and stress so they don't take out their emotion on their children. At the same time, all of us have a responsibility to tell the authorities if we believe a child is being abused or neglected.
The Department of Family Services urges anyone who suspects a child is being abused or neglected to call the hotline at 702-399-0081. Extensive information about child abuse, warning signs, and programs and services available can be found online at clarkcountynv.gov/hotline. We must take a short break, but when we come back, we'll play ball out here at Desert Diamonds. This is Clark County Chronicles.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
After October 1st, people started saying, Vegas strong.
But the truth is, I don't always feel strong.
Sometimes I feel scared.
Anxious. Alone.
Exhausted.
Overwhelmed.
Hopeless.
But I didn't reach out for help because I didn't think I needed help.
I thought I needed to be strong for others.
Other people were hurt worse than me.
We didn't know where to go.
I just didn't have time.
I thought I was fine.
I thought it would cost too much.
I was worried that saying it out loud and remembering it all would make it too real.
But then I realized it's okay to feel the way I do.
It's okay to cry.
It's okay to talk about it and remember it.
It's okay to grieve.
And it's okay to ask for help.
Because it affected all of us.
And it's never too late to get the help you need.
No matter who you are, where you live,
or what your story is.
Reach out to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center to see how they can help you.
In Las Vegas, call 702-455-2433.
Outside of Las Vegas, call 833-299-2433.
Or go online to vegasstrongrc.org for more information.
Together.
Together. Together.
We're becoming Vegas Stronger.
Vegas Stronger.
Clark County's Public Works Department is an award-winning road-building team celebrating 50 years of infrastructure excellence. I recently sat down with the top man, Director Dennis Cederberg. Mr. Cederberg, obviously you're the right man to talk to as Public Works is celebrating its 50th anniversary. You've been around here for 39 of those years, including the last 14 or 15 as the director. What's been the biggest changes or the biggest challenges that have taken place in those 50 years?
Well, the biggest thing that's taken place is obviously the growth in the valley. I mean, it was a very smaller community back in 1969 when the Public Works Department was formed, and today it's a community over 2 million people. So that's the growth. I mean, we're always chasing new developments. We're chasing Mountain's Edge development when they develop in the outlying areas. Summerlin was a very open area in the 1980s. Now it's out there, how many thousand acres? 2,000 acres of development in Summerlin. Those are big changes for a valley.
Talk about some other projects that have maybe been some of your favorite ones, or some of the ones that have really helped impact how we get around the valley.
Well, I think all public works projects impact how we get around the valley. I mean, if you looked at the overall roadway network within the valley and saw it, 40 years ago, it's not what it is today. I mean, there's roads out there that have been extended, and a lot of the roads started from the core, and we just grew out from the core of the area, this downtown area with Bonanza, Owens, on the east side, Nellis, and then moving west, we did Rainbow, Flamingo, and now we're going southwest with more rainbows, more flamingos, more Durangos, and going out west with Sahara. When I was probably in 1980, Sahara ended Rainbow. That's where the end of the Sahara was. Rainbow pretty much was 2 lanes south of Tropicana. So you look at that entire southwest. Henderson was a small area. The communities of Henderson and unincorporated Clark County as a community didn't touch. Now you can't find where the county stops and the city begins.
I'd say let's talk about one of the most visible projects that's happened in the past 20 years, the I-215, the Bruce Woodbury Beltway, that people that have come to town maybe in the last 5 or 10 years, they just take it for granted. But this was a roadway that took some very creative planning, imagination, and no local taxpayer dollars. Quite an extraordinary project.
Yeah. The project was initiated to provide some southerly access to the McCarran Airport. And so when it was initiated, and the environmental impact study began, I think, around 1988. And it was completed in 92. And at that time, the first segment that was built was access from I-15 to the airport via the airport connector. And the whole environmental document at that time extended from Tropicana in the west down to 95, now 515 in the east side of the valley. So that segment was the full-blown EIS. It was contemplated in 1992 when they had a master transportation plan and a fair share program to fund transportation improvements. And out of that fair share funding program came funding for the Beltway. It was all locally funded. Development taxes and taxes on automobile registration funded the Beltway in that section of town. They continue to fund the rest of the Beltway. After the Beltway was completed pretty much to Tropicana, Summerlin was starting to take shape. And they wanted a town center boulevard kind of through Summerlin. So that became an alignment for the Beltway through Summerlin, and that started the progress northerly on the west side of the Beltway over to the north side of the Valley and then east over to 15th. So that was all kind of realized in 1996 to proceed with that portion of the Beltway. We got BLM funding, and by 2003, our plan was to have a whole roadway built from 515 in the south, all the way around the south part of the valley, the west part of the valley, north part of the valley, and tie into I-15 in the north. In 2003, you had that connection. Now we're coming back and making it a full limited access roadway all the way through. It was initially, you know, a couple lanes with ag-grade intersections. Now it's going to be a fully developed freeway.
What are the final segments on construction on the Beltway now, Dennis?
We just completed the section between Craig Road and Wallapai. That's now fully limited access roadway. We're working on this section from North 5th to UPRR as completing that as limited access. Nevada Department of Transportation is doing the 95 to 15 interchange improvements for that system interchange, and then they're also working on the system interchange at I-15 to 15 in the north. So those are the remaining 3 segments that will make it a complete limited access freeway. In the meantime, we've gone back a few times, done some widening. We're still making widening improvements on the initial portions of the Beltway in the south and the west, and we'll continue those around the valley.
People love to talk about traffic, and when you tell people who you are, that you're in public works, what's the most frequent question you get?
Why does it take so long to build a roadway? And why are you so far behind? I mean, didn't you know that people were going to be there? Where's the road? So those are the questions that people ask, like, why isn't it done sooner? Why does it take so long?
How do you answer those questions?
Primarily is that in order to build a roadway, you have to have the demand, like a mountain's edge. You don't project the demand. You kind of react to the demand unless there's a lot of planning going on. But many of these in the high growth terms era of the county, they just started coming online. I mean, you had Southern Highlands, Mountain's Edge, Summerlin, all coming online. Rhodes Ranch, they're all coming along online at pretty much the same time and creating these big master communities. And now they're not adjacent to the existing development. They're in areas that are totally undeveloped, and you got to reach out and connect them with roadways. In many instances, those communities had to build the initial roadways to connect them, and they built those roadways within the limited right-of-way that was available, which wasn't always the complete right-of-way that you had to build the full roadway to 4 lanes or 6 lanes that you might need to service those areas. So you have that. You have to deal with utility constructions. You have to do with the acquisition of right-of-way, because we don't always have the full right-of-way for the roadway, so you got to deal with purchasing property and going through the process of purchasing. And then there's funding. You didn't always have the funding. Funding was always a major issue, and until you developed the funding sources, you couldn't provide for it. And when we had the recession, all the funding kind of shrunk. So a lot of the projects that we were developing in 2005 and 2006, although we had planned to build them and we had funding and our projected funding was there, those projections didn't come to fruition because of the downturn in the economy. So everything kind of got held back. And even with the private communities, it got held back. So it's taken a long time for some roads. Projects that we initiated in the high growth terms are now coming online and coming to fruition, and we're starting to see those come off the drawing boards and now being built in reality, so to speak.
Let's talk about a current project that has been studied for quite a while now in Maryland Parkway. Now the Board of County Commissioners, or pardon me, the RTC has approved bus rapid transit. What does that mean to you and your folks, and what will Maryland Parkway be required to look like to accommodate this?
I think with the BRT, the bus rapid transit, it'd probably be more dedicated lane. It's a rubber-tired kind of transit proposal, so we won't see as much of a change as if it was a light rail project. So you're going to see there's be widening on the roadway to accommodate some of the bus stops and the shelters that they in, some enhancements, some right turn lanes, particularly if they had the dedicated lane for the BRT. you're going to see those changes. And you probably will see more vehicle congestion if there's the dedicated lanes on that roadway. Right now with the county, the roadway's been, last time we did it was in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and now we're coming back. We're resurfacing the project now as we move today. As we speak, it's being resurfaced. So the BRT is going to change the dynamic of the traffic and the transit interaction along that corridor. And if it's dedicated, it's going to be a little bit more complex than it is today.
And I know you and all the folks here in Public Works and all the Public Works departments around the valley are looking to the future. Where do you see Clark County's Public Works moving forward to in the future?
Public Works will still be doing capital, but we're going to see a lot of more reconstructing of the existing roadway network. You have a lot of roadways out there that have seen their useful life, and now we're going to go more into the reconstruction of existing roadways than the construction of new roadways. We'll fill out the roadway network that ties in Mountain's Edge, fill out the roadway network that ties in to Southern Highlands and in all those areas in the southwest that are pretty much undeveloped. But you're going to see a lot more existing streets be reconstructed.
Doubleheader of sorts out here at Desert Diamonds recently, as the first ever baseball games were played, and two of these pristine fields were named after a couple local baseball legends. It was a beautiful afternoon to play ball at Clark County's newest jewel, the Desert Diamonds in Mountain's Edge. A pair of high school games became the first events at this world-class facility. But before the first strike was thrown, or a sharp shot hit to left field.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
The crowd tipped their caps to a couple all-stars who hit home runs on and off many area ball fields.
We're here to honor two tremendous men who were instrumental to the baseball operations here in Southern Nevada for many years. The two fields will be named for Manny Guerra and Carl Castle.
Manny Guerra and Carl Castle are the two local baseball legends who dedicated years to the local youth baseball scene. For years, each had a hand in coaching and mentoring thousands of young local players. The two close friends were honored with fields that will forever bear their names. Both men are now in the big dugout in the sky, but certainly not forgotten.
It's an incredible honor for my father, but he probably would tell you it's no big deal today. And he would tell you that it's all about the kids. The nice thing about today is they're dedicating a field not only to him, but his good close friend Carl Castle. And it's truly an honor, and I thank everybody for attending. It's amazing what he and Carl did in this community.
The honor that we have as a family.
Another proud son, and Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle talked to then County Commissioner Susan Brager to inquire about naming a field after his father.
And I said, hey, would this be a possibility? And she said, absolutely, submit some stuff to me written. Mike gave me a bio on Manny, my brother Mick, and Kathy, my sister Kathy. We combined on a bio for my dad. We submitted it, and it went through the county lickety-split, and nothing goes through the county lickety-split. Nothing.
And the top pilot of the Aviators heaped praise on a pair of unsung giants.
You know, I've been doing this for 35 years. I can't tell you how many times I'd sit at Cashman Field and watch baseball and learn baseball from those two. And the banter between them was great. I can't share it with you all the time. Carl was much more, he cleaned it up a little better than Manny, but Manny was way funnier than Carl, I'll tell you that.
This high school offers the only emergency response program for students, training them to answer 911 calls and how to communicate with the appropriate emergency first responders.
Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone, put your other hand on top of that hand. Pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second.
This looks like an authentic 911 call center,
I'm home alone.
but upon closer inspection, you'll see that these are actually Keene High School students training in the Emergency Telecommunications program at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy.
A lot of people don't realize how important 911 is. They're kind of like, our teacher said, the unsung heroes. People don't really look at them. So without 911, we really wouldn't be able to send out emergency response to people.
This high school is the site of our country's largest dispatch training facility, and the teens are involved in hands-on exercises that will prepare them for careers in this vital element for first responders.
The 911 emergency call-in system is a community's lifeline to emergency services. When you need help from fire, police, and medical, our residents need to be able to reach a 911 operator.
Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle is a passionate supporter of the program and is well aware of the role that 911 operators play in fire and medical response. The fire department receives about 135,000 calls for service each year, and educating the public on when and when not to call for help is vital.
911 is really important. We have so many new people moving to our state on a regular basis that we have to educate them to use 311 when it's appropriate and 911.
For the fourth year, the department and Clark County partnered with the school in a contest where these students step away from answering phones and produce public service announcements that preach the message to call 911 correctly. The team of Ashley, Ariana, and Martin produced the winning entry.
Congratulations, Group 8.
Which will be shown on county social media platforms.
It was great. They're really smart. They're really good, like their public speaking, and they're great, awesome call takers and dispatchers. And just us working as a group, we're really good together. We could like work off each other's weaknesses and strengths, and we kind of fill in where we need to.
And that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on Clark County Chronicles.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Oh, don't take Charleston. Don't take Charleston.
If you have a fortune teller, you know when flash floods are coming. If you don't, you need the FloodSpot app. Get it free today at BeFloodSafe.com.
And don't have the chili dog for lunch. Trust me with this.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. The desert environment in Las Vegas can take a toll on McCarran's runways and taxiways, but thanks to the constant attention of our airfield maintenance team, these areas remain safe and operational. Here's a look at the team at work.
McCarran's airfield covers more than 2,500 acres and includes the runways, taxiways, and other exterior areas within the airport's fence line. An airport's airfield must be maintained and improved, just like roads and freeways. McCarran has a team of more than 25 workers responsible for the upkeep of this essential area. Runway markings and other airfield features must meet strict guidelines put in place by the FAA. Regular inspections ensure the airport is in compliance. Maintaining the safety and security of an airfield is a big job with many different tasks, from painting stripes and signs to repairing cracks or defects in asphalt and concrete, as well as patrolling the perimeter.
We're also responsible for all the fence line you see out here. So basically from where the aircraft are parked at in the gates all the way out to the fence. So total it's about 32 miles of runways and taxiways and about 10 miles of fence line.
With parts of the airfield always in use during projects, the Department of Aviation works closely with the Federal Aviation Administration to reduce potential impact on air traffic. Meetings are held regularly with members of the airfield maintenance team, the FAA, and other stakeholders to discuss current and future projects. The gatherings allow everyone to discuss logistics and plan for alternative arrangements during maintenance projects.
It's information sharing. Communications is critical as far as safety is concerned, and just everybody that's involved out on the airfield, we want to know there's no surprises.
Airfield maintenance workers use a variety of equipment like specialized surface grading vehicles, line painting machinery, and water trucks for dust control. They also have to work around a busy airport schedule, which means sometimes the work has to be done overnight. During the day, the harsh desert sun fades painted surfaces, so upkeep of the markings on the ramp, taxiways, and runways never ends. Rubber from aircraft tires builds up and can obscure white and yellow lines if left unattended. Workers use a high-pressure water and vacuum system to remove nearly 6,000 pounds of rubber each year.
The heavy equipment operators, you'll see them operating the rollers behind me, the graders. We have a big rig that we use to put paint down. We go through about 7,000 gallons of paint a year.
Dedicated upkeep of the airfield's facilities helps keep airport operations running smoothly and ultimately benefits our passengers.
And at the end of the day, we got the satisfaction of knowing that we had a direct contribution to the safety of those passengers.
As one of the busiest airports in the nation, McCarran has thousands of passengers arriving and departing each day. And our airfield maintenance department works tirelessly to ensure the airlines and our customers get where they need to go.
International visitors are vital to Southern Nevada's tourism-based economy. As we head toward the summer travel season, let's take a look at some exciting developments in international air service.
Las Vegas is considered by many to be the most exciting city on the planet, so it's no surprise it's a must-visit destination for people from all over the world.
International passenger volume at McCarran increased by 5.6% from 2017 to 2018. That included nonstop visitors from as far as China and Brazil and as near as Canada and Mexico.
We really do enjoy the international visitor coming to Las Vegas directly from their home country because they do tend to stay longer, they do spend a little more, and we love to show the United States by the gateway of Las Vegas.
KLM will offer 3 non-stop flights a week from Amsterdam, while Israel's El Al will launch weekly service from Tel Aviv. These additions will not only give locals more travel destinations, but also open up the entertainment capital of the world to even more international visitors.
Having these new city pairs added to all the ones we already have is really exciting for us. We love to be the front door of Las Vegas.
Not only are foreign flag carriers boosting McCarran's international reach, some domestic airlines are expanding their service across borders as well. Frontier Airlines recently became the first domestic carrier in years to offer nonstop flights outside of the United States. It began service to Los Cabos and Cancun in December of 2018. North of the border, newcomers Swoop and Flair have come on board, helping to once again make Canada the top country of origin for international travelers to Las Vegas. McCarran International Airport has upgraded many of its amenities to cater to the needs of our international passengers.
We really want our international passenger to know how much we value them. So we look into their culture, we look into what they need and require. When we welcomed our first China direct flight and made sure that we had hot water. So we converted our water fountains to a hot water station, and if that was something that we knew was very important to them. Just so they know that, yes, you're important to us, we want you to be comfortable, and most of all, we want you to come back.
As more visitors make Southern Nevada their top destination, McCarran will embrace its role in this community, a gateway bringing the world to Las Vegas and Las Vegas to the world.
While you might know Las Vegas, how much do you know about its airport? Here are some fun facts and unique features travelers can enjoy at McCarran.
Most notable destinations have great sights and sounds, but those things are typically experienced once a traveler is outside the airport. But here at McCarran International Airport, some things make an impression the moment a passenger steps off the plane. For Las Vegas locals and returning travelers, the sound of slot machines is the background melody of a visit to the airport. Slots have been a fixture since the early days of aviation in Clark County, and now McCarran is home to nearly 1,400 machines. It's also one of only 2 airports in the nation to offer gaming. The gateway to Las Vegas encompasses a large area in the middle of town. But did you know McCarran boasts more than 8 miles of runway and 24 miles of taxiways? At more than 14,000 feet in length, runway 8 left, 26 right is the second longest commercial runway in North America. And while the terminal buildings are spacious, they are thankfully not as long as the runways. Terminal 3, home to the E-gates, is nearly half a mile long, measuring 2,300 feet. Thanks to smart design, passengers shouldn't have to walk the entire length to reach their gate. The structure is divided by a security checkpoint in the center, with domestic airlines on one end and international on the other. The structure connecting the A and B concourses was built in 1963 and is still considered a feat of civil engineering today. The clamshell structure is unique in that it covers more than 2 acres under a roof without any internal supports. Even though the interior has been renovated many times over the years, the dome-like exterior remains an iconic feature among other buildings on the airport's property.
Ready and action!
Lights, camera, McCarran. The airport has served as the backdrop for many television shows and major motion pictures.
You okay, John? Yeah. Stand behind me.
Scenes from the 1988 movie Midnight Run were filmed in Terminal 1 ticketing.
Go ahead, I got a plan to catch. Actually, try this one. It's been paying out.
And who can forget Brad Pitt walking through the D concourse in 2007's Ocean's 13. Look out for more fun facts about McCarran in future episodes of Flight Path.
Like most airports, McCarran has its own dedicated fire station located on the airfield. Firefighters assigned there must be ready to respond in the event of an aircraft emergency. Here's a look at recent live fire drill used to help the crew hone their skills.
Centrally located on the airfield, Station 13 is home to McCarran's Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Unit.
Firefighters are ready to roll 24/7 with rigs outfitted with specialized equipment, like a piercing nozzle that can penetrate a fuselage. They test their equipment daily and are constantly training to respond to an aircraft emergency while navigating the unique challenges presented by the airport environment. At a recent training exercise, the team conducted live fire drills at the airport. Drills like these are required by the FAA as part of the airport's certification process.
This is a mobile training prop that lets them use the tools and equipment that they're going to use in a real-life world scenario.
The prop, complete with stairs, a pilot cabin, and passenger seating area, gives firefighters valuable practice at mitigating a fire in the unique environment of an airplane.
Our simulator back there will even flash the fire again after they've extinguished it, because that is real world. So it gives them that practical application. So if it happens in the real world, they have the experience to draw from.
The flames and smoke are controlled from a station and are fueled by propane gas. The simulation can be restarted multiple times. This allows each firefighter to go through the same training.
All right, at the same time, you might get some of the pan fires over here going before you can make entry. You just got to keep hitting it all before you go inside.
The education is guided by instructors who specialize in the field of fighting aviation-specific fires.
Then in addition to that, we brought our battalion chief who's responsible for the airport. He's working with McCarran Airport Ops. They're getting a little training in unified command where they're going to be making decisions together on how to successfully mitigate an incident.
In a recent real-world incident, McCarran's firefighting team proved its excellence. When an aircraft experienced an engine fire on the runway in 2015, crews responded swiftly and extinguished the flames. The aircraft was salvaged, fully restored, and is still in use today. Most importantly, all passengers and crew were safely evacuated.
Kind of sounds like the rotation's going to be set up by your Red Dog 40 captain.
In addition to the hands-on training, there are also classroom components. Here, firefighters learn about multiple types of aircraft and the entry process for each. Being prepared is key. That's why emergency personnel train year-round.
It's all part of a joint effort between the Department of Aviation and the Clark County Fire Department to make sure one of the busiest airports in the country can handle any emergency situation.
To enrich the travel experience for our customers, McCarran boasts a variety of sculptures, photographs, paintings, and artwork creatively displayed throughout the terminals. Let's take a closer look at a mural created by local artist Robert Beckman.
Poised on a majestic rock ledge, animals that define southern Nevada overlook the natural landscape of the desert, and here at McCarran International Airport, they are the overseers of thousands of passengers who pass underneath this mural. Bighorn Sheep was painted by local artist Robert Beckman. The mural, located in the D gates, captures a moment of encounter that few individuals will enjoy with Nevada's official state animal. Beckman looked at hundreds of photographs of bighorn sheep as references for his highly detailed, ultra-realistic painting.
So the bighorn sheep, of course, you know, I've been seeing them since I first moved here, you know, in various places. Interesting that the 3 sheep that are involved there aren't really 3 sheep, they're really 2 sheep. The little guy on the far left and the adult male are the same animal, they're just photographed at different times.
Beckman defines his intricate style of painting by how it makes the onlooker feel. He wants to, as he puts it, expand the heart consciousness of the viewer and, most importantly, make them more observant of the world around them. His use of lights and shadows gives the piece a sense of realism.
If you're going to do something like that right, you've got to have the light falling on the animals work with the light falling on your landscape.
Beckman spent months painting the mural. He was mindful of where it would be placed and the angle at which the viewer would see the composition, from below and oftentimes from the moving walkway.
Moving along that moving platform, basically as you get closer you're looking more and more up at it. So I wanted to make sure that the shots that I had acknowledged that. You know, you didn't want a photograph that I was working from where I'm seeing the animal head on, because that doesn't work, because when you're up on top of it, you're looking up at it. So I had to not only find photographs that had the right lighting, I had to find photographs that worked with the landscape that I looked up at.
Beckman's a self-described public intellectual and environmentalist whose wish is that this work inspires others to be more mindful of the beauty in nature and how precious natural resources are to the animals that make up the habitat. The use of rustic browns, yellows, and deep reds in the mural reflect the majestic desert landscape surrounding Las Vegas.
Well, I want to believe that it connects with them in some way. Airports are interesting places. I mean, I'm a people watcher too. Also, I enjoyed looking at the fabric of whatever architecture I'm in. I guess I want to believe that any of my art, you know, people could begin to get stretched, you know, or expanded in their consciousness, their observational skills, their heart awareness about being in the world. I'm happy that happened.
Bighorn Sheep's underlying message is to show our visitors that Las Vegas offers more than just world-class entertainment, gaming, and dining. It invites them to learn about the wonderful landscapes filled with hardy plants, weathered rock formations, and stunning wildlife unique to the Mojave Desert.
Traveling to a foreign country where you don't know the language can be challenging. To help our guests have the best possible experience, McCarran has designated ambassadors working in customs who will welcome international passengers to the United States and to Las Vegas.
When travelers arrive at McCarran International Airport from abroad, they'll know they're in Las Vegas thanks to the colorful artwork, iconic photographs, and messages featuring local celebrities.
Bienvenidos a Las Vegas!
In the Customs and Border Protection Port of Entry, friendly employees are on hand as flights arrive, ready to offer a warm welcome that matches this destination's signature hospitality.
Welcome to Las Vegas, gentlemen.
Many of these customer service-oriented employees speak languages other than English, helping bridge the communication gap for guests.
你会先通关做护照查验.
They really provide a customized level of service for our international guests. We have a lot of multilingual ambassadors. They assist our CBP partners in ensuring that each guest that comes in is ready when they get to the processing booth, and that just helps expedite the process for all of our guests.
How you doing? Just one?
Yeah. Custom ambassadors help weary travelers find the correct line, fill out paperwork.
Hello, do you need any help?
And even show them how to use the automated passport machines.
Now he wants the passport the same way we did hers.
Thank you.
No problem. Step to the yellow line, he'll call you when he's ready.
We are the first connection that they see after they come off an airplane.
So it's important that they're well received and they're greeted very kindly.
Welcome to Vegas.
And it makes them feel very well accepted.
Many ambassadors are bilingual with several languages represented among the members of the team. This helps put guests at ease and keeps people moving smoothly through the area.
My mother language is Mandarin and also Cantonese, so I can tell what kind of language they speak so I can feel the proper way to help out.
I enjoy working with the public and introducing the people to the United States.
So we actually represent Las Vegas in that way. It's very important to show them, just in case if we are the first or last person they see, it's important to show them that we are happy to see them, that they're welcome here and they're welcome back at any time.
The airport's primary objective will always be to help visitors get to and from Southern Nevada by air as safely and efficiently as possible while providing a customer experience on par with the vibrant community it serves. And that's why McCarran's Customs ambassadors are at your service.
McCarran received top honors in the 2018 J.D. Power North American Airport Satisfaction Study, the result of the collaborative efforts of the Department of Aviation and all of its airport partners. Here's a look at an airport-wide celebration of this prestigious award.
Las Vegas has a lot of advantages to offer people who fly in and out of this airport. Primary among them is the superb location of the airport, making it so easy to get into and get out of. And that sets the airport up for success. So it's easy to get to the airport, but once you get to the airport here, there are a lot of things that go right. We were talking earlier with the TSA. They do a great job here getting people through efficiently and professionally. The janitorial staff and the custodial staff does a fantastic job of keeping the place clean. And they've made some really great improvements in the food, beverage, and retail. You've moved up 3 spots, as I recall. And that's what separates a good airport from a great airport, is the food, beverage, and retail program. And once again, congratulations. We hope to see you again real soon.
When I look around, this is the reason that we won. Here is the McCarran family, so the applause go to you. We thank you, we represent all of you, and although there's only 6 categories, we all know that it takes every part of the operation to achieve that type of ranking for those 6. So I really appreciate everyone's dedication to this airport. Our mission is being the front door to Las Vegas. That's not an easy one or a simple one. It's a worldwide known one with our destination. And we welcome people and escort people back onto the aircraft in the #1 style. So I really do appreciate it. I have to have some of my partners up here because, again, it's not any one of us, it's all of us. And with all of us being able to rank with 49 million people coming through here, that is something. Right now, it is a phenomenal feat that we all achieved. And from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you and thank all of you.
Weather conditions like wind and heat can have an impact on aviation activity, so airports rely on their local meteorologists for planning and coordination. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at how the National Weather Service and the airport keep an eye on the sky.
Centrally located in the valley, McCarran International Airport serves as the official meteorological observation point for the National Weather Service in Las Vegas.
Weather records from the Las Vegas airfield go back more than 70 years. A lot has changed since then, but there remains a constant need for weather information at the airport.
Weather and the aviation community work very closely hand in hand. There's a constant need for weather information at any given airfield, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's our schedules here. We have people here at this office all the time monitoring the weather.
More than 122 forecast offices located across the country provide weather information to the general public, emergency management organizations, and the aviation community. Here in Las Vegas, McCarran's airfield is home to an array of climate sensors that send information to the local National Weather Service office located just south of the airport. Additional data is gathered using sensors at the office, where employees launch weather balloons twice a day.
3, 2, 1.
Meteorologists work closely with the team in the Federal Aviation Administration Tower to coordinate the launches.
We do weather balloon launches twice a day, every day. They're done all across the country. Ours are done at 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. And they're done for that reason specifically because they give us a morning sample of the atmosphere and an afternoon sample. And those weather balloons actually travel over 10 miles into the sky and provide us with a vertical sample of the atmosphere at any given time. It gives us back information related to temperature and moisture profiles. Also tells us a lot of really invaluable information about wind and wind speed. And that can be really useful in determining the forecast through the day, and that also gets ingested into our weather models.
Working in shifts, the staff of more than 20 provides forecasts to McCarran 4 times a day. During severe weather, those updates become more frequent. But even the regularly sunny skies of Las Vegas can change and produce some uncommon weather events.
We have some pretty significant weather here from time to time. In fact, earlier this winter we had snow for the first time in over 10 years, so that's pretty unusual. And also during the summertime, we'll get in on occasional monsoon season thunderstorms, and that is always really interesting. They can bring microbursts and lightning and really picturesque cloud opportunities. So there's lots of different weather to be seen here in the desert.
Winds and high temperatures are among the most common weather challenges to aviation in Las Vegas. In the heat of the summer, the atmosphere is less dense. That means heavy aircraft need more room to take off. Wind speed and wind direction can also have an impact. McCarran has several takeoff and landing configurations. If meteorologists see the wind is going to change, they'll alert the FAA tower so controllers can choose the appropriate configuration.
Weather forecasts are crucial to maintaining a safe and efficient travel experience. Making adjustments throughout the day, McCarran, the FAA, and the National Weather Service work in a coordinated effort to minimize the impact of weather on airport operations.
Travelers are always looking for ways to shorten the time between the curb and gate. For those who just can't wait to be on their way, there are programs available that can streamline the security screening process and even help you skip part of the line.
Frequent flyers typically know all the best tricks for an easy airport experience, but for less experienced travelers, knowing all the options is key. Two distinct services, TSA PreCheck and Clear, help eliminate some of the stresses at the airport. Introduced in 2011, TSA PreCheck can help travelers speed through security.
We want to make sure that when people come here, they have the best experience possible in the airport as well as any other place that they go. So this is a contribution, we believe, to having that experience really be improved.
More than 200 airports and 65 airlines participate. With a 5-year, $85 membership, PreCheck customers don't have to take off their light jackets, belts, or shoes, and they can leave their laptops and liquids in their carry-ons. To sign up, submit an application online at tsa.gov and schedule an appointment at a local enrollment center. At McCarran, the office is conveniently located in the public shopping area in Terminal 1 on Level 2. There, applicants submit to fingerprinting and a background check. Once you're approved and have paid the fee, simply add your known traveler number, or KTN, to your ticket when you book and start enjoying the benefits of TSA PreCheck. McCarran offers designated PreCheck lanes at the C, D, and E gate security checkpoints, and work is underway to expand the AB checkpoint to make way for a dedicated PreCheck area there as well. Travelers who sign up and pay for Clear skip the standard ID verification process at airport checkpoints and go directly to security to queue up for screening. A private service not associated with the Transportation Security Administration or Department of Homeland Security, Clear uses biometrics, passengers' eyes and fingertips, as a form of ID. Clear transforms biometrics into an encrypted code that is unique to individual users. At the airport, Clear matches a traveler's fingerprints or irises to their unique code each time they check in. That's how it confirms identification and keeps customers moving. Clear ambassadors are on hand to assist at the kiosks and escort travelers to the front of the line. At McCarran, Clear pods are conveniently located near each security checkpoint. A full membership costs $179 per year. Customers can sign up on the spot or visit clearme.com for more information. Even travelers who have signed up for these services should be aware that TSA uses unpredictable security measures throughout the airport, and all travelers will be screened. No individual is guaranteed expedited screening. TSA PreCheck and Clear. Choose the one that works best for you, or combine the two for additional convenience and an easy airport experience.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with U.S. Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed-base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intra-state airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by U.S. Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the Poor Sailors Airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, a Wii bowling tournament attracted hundreds of local senior rollers. The County Museum's new exhibit offers an array of amazing artifacts in The Beauty of Purpose, Utilitarian Arts of the Paiute People. And the Clark County Shooting Complex offers more than firearm recreation. Come on out and learn how to use a bow and arrow. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are
Where Fun Happens!
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different activities and clubs, and we're here today at the Parkdale Community and Senior Center, which is located near Boulder Highway and Lamb Boulevard, for our semi-annual Wii Bowling Tournament. Yes, that's right. Wii is still a very popular video game system throughout the country and throughout the world, mainly amongst senior citizens, where they actually participate in a lot of different Wii sports tournaments throughout the week, and even for this particular ones throughout the county, once every 6 months. So here at the Parkdale Community Center, where we're having our semi-annual Marks Madness tournament, it's basically we're having senior centers from all across the valley coming out here today to compete one another in a friendly tournament, or to see who the best center has with the best type of bowlers here across the valley. So it's actually even people from Searchlight and Laughlin actually came out to this facility out here today to compete against other centers.
I see a lot of friendship going on. Wii bowling is fun. I like the tournament because we get to meet everybody from all over the county, all the way from Overton to Laughlin to Mountain Crest, and meet old friends.
And Wii bowling and playing Wii sports or any type of Wii video game is great in general for a few different things. Number one, you're not just literally sitting on a couch or a chair and holding a control. It's actually motion censored. So you're actually engaging in some physical activity.
I had 2 turkeys. A little exercise, being around other people to visit with them and laugh, and what's better than laughing? You know, just having a good time. That's all.
And again, these tournaments have been going on for the last several years. Christina Sawinski, who's the main coordinator of these tournaments, has done a wonderful job allowing it to grow throughout all of our different recreation senior centers throughout the valley. And I said it's expanded throughout Searchlight and Laughlin. If you ever want to come out to any of our senior centers to participate in weekly Wii tournaments and clubs, definitely check us out at our website for more information on different locations at clarkcountynv.gov/parks. And also our main telephone number is 702-455-8200 for more information. We hope to see one of our different Wii bowling programs and tournaments in the near future.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela. I'm the program supervisor at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center, and I'm here to give you the news about the center. First of all, let me tell you that the theater is finally going into construction, and they're gonna start the middle of this month in April, and it's gonna be dark for 4 months. We will have a lot of great things coming when the center opens again, the theater opens again, and we will let you know as things progress. Meanwhile, I want to invite you to a picnic on April 21st, and that's a Hawaiian picnic. We're going to have Hawaiian music, Hawaiian dance, and Hawaiian food for sale. The event is free to the public. It's going to take place in the park since we don't have the theater. So we hope to see you all on the 21st for the Hawaiian celebration. Come and enjoy with us at Winchester Cultural Center. See you then.
Hi guys, this is Adam from Winchester Cultural Center, and I have a bevy of new classes to talk to you guys about. First up, we have our creative writing class. That is from 3:30 to 5 on Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting April 23rd and running to May 9th. That class is going to be $28, and we are excited to see you here. We want to see some new pieces that you've done, or maybe some pieces that you're working on. Whatever the case, work on your creative writing skills and do something new. Second up,
We have our Emotions in Motion class. That class is the class held entirely in Spanish. It is from April 23rd until May 9th as well, Tuesdays and Thursdays. That class is 5:30 to 7 and will be $64. Learn the art of expressing emotion through theater, through dance, through your performance. Finally, we have 8 new dance classes that we are starting. They are starting this coming week, so next week is the first class. Those are on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and those run all the way from 10 o'clock in the morning until 7. Those classes are all going to be $28 each, so it's $28 per class, and that's everything from ballet to jazz to contemporary to even a stretching class. Those classes range in ages from 18 all the way down to brand newborn babies. So come down and learn to dance with us and do your best. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Enma Alfaro, and I'm a culture specialist at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. Today I would like to talk to you about our senior program. On Wednesdays, we offer Cards with Friends. If you're interested in playing and socializing, then this is the place for you. On Wednesdays, we also offer Wii Bowling. It has recently become a very fun and popular sport among our seniors, so stop by and see if Wii Bowling is for you. I would also like to talk to you about the return of our Leaders of the Future program. This is a teen volunteer program. It is designed to focus on leadership skills and job training skills. If you would like to participate, submit your application to Winchester today.
Alrighty, my name is Jason Lenhart. I'm the shotgun and archery supervisor here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Right now we're down here on our archery range where we've got some people doing some shooting today. We do have a lot going on down here at our archery range throughout the week. We are open Wednesday through Sunday. Wednesday and Thursday we do shoot up here under the lights until 10 o'clock. So lots of shooting going on Wednesday and Thursdays. Our archery league is in full swing right now. That does happen Wednesday nights, I believe. And then we always have our archery basics going on and our archery learn to shoots. More information about those programs is always available on our website. The shotgun program is still in full swing. We're banging away every day up here. Similar to the schedule down here at archery, we're shooting Wednesday through Sunday, shooting under the lights until 10 o'clock on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Wednesday nights, we have our regular Wednesday night trap league. That's got 25 teams this season, so there's a lot going on Wednesday night. And then Thursday night, we have a couple different programs going on. The Pastors Blasters, as they were formerly known, they're now the Blasters program. They shoot Thursday nights up here, a little informal league. And then our youth shooting organization, the Silver State Claybreakers, they do practice on Thursday nights as well. So we've got a lot going on Wednesday and Thursday nights. And then throughout the month, we do have our monthly fun shoot, which is a registered sporting clays shoot up on our sporting clays course. And then a what we call our Big 50s, which are registered ATA trap events. Those happen once a month. Those dates and times can be found on our website as well. And then every Saturday, the Vegas Skeet organization does have their weekly skeet league that runs Saturday mornings. That's pretty informal and it's open to anybody. So they've got some pretty good numbers, about 30 shooters going every Saturday. So we got a lot going on all the time, and if a lot of this stuff sounds a little intimidating or confusing, don't worry about it. The shooting complex is always open to brand new shooters. We've got a full line of rental equipment. We've got ammo for sale. We've got a lot of RSOs that are friendly and very educated in their sport, and they'd be happy to help you break your first clay target up here with the shotgun programs. And then hopefully we'll see you out here soon.
Hi everybody, I'm Martin Olson here at the Clark County Shooting Complex with an update on what's going on for this month. And right now our big game draw is open and the deadline's been extended for 2 weeks. So you have until April 29th to put in that big game application. Now if you're new to Nevada and it's your first time applying, you're going to need to have a hunter education card. You can get that hunter education right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. You need to go to register-ed.com to register for those classes. Also in there, under Advanced Hunter Education, we offer an array of shooting sports out here. Some is muzzleloader, rifle, and shotgun. So if you're new to shooting and you'd like to get the opportunity to fire some of these, sign up for those classes at that same website. Now if you're born after January 1st, 1960, you're going to need to take a hunter education course before you can apply for some of these big game tags. So don't delay on that. We have plenty of classes right now, but as that deadline approaches, those classes fill up very quickly. So please, don't delay on that. I hope to see you here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Until next month, have a great day.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different classes, and we're here today at the Desert Breeze Community Center, which is located on the west side of the valley, focusing on oil painting classes. Now, what's great about oil painting classes is a few different things. Number one, in the world of art, you can never mess up because art is technically being creative and expressing yourself in different ways and styles. So what's also cool about this oil painting class is you can pick any style of subject material to choose from to paint. Over here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, our oil painting classes run every Tuesday from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. with our awesome instructor, Elizabeth Freeman. She's been a painter for several years, not only here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, but also on the East Coast as well.
It's mainly reared for seniors. And what I do is, when I introduce people, I just tell them that not to be afraid. Most people are afraid to get started. They think they have to be a genius. When they hear the word oil painting, I teach them, I bring samples of pictures and work one at a time, each movement till it's finished. Water scenes like Hawaii, with the sunset coming down, settling on the water, and then we have the palm trees leaning over, and you see when they see something like that and they finish, it's easy to do and it builds up their confidence.
Just going to try a black and white picture.
Once that confidence is built, they want to do another one and another one. Then I know it's okay, it's safe to go on to bigger and better things. We just get more and more difficult. Well, I started painting at 6 years old. It got better and better. I used to always enter contests, and I'd win like passes to theaters and movies. I think I won a pass to Alice in Wonderland when I was in grade school. But when I retired from my regular job, 9 to 5, I wanted to do this in the evening.
Desert Breeze Community Center is located at 8275 West Spring Mountain Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. And our telephone number is 702-455-8334. And it is suggested that students do bring their own materials, whether that be paintbrushes, oils, paints, and paper as well. If you need to get started up, we do have limited supplies to where we can provide for beginning students, but down in time, every student would need to bring their own materials.
You don't have to be an expert. Beginners, intermediate, and advanced are accepted. You start out as a beginner. Whatever makes them comfortable. And that's what they're here for, to relax. And then feel like they've accomplished something. They walk out of here proud, and I'm happy for that.
And for more information on all of our different parks and recreation programs, feel free to check us out on our website at clarkcountynv.gov/parks. You can also call us on our main hotline number at 702-455-8200.
Mark Hall Patton. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. This month we're opening a new exhibit. I hope that you will come out to see it. It is The Beauty of Purpose, the utilitarian arts of the Paiute people. Now, Malcolm Vuksich, our curator of exhibits, has put together this exhibit, and he's going to take you through so that you can see some of the artifacts that have come out of our collections and a couple of private collections. And, you'll have a chance to see what you'll see when you come out here to the museum.
This exhibit, The Utilitarian Arts of the Paiute People, talks about the Paiute people's existence in the Great Basin for 1,000 years. The name Paiute means water ute. The word pai, the root word pai, means water in the Numic language of the people. So how do you carry water when your only materials are stone and twigs and vines and roots? Well, you weave canteens. And one of our display cases here illustrates the number of different types of canteens. So everything in the exhibit here that you'll see today is a small representation of the three branches of the Paiute people. One of the most important artifacts that have to do with water are our duck decoys, which were found at Lovelock Cave in the 1924. These duck decoys indicate that the Paiute people, or the ancestors of the Paiute people, were hunting and gathering for at least 12,000 years. That's how old the archaeologists feel these ducks are. As we go into the exhibit, we're looking at some of the mano and matate and mortars and pestles that the Paiute people used for the food preparation. These are some typical kitchenware. Now, in our kitchens today, we have Tupperwares in 6 or 7 different sizes, or Pyrex in 5 or 6 different sizes. Well, the Paiute people also had various sizes of mortars and pestles. The mortar would be used primarily for crushing piñon nuts and acorns and mesquite beans. The mano and matate would be used for grinding seeds, nuts, berries, roots, and grains. Most of the food gathering was conducted by the women of the various tribes. And to collect the food and to store the food, they wove a number of baskets. We have in our collections large bowls, we have utility baskets, the very traditional woven hat that would double as a bowl in certain instances. And all of these would be used not only for gathering but for cooking. One of the most important annual events was the gathering of the pine nuts or the acorns in the fall. The acorn for the Owen Valley Paiute and the pine nuts for the northern and southern Paiute was an important food source. And these large baskets would have been used to gather the pine nuts from the pine forests or the acorns from the oak forests for the Paiute people. The large winnowing trays would have been used to separate the hulls from the nut meat. Finally, we have a look at the cradle boards. This is a typical style Paiute cradle board. Normally there would also be a hood on this to offer some sun protection or some sunshade to the infant. The Paiute people are still here today. They haven't disappeared in time. They're living throughout the Southwest, throughout North America, and this represents their traditional lifestyles and some of the few things that would have helped them survive in the Great Basin.
So when you come out to the museum and you see the exhibit, you can also, of course, see the other 30 acres here at the museum, all the historic houses, everything else. Of course, it is hard to find us open. We are only open 7 days a week. It is $2 to come through, unless you're like me and over 55, or you're under 18, then it's $1. So please do come out and join us.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. You've probably heard that 3,500 calories equals a pound. So if you consume 3,500 calories more than you burn, you're likely to gain a pound, and vice versa. That static model of energy balance doesn't account for individual differences, nor does it show how one side of the energy equation can interact with the other. An alternative model, known as dynamic energy balance, provides a better explanation for how our body uses energy and stores it. The static energy balance model is oversimplified. It assumes that energy in or out is straightforward, and a change in one will result in a corresponding state of positive or negative energy balance. Now take an example of positive energy balance. If I drink 100 calories more than my body burns daily from this soda for 1 year, the static energy balance model states that I will gain just over 10 pounds from the additional 36,500 calories. The truth is that as I gain weight, the amount of energy or calories that my body needs increases due to my larger size. So yes, I'll gain weight, but it won't be 10 pounds, it'll be more like 5. Several factors influence the way your body uses energy. Muscle is more metabolically active than fat, so gains in muscle mass will also lead to higher resting metabolic rates, meaning you will burn more calories at rest and over the entire day. The intensity and duration of the physical activity that you perform will also determine what and how much your body burns for energy. High-intensity activity can also suppress your appetite for 15 to 60 minutes after a workout. Your diet also plays a role in dynamic energy balance. Highly refined foods require less effort or energy to digest, while whole foods and those that have lots of fiber require more, increasing the thermic effect of food. That is the amount of energy required to burn that food. Additionally, the macronutrient composition of foods also affects how much calories or energy you absorb. That would include fat, protein, and carbohydrates. Foods with a higher water content weigh more and will fill you up faster than foods higher in fat or sugar, which weigh less. They take up less space and are loaded with energy or calories, making them energy dense. So you see, energy balance is constantly changing. It's dynamic, and you can affect it with diet and physical activity. Another way you can increase your potential for burning more energy while being active is to increase your fitness levels. And a perfect place to do that is at a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center. You can work on increasing your muscle mass by using the strength training equipment in the fitness rooms. Or you can work on building your cardiovascular endurance by taking regular aerobics classes. There are many ways that you, your family, and friends can become more active by using the resources that you can find in Clark County parks, swimming pools, and recreation facilities. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to move more and eat better by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you, where fitness happens.
Hi, I'm Sean C. Jones. I'm an art educator for the last 22 years in Clark County and also a local artist. The name of the show is Who We Are, and it's called that because we want the community to know who we are, because people look at a building, that they drive by in Sahara and it's just KO. I'll say KO at the grocery store and people, oh yeah, I remember that school. My brother went to that school. It's been there for a long time. But I don't think people really realize what we're doing there. Our students, our choir just yesterday performed at Carnegie Hall. It was a middle school choir. And so I want people to know that our art students are just as good and bring it out into the community and show it to people. Over here's the 7th grade students, generally, and they did pictures of themselves in black and white, and then above it, what they kind of hope and wish for. One of my favorites that has Cal Arts, which is where all the animators go to, is above her thing, so that's a smart kid there. The hands with the words, those are the beginning students. I felt like the hands are almost as personal as the face, and they are a little bit more comfortable just drawing their hands, so I had them do their hands in various poses. And then they had to think of a word that sort of represented KO to them. And I told them they didn't have to be all high and mighty. So you have a lot of like love and hope and pride and things like that, but we also have pizza and salad bar over there. And those represent our school as much as anything else. And then you have my advanced students did foreshortening, which is actually very difficult to do. And that's where you draw the body at an angle, either from high above or below, and it messes with the proportions of the body. So they took the pictures themselves, and they had to recreate. And you know, I taught high school for 16 years, and I barely had high school students that could do that, and these kids really succeeded with that. And then on the wall we have their self-portraits. So they did monochromatic and acrylic, and they took the pictures of themselves, or they took pictures of their friends. The box is actually borrowed from the Cube Project, which was downtown. Artists did a couple of years in a row. And part of it was that you could put your wishes and hopes inside the box. So we kind of took that idea, and I left the box in my room for a couple of weeks and just some markers around, and so my beginning students, the advanced students, and some of the intermediate students came over and just doodled on it. And then they also did the pillar here with the wish cards on it, so you can fill out your wish and put it in. So it's basically like a wishing well. Because I was very nervous about it. I've had my own art shows in galleries, and I've had friends that have had art shows here, and so I was a bit nervous about dealing with this space and everything. And when the show was up, we were all kind of dumbfounded. We were at how good it looks. I hope you can come out and see the artwork done by our K.O. Knutson students here at the Winchester Center. It's up until May 1st. There is a reception on April 20th. They'll have all kinds of children's activity here, and our artwork is part of that, and we're very proud of that.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in Southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good morning. We're going to go ahead and call to order the Clark County Board of Commissioners, the Clark County Water Reclamation District, Board of Trustees, and the University Medical Center of Southern Nevada for Tuesday, May 7th, 2019.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The first item on your agenda is public comment, but I do believe before we go into public comment, you would like to make a few comments, where the board would like to make a few comments on Assemblyman Thompson.
Thank you, County Manager. As we all know, we lost a very dear friend to the county, but also many of us this past weekend. Assemblyman Tyrone Thompson, who worked for Clark County over 19 years. He had a big heart, and he served as our senior training coordinator at his last stints, but he spent many years working with our regional homeless coordinated services. So I know that many of us on this board, many of us in this building and across Clark County were shocked. So I wanted to, play a video of Mr. Thompson, and then take a moment of silence, and then allow any of the commissioners to say anything if they'd like. So if you could start with the video. Do we have any sound that goes with it? No? So what I'll tell you about Assemblyman Thompson, more importantly, our Clark County family and a representative of the state. There was never a dull day with Assemblyman Thompson. This is building a garden. He was always out in his community working very hard, and he was always a bright spot in the day. So if anybody tried to be negative, he reminded us that it was a positive day and we were going to make it work. And he was going to do what he could for so many of the youngsters and get them on the right path for the long time. So if any other commissioners would like to say anything, or we can go ahead and observe a moment of silence. Anybody want to say anything? Commissioner Jones.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I got to know Tyrone up in the legislature, but I also got to see him in action through the Clark County Neighborhood College program that he ran when I went through that program. Tyrone always made you feel special, that you were the star with his smile. He'd ask you to take a selfie, and you felt like the rock star when he asked you to take a selfie. And I think this past week, it was just a reminder that we all have those people who bring us joy day in and day out in our lives. And I think the thing that we all need to do is thank the people, give a hug to those people that bring us joy, because we never know when it's that day that they'll be taken back up to a different role as our guardian angels.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gibson.
Our paths crossed as he was a passionate supporter and energetic leader when it comes to education issues. And I had occasion to, and have had occasion to, speak with him on a number of occasions, and it's been satisfying to know from a constituent, that is somebody who lives down here and is concerned about what the state's view of education would be and how we would work through the issues, that someone as passionate and energetic was working the issue. He was one of those people, in my experience with him, who made you forget about the party lines and was able to focus you and himself on the issue. And I think if there's something that I would take away from my experience with him, it would be that he really served with passion, and each of us could do a little better job probably in terms of the passion that we're able to demonstrate and feel as we move through the things that we commit ourselves to.
Thank you, Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know one of Tyree's passions was homelessness, and this session he has a bill. I'm not sure where. I know it came out of the Assembly. I think it's not out of the Senate yet, but hopefully that will be passed and signed. And I would hope that in that instance, the county can participate in that regional process and really extend our efforts on his behalf in his name, because it is so important what he was trying to do, and hopefully we can carry on that legacy.
Thank you, Commissioner Sagerblum. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Not only was Assemblyman Thompson a colleague of mine, but a very good friend, former classmate and childhood friend. As a matter of fact, we grew up in Valley View, and Tyrone was just always the life of the party in the neighborhood. Every year, the Valley View Cares Picnic, he would always be the one that would be the big highlight. Tyrone will always be remembered for just his great spirit with SBI, always bringing in the spirit to the young people. We're going to miss that this year, and definitely he's an usher at my church, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, pastored by Dr. Robert E. Fowler Sr. And I know I was at church this past Sunday, and it was so weird not seeing him usher everybody into the church. And you know, a lot of our parishioners at our church are very saddened by this loss. But here is another prime example of, you know, why we should celebrate life each and every day. As the songs say, live your best life. And that's what Tyrone was all about, living his best life. And he's truly going to be missed. As a matter of fact, speaking of his homegoing ceremony, it will be this Friday, will be the viewing over at Victory Missionary Baptist Church, which is located at 500 West Monroe Avenue, and that's from 2:30 until 6 p.m. And then, of course, the homegoing celebration for Assemblyman Thompson will be at the same church, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and it starts at 11 a.m. on this Saturday. He's going to be missed, but will never, ever, ever be forgotten. Here's to my friend and colleague, Assemblyman Tyrone Thompson. You know, what an honor, man. We got a chance to appoint him to be an Assemblyman and to celebrate his life today. What an honor, and I just thank God I had an opportunity to travel down his path. So, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for your leadership, and thank you, Madam Manager, for allowing us to have this on the agenda here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weekly. And I would just ask in Tyrone's memory today, because he had a habit of making everybody smile and forget about anything that happened, that everybody go out and do a good turn and make somebody else smile to make their day a little bit better. So with that, thank you. And we'll go ahead and take a moment of silence. Okay, County Manager.
Madam Chair, the first item on your agenda is public comment.
Okay, this is time set aside for public comment. I do, as Ms. Coleman's coming up, I do have is it Jose Geraldo? Please come up as well. Good morning, Ms. Coleman.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Margaret Coleman, and I'm a spokesman concerning the housing and also the homeless. As you know, I was thrown into the streets to lose my way. And ask yourself this question: why should discrimination exist? As you know, we're all the same. By being thrown into the streets, you feel lonely, lost, and no hope. The refund in which I'm talking about is the item 17, to amend and funding increase to contracts for the Homeless Management Information System Administration. As you know, if you're going to improve and fundings and increase, it should not only be just for food, it should be for housing. As I spoke before, I gave you a deposition and a project called the Bigelow. I also want to talk about a public hearing, an action plan for housing and the community development, and that is the Bigelow. If you could call me and let me represent my project. I have studied this types of class of human beings. It's high class, middle class, and low class. High class, they care nothing but discrimination and the color. Middle class, they just want to just be. And the lower class has been driven to drugs. And this is a society that has been placed up on a lot of the homeless people's position. Have you ever been discriminated for housing? Illegal eviction notices. This had occurred to me for 38 years, being placed on the housing of authority by Shannon Mohughes that had no business taking my money and supplying them. I confront you with this court order again because I have updated it and it is still binding in litigation. You must comply with it. It is still in contempt of court. I'm to go forward and put in see if I can have to sue the state. I don't want to go that route. I'm part of it. I'm part of Nevada. I have a grandson. He's been placed in a position that takes his life, and he was set up. I would like to help him. My money's important. And is there a check and keys that you can give to me today? This is a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Coleman. You're only got about 5 seconds left.
So the reason I just asked you for that is because I'm tired of being homeless.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Good morning, sir. State your name for the record.
My name is Joseph Havalda. I have two items to mention. First one, in the end of November, water broke in front of my house. I called Water District. It took 3 days to come there. Water was pouring all over the street. After 3 days, they came, they fixed it. They put a temporary patch. This was end of November. Now it's about, 6 months later, there is still big temporary patch over there. Nobody is fixing. I spoke with Water District. They said they are too busy because the company which is really doing the things, it's busy. But this is 6 months, 6.5 months, and nobody's doing anything. I spoke with Water District. They said they are busy. I don't see any excuse, 6.5 months.
Okay. Is this your correct address on this card?
Yes, 4429 Ines Drive,
okay.
Northwest part of town. Second things about capping my well. In 1980s, me and a couple of friends bought 2.5 acres on West Govan and Buffalo. We developed the thing, and there was no water there. So we went to Water District because if you have a lot, half-acre lots, without water is worth nothing. So we went to Water District, and Water District told us that will be no water running on Buffalo because it's intersection, Buffalo and Govan, for another 2 to 3 years. So we applied for the state of Nevada putting a well. It took us 2 months, from the time we applied for the well to drill it to get water. In 2 months, from the time we put the well in and start producing water, we put irrigation well, no domestic well, irrigation well. By the time we start pumping water 2 months later, guess what? That was water running on the Water District, ran water to Painted Desert. So, Water District kept us in a blind. I spent $14,000 just for the well, plus pump, plus $4,000 metal tank. Insult to this injury, this was in 1980s. Suddenly, they capped my well because reason is Water District put 2 big commercial wells. One is on Govan, less than half a mile. One is on Buffalo, about 3/4 miles. Those are huge commercial 2,000, feet deep well. Mine was only 400. They capped my well against my wishes, and there are 3 houses over there. And those people got connected by Water District. When I asked to be connected, they said it will cost me $18,000 to put connection to my half acre, which is really ridiculous. I spend $14,000. They do that here. It's not the domestic. I have here copy irrigation well. They did that without my permission, and I don't know what to do. The people say there is new law, and they can cap the well, but this well dry out because they put commercial big 2,000 feet deep well. So, water level in that district is going down. So they purposely ruined me. Water district ruined me because they put commercial well next to my property. So how can I really pay now $18,000? I'm in hole, including well plus putting water tank and everything else. And they are hiding everybody in water district. Oh, there is a new law was passed. They didn't grandfather me, so I don't know what is the idea. Do you have any suggestion?
I do have a suggestion. I'm going to help you out here. You actually live about 5 minutes from me, so I have a pretty good idea. See the lady with the long blonde hair? She's going to get your phone number, and I'm going to call you this afternoon, and I'll walk you through where we are at in the process, and also drive past your home on the way home.
Thank you.
And she'll help you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Maria Valenzuela, and I'm with Mr. Atkinson here. I've never spoken in a place like this. I'm a retired healthcare provider, and I watched on TV about the need of Las Vegas, of a place where people sleep at night instead of having them sleep on benches, on parks, or on the streets. And it is a shame for Las Vegas being rich, and we see these people by the tourists that we cannot take care of our own residents here. I'm saddened by the fact that Mr. Thompson's passing away because of his heart towards the homeless people. Now, we have seen with Mr. Atkinson here some places that are abandoned. There's a special place that we saw along Washington and some places, and that's what we could do. And I believe there's a program now that if we can have dormitory-like for night for these people, which we are interested in doing so, we can rehab these places, make it livable and pleasant looking to the neighborhood, so it's not going to be a place where these people hang out during the night or early in the morning. We have to make sure that it is according to the neighborhood. So this is what we want to do. We like to have a place to sleep at night only from 7 o'clock to 7 in the morning, and then they go on their own. We would have to provide cots at night. We change their sheets every day. We will have to have some electric also to that place. And we intend to put those portable potties just for the overnight stay. But we need some help to initiate this. And this is for the Las Vegas good looks, we are a tourist spot. And if we would be successful in this, Mr. Atkinson and I would like to be a model to other areas in town where there are homeless. We would like to start out with 20, and we would be responsible to have them either walk to the place, or we help them in providing transportation to the place for overnight stay only. 14 seconds. That's all that I can tell you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we do not know how to start this.
I'm going to, that same lovely blonde lady, she's going to take your phone number.
Thank you.
And I'll call you this afternoon. She's busy today. Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment? Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public comment.
Item number 2 is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on March 19, 2019, and the special meeting on March 25, 2019.
Ooh, I have a motion by Commissioner Brown to approve the minutes. Any further comments? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 3 is the approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items and deletion of any items. Madam Chair and Commissioners, with the inclusion of one item in your agenda, we have one addendum, so we now have 89 items on your agenda. And at this point in time, staff, we do not have any changes, deletions, or additions to the agenda.
Okay. Does anybody else have any changes? Ms. King, we are going to move up opportunity zones before the legislative update, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no other changes, Commissioner Gibson has moved for approval. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
We can now move to section 2 of your agenda, which are your consent, which is your consent agenda. Please note that items numbers 4 through 69 comprise of your consent agenda, and I have no items at this point in time to be deleted, nor do I have any items to be taken separately.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 49, I'd like to disclose that this firm handles my campaign finances.
Any other disclosures? Commissioner Weekly and myself as well. Same disclosure, Mary. Okay. Anything else? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Commissioner Brown makes a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 4 through 69. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
We can now move to section 3 of the agenda, which is your Commissioners County Manager recognition. We have item number 70, which is to present a proclamation designating May 2019 as Nevada Wildfire Awareness Month in Clark County.
Have all the firefighters come on down. It's coming down. It's that time of year to remind the public that the potential for wildfires is highest in southern Nevada during the spring and summer months. I know for sure, having been out at Spring Mountain Ranch this last weekend, that it's definitely very dry out there. The theme of Wildfire Awareness Month this year is Wildfires Happen. Is your community prepared? I want to thank these agencies for the work that they do all year to make our residents aware of actions we can take to reduce the threat of wildfire. They actively support a program called Living with Fire. The program has a website that contains a wealth of fire safety information for the public at www.livingwithfire.info. With the Carpenter One fire at Mount Charleston in the summer of 2013, we all saw firsthand that southern Nevada is at risk for serious wildfires. It's important that we all do our part to minimize any human activity that could potentially start a fire or make a fire worse if one should get started. Thank you for your great program and your efforts to promote public safety and save lives. Chief, you want to? Oh, sure. Grab the proclamation. All right. Should we have everybody? All right. Let's hear it from you.
Good morning, Larry Haydu, Assistant Chief of Clark County Fire. You know, our theme this year is wildfires happen. We all know they do. And is your community prepared? And I have to say that Southern Nevada enjoys probably one of the best collaborative efforts of agencies anywhere in the state. Everybody up here works together year-round, fire season, off-season, to make sure that we're ready for the fire season when it rolls around, which typically starts in May. We have an amazing group of people, and I can't thank them enough for all they do to support the Clark County Fire Department and vice versa. And Chief, thanks for all your support. We have people here today from the National Park Service, Lake Mead, the Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, Nevada Division of Forestry, Mount Charleston Fire Protection Agency, and I think I didn't forget anybody. Well, I said Clark County. Chief?
Well, just to add on to that, I want to thank the commissioners and county staff for taking this opportunity to present this proclamation and dedicating this month for wildfire awareness. Thank you.
Thank you again. We'll go ahead and take photo. Sneak on over here.
Next, we have item number 71, which is to present a proclamation to recognize and honor Susan G. Komen, Nevada, for its contributions to the community and to proclaim May 7, 2019, Susan G. Komen Day in Clark County.
Thank you, Chelsea Bramble, and who's the executive director of the Susan B. Komen organization, and Tanya Flanagan, who is a prominent Clark County employee, who is board president, are joining us today. The Susan B. Komen organization was founded nationally in 1982 and incorporated in Nevada in 1996 to support uninsured, underinsured, and low-income men and women in helping to research, provide education, and fund other related activities associated with the reduction and the eventual cure of breast cancer. And over that time, this organization and others who follow their example has made a significant difference. And in fact, from the year 1989 to 2016, there was a 39% reduction in the deaths from breast cancer. And we appreciate all they do. Each day in Nevada, 6 people are diagnosed with breast cancer. And each week, 5 people die in the state from that disease. We need to recognize that since '82, Komen has funded $988 million in research and contributed $2.2 billion in education, screening, and treatment to help millions of people across the world. They've invested more than $12 million to help families right here in Nevada. And this year, more than 270,000 men and women in the U.S. are expected to be diagnosed with breast cancer, and more than 42,000 are expected to die. And that's why Komen's work is so incredibly valuable to us. Commissioner Jones and I were at the Komen, Nevada More Than Pink Walk Saturday morning at the district. I don't know how many thousands you had. What did you finally get a count? 4,500. It was a lot. It looked like 20,000 to us. In any case, there are a lot of committed people in this community, none of whom are any more committed than these people. And we appreciate the example you set for us, the incredible work that is done. And it ought to motivate each and all of us to follow the example, to do what we can to help support in organizations like Komen, and Komen in particular, and to motivate ourselves to ensure that those close to us get screened, get educated, get treated. The kinds of things that will prevent the loss of life that is so tragic and affects so many. So on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, We recognize and honor Susan G. Komen, Nevada, for its contributions to the community on this day, May 7, 2019, and we proclaim it Susan B. Komen, Nevada Day in Clark County.
I just want to say thank you guys so much. We are an organization built upon its volunteers and the community, and we wouldn't be able to do any of the work here without your support. This really helps us turn that awareness into action as we continue to fight this disease every day, because we know that it affects so many Nevadans. Our board president, Tanya Flanagan, is one of those. So she fights tirelessly because she herself is a 3-time breast cancer survivor. So with that said, I'd love to turn this over to Tanya.
Good morning. Thank you to all of the commissioners on the Clark County Board of Commissioners. Thank you so much for recognizing Komen and bringing awareness to this. As Chelsea mentioned, I am a 3-time survivor. I lost my mother to breast cancer as well. And it seems every week, or at least once a month, which is too often, someone calls me and says, "Can I have someone call you?" I've had 2 in the last 2 weeks. Can I have that person call you and talk to you, whether it's about going through the process of being treated or the follow-up aftermath of reconstruction or something that has to do with this journey. So it is so important that we keep it front and center. I know we see pink everywhere, but still, there's more to be done. There are more lives to be saved, and I can't stress the importance of early detection enough. So thank you again to Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Gibson for coming out on Saturday. It was a great day. Thank you to Commissioner Weekly and all of the commissioners Commissioner Nath and Maryland, to Commissioner Kirkpatrick and Commissioner Segerblum for just all of the attention that you place on this cause and supporting it. Thank you so much to the county. I have to give acknowledgement to our county manager, Yolanda King, who allowed us to have a county team this year for Komen. So within our own family right here in the county, I am grateful to all of my colleagues and coworkers who participated in this year's More Than Pink Walk to make a difference. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
I like the pink tie.
Oh, do you? Yeah. I got a chance to wear it.
Commissioners, item number 72 is to recognize Christian Shelton of the Las Vegas Academy as a 2-time state champion for Best Male Solo Vocalist in Nevada.
All right, thank you. Will Christian Shelton please come on down? Hey, Christian, y'all give him a round of applause. Many times here in Clark County, we honor all of our athletes. We have, whether it be the basketball team, the football team, the track team, tennis, we acknowledge sports all the time. And every now and then we get a student that comes in that's academically talented as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this time we're recognizing someone who has impeccable vocal skills. And you know, I could have been a Grammy Award winner myself, Madam Chair, but I left it to Christian to handle that for us. Not only did this young man compete last year in the state solo male vocal competition and was granted state champion, but he went back and had a repeat. He was almost like the old Lakers, you know, a back-to-back. And so we're so very honored to have Christian here with us today. And Christian, we wanted to recognize you on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners with this beautiful medallion to just tell you how proud we are, man. We want you to keep on using your voice and keep on singing. And we want to recognize you as the best male vocal soloist for the state of Nevada for 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, Christian Shelton.
I'm not going to sing.
You can't sing today, y'all. Listen, that's the beauty of being an outstanding vocalist. You have to save those vocal cords, right? So he's not going to sing for us today, but he's just going to share his thoughts and appreciation with you.
I just wanted to thank all of you guys on the County Commissioners Board for the recognition. It really means a lot to me because sometimes I'll flip through the channels on the TV and I'll see you guys on here. I'm like, oh, that looks really cool and fun to come here. And I kind of enjoyed it. So thank you guys for the recognition.
All right. Christian, it's not cool and fun. Trust me. some days it's pretty cool, and some days it's pretty fun. But it's pretty interesting to see. We have an 18-year-old that flips through and watches some of our meeting. Wow, you better get a life, buddy. Here you go, Christian. And we're very proud to have Christian's mom and dad, Wendy and Alan Shelton. Would you two please stand? They're videoing, but want to thank these proud parents here. They've been traveling all across the state with Christian, and Christian received a scholarship, ladies and gentlemen, to attend UNLV. So we're keeping that talent right here in Las Vegas. And Christian actually just came from a big vocal event somewhere out of the country. Where did you go?
I went to Austria, and I went to Salzburg and Vienna. Yes.
I don't even know what that is, but at any rate, we obviously you had a great time and you did a great job, and we are so very, very, very proud of you. Congratulations, Christian. Move on in and take this great photo. Hold on, Chris. Let me get them together. All right. Christian Shelton, everybody. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Christian.
Commissioners, we do have a couple of extra proclamations to provide and recognitions. We have a proclamation to present to the Breakaway Cycling for their service to the community.
Thank you. I want to invite up the co-founders of Breakaway Cycling, Joanna Piet and Mark Weimer. While they're coming up, some of you may know that cycling is a sport that is near and dear to my heart. In fact, I got my cycling cufflinks on today. And as we celebrate May as National Bike Month, we wanted to recognize Breakaway Cycling for their contribution to our community. So just to tell you, I want to tell you a little bit about Breakaway Cycling. Breakaway was founded in 2016 with the purpose of donating bikes, locks, and helmets to underprivileged kids here in Clark County. Breakaway partners with the Clark County School District to help promote safe, simple, and sustainable transportation to and from school through bike rodeos on school campuses. Today, Breakaway has donated nearly 900 bikes with locks to Clark County kids, plus 1,700 bike helmets. And this weekend, we are very excited. You'll hear a little bit about this later, but we are reopening Peace Park out in Sandy Valley. And if you've ever been into Sandy Valley, you know they don't get a whole lot of love out there, particularly for cycling. So Breakaway has offered to come on out and partner with us at our Parks and Rec department for the grand reopening of Peace Park. They're donating 25 new bikes, helmets, and locks in a raffle for kids out in Sandy Valley. So let's give them a round of applause for that, right? And one of the exciting features about the new park is that it's going to have a half-mile paved trail that will allow kids out in Sandy Valley who don't have a lot of paved roads at all to have a safe place for them to ride their bikes. Breakaway is partnering with our friends over at Las Vegas Cyclery to do a bike repair station out there during the event. And we just wanted to thank them for their commitment to our community. I know I've been out on rides with these guys, and I really appreciate all they're doing for our community to make sure that we're able to ride safe and introduce our kids to the sport of cycling. So thank you so much. Present this proclamation and appreciate all you guys are doing as we celebrate National Bike Month. So I want to pass this along to you.
Hi, my name is Joanna. This is Mark. We founded this cycling team solely as a labor of love, and it truly is. Without all of our partners, all the little names and stuff we have painted all over our clothing, we couldn't do this. We're the vehicle by which their money purchases bicycles and puts them underneath these kids. And we partnered with CCSD to kind of invent or develop programs that encourage the kids to come to school, write essays about the excuse me, importance of exercise, the importance of owning or riding a bicycle. So not only are they winning a bike, but they are earning it. And we are hoping to see an improvement in attendance and fitness responsibility, all the things that brings. So without the help of our wonderful teammates and all of our sponsors, we couldn't do it. And we appreciate you guys acknowledging us for that. Thank you so much. Excuse me. Tickle in my throat. Okay. Pardon me.
All right, let's give it up for Breakaway Cycling.
Commissioners, we have one more recognition, and that is to the Clark County A team for their coordination in putting on the Family Feast or Fest event. And this is by Commissioner Naft.
Thank you. And I know our wonderful A team is coming up to join us on the dais. But first, if I could thank our County Manager King for a year and a half ago reinstituting our A team already in the last 4 months that I've been here. They have done so much. This is their second time back up here joining us to be recognized for the great work that they did. 2 weekends ago, I had the pleasure, along with a lot of my colleagues up here, of attending Family Fest. Family Fest was an event which recognized and brought out, thank you, the families of Clark County employees who work so hard every day. They had a chance on Saturday to get together. 2,700 employees attended. There were 2 stages with live music, 12 different themed food trucks, the Clark County Fire Department, County Park Police, WNBA Aces, Lights, and Aviators were all out there to greet the families and show off some of their cool attractions. So we're so grateful to the work that you did. That was a tremendous amount of work that you all put into that event, and it showed on the faces of everybody who was out there enjoying it. Because you have done so much in such a short period of time, you've already been up here being recognized, and we've given you proclamations, and we'll do it again. Today we thought we'd do something different. We have some boxes of chocolate for you to enjoy, so we'll give that to you on the way out. But thank you so much. We're so proud of you and glad to call you our colleagues, and thank you for the service you do. Thank you so much. And I have to specifically acknowledge our chairman, Richard Blute. You want to say a few words?
Thank you. I always do. But we have a new chairman. Melissa is taking over as the chairman or chairwoman. But it was great. The gratification from the employees really appreciated this effort. So we thank you all for giving us the support and financial means to put on such an event. And tying into the the wildfire month, we're going to be out with the CARE team this Saturday out at Mount Charleston cleaning up and doing our part as well. So hopefully you're able to join us. And Melissa?
Just to tie into that, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that made this happen, the A-team, Parks and Rec, purchasing, county management, everybody that made this happen, and everybody that came out to support us. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, can we come into 2 rows so we can take a picture together? Maybe everyone to your left come up front and we'll squeeze in. Thank you so much. One more time for our A-team.
Okay, Commissioners, that concludes your Commissioner County Manager recognition. We now need to go to Section 5 of your agenda, which are your public hearing items. Item number 73 is to conduct a public hearing and approve and adopt the proposed Southern Nevada Design and Construction Standards for Wastewater Collection Systems 4th edition and authorize future updates be approved by the General Manager or take other action as appropriate.
Good morning, Mr. Tom Minwigan.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning, Tom Minwigan with the Clark County Water Reclamation District. I'd like to first thank the staffs from the cities of Henderson, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Boulder City, as well as our own staff at Water Reclamation District for their efforts over the last 3 years to update this standard before you. This regionally supported standard was last updated in 2009. The standard is intended to improve safety, awareness and communication, as well as to promote operational and maintenance consistency, and also to enhance system reliability. The agencies working together also conducted outreach efforts to the key stakeholders within the community, the design, construction, development folks, that is, and allowed them input into the standard. The design overall standards have over the years respectfully supported the various agencies as well as the community very well, and this update will also achieve and or support and help the further success of the wastewater collection systems.
Thank you, Mr. Minwigan. Does that complete your presentation?
That does conclude the comments.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on the public hearing, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to the board and entertain a motion. I have a motion by Commissioner Jones to approve item number 73. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Somebody, motion passes.
Thank you, members.
Item 74 is to conduct a public hearing and approve and adopt the proposed lift station design and construction standards, first edition, and authorize future updates be approved by the general manager or take other action as appropriate.
Good morning, Mr. Minwigan.
Members of the board, Tom Minwigan with the Clark County Water Reclamation District. I would like to thank our district staff from the operations, maintenance, engineering, and construction groups that are very experienced and aware of our district public lift stations for their time to develop this first standard for public lift stations. It is important to note that we try to avoid the use of lift stations. So why build the lift stations when we basically, it's always our intent to rely on gravity to move wastewater across the valley. We do have 23 lift stations within our current system that has been developed over the many decades prior to us. We've taken those lessons learned and those experiences within the organization to develop this standard. The standards itself and those lessons will basically improve our safety, our consistency and reliability for all the maintenance as well as operation activities for the years to come. The district also conducted public outreach with the community key stakeholders, provided them opportunities for input. This standard will be utilized in new designs as well as rehabilitation and retrofits of any public wastewater lift station or force main. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Minwigan. This also is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward, state your name for the record. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to turn it over to the board. Commissioner Brown has moved for approval on item number 74. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Minwigan, for all your work on this.
Item number 75 is to conduct a public hearing on the fiscal year 2019 action plan for housing and community development. Madam Chair, before you open the public hearing, we do have a presentation from staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kristen Cooper, Clark County Social Service. And this is a public hearing for the 2019-2020 HUD action plan. The plan must be submitted to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for Clark County to be eligible to receive grant funding of approximately $16.4 million. The total funding represented in the plan is approximately $18.5 million with the addition of state home and low-income housing trust fund monies. The 2019 action plan outlines the projects that will be funded in fiscal year 1920. All the projects were reviewed and approved by the Commission on April 16th, 2019. And the final fiscal year 2019 HUD action plan will be on the consent agenda for submission approval on June 4th and will incorporate any public comments and administrative changes. And I have a very short presentation. This represents the funding, the 2019 action plan funding. As you can see, we have $3.6 million coming in for the home program, the Home Investment Partnerships Program. And then there's state money, low-income housing trust funds, and then we have other funds that are program income, off-cycle funding that we received, are bringing forward from prior years. So we have a total of $10.1 million in home and lift. And then $650,000 in emergency solutions grant and $7.7 million approximately in CDBG. So on the CDBG, we're working to complete the 5-year capital improvement plan, and we have some funds that are allocated for 2 capital projects, but we are looking for shovel-ready projects at this point because we have to meet our 1.5 allocation. We have to expend 1.5, sorry. We can't have on hand more than 1.5 ratio of CDBG funds at May 2nd of every year. And then our emergency solutions focused on youth, families, and domestic violence. And we are doing rapid rehousing with those funds and emergency shelter. And I wanted to just remind you of your home projects that you approved last meeting. And we have a total of 421 units. The majority of those, other than the 39 at Old Mill in Mesquite, are new units that will be under construction. We also have previously approved projects that are what we call under development, which means that they're not yet coming out of the ground, but that they will be in the near future. And we have 324 of those units. And then we have also previously approved, but also now already under construction, are 503 units of affordable housing. And it gives us a total of 1,209 affordable housing units that are new that will be coming online in the next several years. And then this breaks down the percentage AMI that that they target. So you can see that most of them are at the 60% area median income and above, with fewer of them being at the really, really low income, which is where we have a huge need. And that's what I have for you.
Okay, thank you. That completes your presentation. Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Ms. Coleman.
Yes, my name is Margaret Ann Coleman. I want to speak on this item due to the fact is low-income people such as myself that is under 700 or 800, we can't afford housing because they want first and last and cleanup fee in these development. The people that you have given the money to, such as the SNDH, they're not supplying housing. They're only giving you on the list. And like I said, I've been on there 2 years. I went over to the Housing Authority meeting. Someone was supposed to help me, but she did nothing. You have to start paying attention to the employees. They're not feeling as though they can step across the line and supply to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period and turn it over to the board. Does the board have any questions? All right, I guess I'll start then. So, and I just want to be clear, though, this is in some of this is part of our overall homeless plan when it comes to units, but some of it is going to take a little while to get it going, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The average time is about 2 years from the time it's funded.
And so we already have, if you go back to that, we already have, what did you say, 421 units that are on the getting ready to go. 324 are already funded, correct?
Correct. So 324 already funded. The new list, we won't receive that funding until, it starts July 1, but we won't receive it until August or September. And then the ones that we currently have under construction, so that are coming out of the ground and at our various stages of completion, is 503 units.
So can I ask, I want to ask a question though. So how do you find out when these units come online? Do we already have people assessed through the system? And I'll use Bonnie Lane Apartments. That is a phenomenal facility. We are lucky to have great partners like Accessible Space. But there's 250 people on a waiting list over there. So how do you get on a list so that when these construction projects come up, people are ready, they know how to get in there? Because what I'll tell you is, and even Overton, right, we've been redoing the ones from the last year, and it's been amazing how we're doing, but people are, and I'll use my neighbor as an example, 80 years old, right? She gets $800 a month, and she just, if it weren't for our family fortunate enough to help her, she would need a location like this. So how do you get in that system to get on the list for when it's ready? And I mean, you may have to move a couple different times in between that, but at some point, how do we tell people how to do that?
Well, part of it is that each developer and management company has to have an affirmative marketing plan. So they do go out and they advertise, and what often happens is that people who are in their existing units hear about this through the newsletters, and so some of them actually end up moving into those new units. So that's part of what happens. And then people also are already on waiting lists for different units, and they let the developer owner know that they are interested in a unit sort of anywhere, if that's the case. Often, though, people have family that are nearby, and so they want to stay in a particular area. And so they're waiting until other people move to other places or that become available. So there's advertising, notifications that go out to various interest groups, so AARP and different organizations that know about, that deal with the different clientele. So if it's seniors or people with disabilities or families. So like Boulder Highway recently opened, and they rented up very quickly. They leased up very quickly, and people heard about it through a variety of the social service providers throughout town.
Okay, I mean, I'm just hoping at some point, right, we can be able to say to our constituents, because a lot of folks are taking their parents in, or whether they're veterans, whether they're low-income families. I mean, it's hard to be out that at least maybe we could say, try here, try there, because we are separate and above from the housing authority.
Correct.
On this.
Yes.
This is completely different from what the housing authority does, and so it'd just be kind of nice to at least help people get on a waiting list or understand how that works.
Although I will say that some of our projects are with the housing authority as they're converting, building new units, like Rose Gardens was recently constructed. So we do have projects with them. I will also tell you that we are coming back on May 21st with a larger presentation about affordable housing and how much of an issue it is, because we have a crisis on our hands.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schiller.
Commissioner, I just wanted to add a couple pieces. One is earlier on your consent agenda, as you all know, we had a couple items. One was tied to youth and increasing shelter beds. Second was tied to a private-public partnership on increasing our capacity of housing units. And to answer your question, I think even a little more directly, the issue of This action plan is really tied to kind of that mid to long-term solution, so we need to be building at the same time on a parallel road. We are also trying to look at how we lease and increase that capacity, kind of more to your point of that emergency need. So I think you're going to see more and more of that moving forward as it ties to our overall plan and kind of how that merges together.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Commissioner Weekly.
Hi there, Christian. So this is what we consider the 5-year plan?
So, no, this one is actually just the annual action plan for 1920.
Okay, that's what.
Yeah, the
that's
5-year
the one I
plan
want.
is coming up next year.
That's coming up. Okay, I'm a little early. Listen,
That's
because
coming.
for the last several years, I've always been a commission meeting late after the 5-year plan, so I need to start early. So thumbtack me in for. I see Mr. Pollock in the audience there.
No
Mr. Pollock,
problem.
sit on the front row. I've already put your reserved sign seat on your seat there, so I have questions about that. Thank you very much, Christian, for your hard work.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
Actually, that's it. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, that we have a. No motion? Okay. Sorry, I lost track.
Next, we have item number 76, which is pursuant to NRS 288.153, conduct a public hearing and approve and authorize the chair to sign the collective bargaining agreement fiscal reopener between Clark County and the Clark County Defenders Union effective July 1, 2019 through June 30th of 2020, and extend the same salary and benefit changes to non-union employees not covered by the CCDU collective bargaining agreement.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Sandy Gentette, Director of Human Resources. The item before you is a fiscal reopener effective July 1st, 2019. The fiscal impact summary that you have an attachment for of your backup materials includes a cost of a 2.25% increase in the amount of $527,770. And there are 139 impacted positions. I respectfully request your approval of this item.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to the board. Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Sager-Bloom.
I need to make a disclosure. My son works for the public defender, so I think that this is not enough money, but in the interest of disclosure, I won't vote.
Okay. Anybody else have I'd entertain a motion? Commissioner
If there is
Gibson?
nothing more, I move approval.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved for approval on item number 76. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 77 is to conduct a public hearing to approve, adopt, and authorize the second 10-year carbon monoxide limited maintenance plan, Las Vegas Valley Maintenance Area, Clark County, Nevada, and authorize the director or her designee to incorporate any relevant public comments into the plan and submit the plan to the state of Nevada and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for review and approval as a revision to the Nevada State Implementation Plan. Madam Chair, I do believe we have a presentation for this item.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Mike Sword, I'm the Planning Manager for the Department of Air Quality, and I have a brief presentation on our 10-year limited maintenance plan submittal. Thank you. So, just a brief history on carbon monoxide background. As you may be aware, we live in a valley at a high altitude. We're surrounded by mountains, so it's essentially that we live in a bowl. And CO is a wintertime problem. It's a decades-old problem. In 1990, EPA determined that we were moderate for non-attainment for it. In 97, they bumped us up to serious non-attainment and required us to do a SIP, which we submitted in 2000. A SIP is good for 10 years, and that lasted to 2010. In 2010, we submitted the first maintenance plan, which is a different type of SIP. SIP's a state implementation plan that basically defines how we're going to be in attainment or stay in attainment. That SIP expires in 2020. This is the replacement to that 2020 plan and will last an additional 10 years, and in theory will be the final maintenance plan that will need to be submitted. This slide is one of two graphs that kind of visually demonstrate the problem. The time period on it goes from 1981, I believe, to 1998. In the early 80s, this is the first one is the number of days of exceedance that occurred each year. So in the early 80s, you can see that it was not unusual to have anywhere between 25 and 40 days of exceedance in just a wintertime period. It ends in 1998 because that was the last year that we had an exceedance for carbon monoxide. This next graph shows the trends of concentration. The concentrations are identified on the axis in increments of 10. Right below 10 is a solid line. That solid line is the standard of 9 ppm for carbon monoxide. We dropped below that line in 1998, and we continue to drop down, although we're kind of leveling out around 3 ppm for carbon monoxide. This is a chart that kind of explains the sources in air quality terms. In air quality terms, we think of things as mobile sources on-road or mobile sources off-road, stationary sources, which would be like a commercial boiler or something like that. Some things to note on this slide is that the stationary sources are responsible for less than 1% of the CO problem. The majority of it is on-road mobile, the cars we drive. The control measures that have worked and are contained within the maintenance plan include the fact that EPA continues to work on emissions at a national level. The state vehicle inspection maintenance program, most of us think of that as a smog check program. That has been a very important part of not just CO but ozone. And just as a side note, in the legislature, almost every session in the legislature, that program comes under scrutiny, and we find ourselves defending it fairly rigorously sometimes. Oxygenated fuels have had a key role in reducing carbon monoxide, and the state technician training and certification, where those are the folks who are trained on how to repair vehicles to keep their emissions within the standard. One of the things that helped us in the 90s was fleet turnover. In the mid-90s, EPA came out with onboard diagnostics that really reduced the amount of emissions coming from vehicles. And Las Vegas has always had a lot of new vehicles in their fleet, so that turnover helped us quite a bit. And then other voluntary measures such as the RTC, rideshare, and those public transportation programs. The next steps for us are to, in theory, we expect to remain below the standard, and the things that we're going to continue to work with are, is cleaner fuel and vehicle emissions. As new technologies come out and those things evolve, those things will help us. We will continue to monitor CO in the valley. We currently have 3 monitors in the valley. Smog checks of vehicles, we will continue to defend that program, and we will reevaluate control and contingency measures as necessary. And with that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. And does anybody from the board have anything? I have a motion by Commissioner Jones. Take my glasses off to see close. Any further discussion? I just want to say kudos to our air quality department, because making those huge strides and being below where we should be is always a good spot to be in. So I remember the days when we were on the other side. So kudos to you all. So with that, no other things, I would please cast your vote. We're voting. I don't know what you were doing, but we're voting.
We were talking each other. We were talking each other
About
into
air
voting.
quality, I'm sure. Motion passes.
Next, we have item number 78, which is to conduct a public hearing, adopt, approve, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance to amend Clark County Titles 6 and 7 concerning the licensure of hospitals, urgent care centers, clinics, laboratories, providing for licensure of hospitals, urgent medical centers, clinics, and laboratories, establishing requirements for medical facilities that offer or advertise emergency medical services, requiring certain medical facilities to be certified by CMS and accept payments from Medicare, Medicaid, providing for business license fees, providing for suspension, revocation, or non-renewal of a business license for non-compliance and penalties, and provide for other matters properly related thereto.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Michael Harwell. I'm with the Business License Department. I don't have a presentation other than this is an ordinance that the board had requested us to draft regarding requiring hospitals and facilities that hold themselves out as providing emergency medical services to accept Medicare and Medicaid, and also to comply with federal regulations on the treatment of emergency patients.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. And at least for the board, at least there's one thing I'd like to add just to all, including the grandfathered folks. And I did reach out to them, and they understand why I'm asking it, but I would just like some additional signage to be on the front door of what type of coverage is covered, just so patients are aware coming in. I think that that is reasonable. But other than that, I think going forward we'll be in a good spot. Commissioner Gibson.
Is that language now in the draft that is in front of us? I read this earlier, but I didn't know about that.
It is not. That's why I'm asking. I don't believe, Mary Ann, that it's a huge change that we could add that in, or?
Is the signage a burden on businesses?
I don't believe so.
So it would
But
be,
they might,
all it would
but
be
I don't
is
think so.
notice to any patient coming in the door that there is no Medicaid, Medicare, or other insurance coverage accepted at the institute.
My only concern is that wasn't part of the business impact statement.
Okay,
So that can be maybe advisory at this point. And if you
So
go
I'm
back
just going to point it out to the grandfathered folks that's there. I'll expect that you'll have some type of signage as you agreed to in your facility. Perfect.
But this
Commissioner.
ordinance, doesn't address the grandfathered places, right? So we'd have to have that separated if we wanted to put it into legality.
It doesn't include them at this point, no.
It does or it doesn't?
It does not include them because they were already up and going. This is going forward, but I had spoke with the grandfathered companies and asked them to at least put some signage in, and they agreed that that would be a reasonable request. Commissioner Gibson?
Well, I don't think that's onerous, and I would say that we ought to determine whether they do that, because maybe we need to come back. I think that's a fair notice to a patient. And having said that, I move the adoption of the ordinance.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved for the adoption of the ordinance number 78. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Next, we have item number 79, which is to conduct a public hearing, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving a lease between Clark County and the University Cooperative Extension for plus or minus 10,890 square feet of vacant land for use of a community garden on a portion of the Mountain View Park, assessor's parcel number 264-21-601-002, located at 2610 Needles Highway, Laughlin, Nevada, and authorize the Director of Real Property Management or her designee to sign the interlocal lease amendment.
Good morning, Ms. Creamer.
Good morning. Lisa Creamer with the Department of Real Property Management. This is just a continuation of an existing lease, so I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Naft. Want to make a motion?
Move for approval.
Commissioner Naft has made a motion to approve item number 79. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 80 is to conduct a public hearing, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving a lease between Clark County and the University Cooperative Extension for plus or minus 203 square feet of office space located at the Laughlin Community Resource Center, located at 55 Civic Way, suites number 126 and 127 of Laughlin, Nevada, and authorize the Director of Real Property Management or her designee to sign the interlocal lease amendment.
Good morning. Lisa Creamer with Real Property Management. As with the item before, this is a continuation of an existing lease. The lease for this office space was has been in place since 2010, so this is an extenuation of that one.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward, state your name for the record. Seeing no one, I am going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
I'd gladly move for approval of the extension.
Commissioner Naft has moved for the approval on item number 80. No other discussion. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Commissioners, that concludes your public hearing items. We can now go back to or move to section 6 of your agenda, which are your business items. We have item number 81, which is to identify issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, to receive updates on the activities of various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Okay, anybody have, I'm going to start with Commissioner Naft and work my way down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few meetings and events I'd like to draw some attention to. The first is the Enterprise Land Use Plan. We're having an open house to discuss it on May 21st from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Windmill Library, 7060 West Windmill Lane. I'd also like to mention that the NSBCA is seeking candidates for their board of directors and also for the position of executive director. As some may know, the Humane Network is now the appointed trustee of the NSPCA, and they're looking to quickly fill those positions. They're accepting applications now through June 4th. And the Clark County, Clark County, we're having a traffic safety summit, which I've mentioned before. Myself, along with hopefully several of my colleagues, including our chairwoman, will be participating and organizing this event on June 20th at UNLV. If anyone you know has issues with traffic safety, which I think is pretty well everybody here, call my office. Let me know how we can make this a more useful and successful program. All of these, the details of all these events are available in All Around A, the May edition of my district's newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk about a couple of events that we had or have coming up. First off, I mentioned when we honored Breakaway Cycling that it is National Bike Month. National Bike to Work Today is May 17th, and we are encouraging Clark County employees, if they want to bike to work that day. I'll be hosting them from 7 to 9 p.m. in the cafeteria with bagels and juice and coffee. And so we'll try and get the word out through our A-team and through the manager's office of opportunities to participate in that. This past weekend,
Commissioner Weekly and I are in. We're going to do it.
You're going to do it? Sweet. All right. Yeah, Commissioner Weekly, I'll provide a doctor if it means that you'll bike to work. Of course, you're probably the closest to work, though. No. Commissioner Sagerblom actually beats you on that one. All right, looking forward to all of my colleagues joining me in cycling to work on the 17th. This past weekend, we had a fantastic event out in Good Springs. It was the opening of a trail, and I have to give extreme kudos to Megan Holzer, the rural liaison. She did a fantastic job of inviting open-air artists to come and paint on the trail. And it was just a wonderful event. In fact, one of the artists, I love this painting so much, I bought it. And if you're up in the commission offices, it's now posted next to the door if you want to check that out. But I think we have some video from that event.
Because there's so many mines, because it was the township, so you have Sandy Valley.
Sure you get my good side. So it's the, yeah.
Years ago, I docked at Willow Beach.
The trail is 2.2 miles. If you join us out in Good Springs, you can always have lunch at the Pioneer Saloon, which is a fun place. I recommend if you go on the trail that you go to the left first, because if you go to the right, as I did, the incline is much steeper. So just as a warning on that one. But it was a great event, great folks out there, and I got to hike the trail actually with Mickey Sprott, our head of public art. So it was a fun time. We have the rural parts of District F are getting some serious love, thanks to my predecessor and all the folks here. So this coming Saturday at Sandy Valley Peace Park, we're doing a grand reopening of that park. That'll start at 9 o'clock. As you heard a little bit before, there's a new half-mile paved area at the park and some additional amenities, a water feature, and some other things. So it definitely invites you to come on out and check out Sandy Valley this weekend. 9 o'clock will start, and then there'll be a barbecue afterwards at 11:30. And then finally, I had the opportunity to go tour with Kevin Schiller and Mike Pollock this past week. The city's facility for inviting the homeless in the courtyard. I would invite my colleagues on the commission to go check out their current facilities, but also to learn about the things that they are planning for that site. We had a good discussion. I think we had some exchange of ideas about how we can continue to work more collaboratively with the city, because we all know that homelessness knows no jurisdictional boundaries. And so looking forward to those opportunities.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything on this end? Commissioner Sagerblum?
I'm not sure if they have any video of this, but I was fortunate to give the key to the county, like you did to the guy from the TV show. I gave this to Chef Andreas, who is, as you know, has several restaurants on the Strip, but he's also world famous for providing food in places like Puerto Rico and places where they need it. So he's a really fantastic international ambassador, and he's an immigrant, United States citizen now. But I just want to remind people that we have great people like this as part of our Las Vegas community, and so it's so exciting to honor them for what they do nationally. And I'm not sure if anyone else is going to mention this, but since I'm the first one, I just wanted to point out that this is Teacher Appreciation Week, and we all obviously love teachers. So my mother was a teacher, and I just think there's nothing more important that we can do.
Thank you. Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Today I had the opportunity to go to Robert Bailey Elementary in Harley Harmon. We brought bagels to the teachers and expressed our appreciation for all they do, and we can't do enough to work to really understand the challenges in the classroom today. So it is not an easy thing to be there, and they were there very early. This past week, the Billboard Music Awards were telecast from Las Vegas for the 20th straight year. And Commissioner Jones joined me in presenting a proclamation to each of the four. You see behind us in this video 3 of the executive producers of the show. The fellow between us is Brendan Urie of Panic at the Disco, who has really made a difference in Las Vegas. By the way, he attributed his success to his teacher in high school, at Palo Verde High School, Mr. Mata, and that was something that was not lost on any of us after we learned about it and talked about it. You can see that he's holding a key to the Las Vegas Strip. And a special recognition, Brendan worked with the Boys and Girls Clubs and determined that it would be a worthwhile thing to allow kids with talent to discover a little bit more about the industry. And so he has built a recording studio, which is available to children. And it will be opening soon. He's just done a lot in the community, and we are proud that he is a native son, that he came out of our district, that he has friendships across the valley, and it was fun to be able to both honor the award. We saw him perform then when the awards were telecast, and he had a whole lot of energy. You wouldn't have known that if just talking to him and standing there with him, that he would show that much energy. But I understand now from others in my family who are a little younger than I that is always the way he appears and performs. And then finally, we discussed some months ago, or we've had some informal discussions some months ago about lobbyist registration and reporting. And I've thought about this a lot, and it occurs to me that there may be a way to just fine-tune what we have. And I think that it is workable. We, of course, need to serve up notice to lobbyists that they have a responsibility to report on their activities. What I would ask, I suggest this, but I ask the staff to bring something back to us. But what I would propose is that that policy be amended to require that one additional transmittal or submittal be included in what we do. That is that the commissioners receive a copy of what is filed with the clerk's office. What that would do is that would allow each of our executive assistants to track back and make sure that the contacts that we have each had with the lobbyists has been reflected. And I think that's simple enough. It doesn't change everything that we're doing. I don't think it costs us anything. We don't have to hire anybody else. The transmittal comes to us, in what I'm thinking, directly from the lobbyist. And so that maybe there are others who have different views, but that would be my view, and I'd ask and direct that you work on this and bring something back to us. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a couple things going on. First of all, Madam Chair, just let me say in emerging issues, I want to thank you and thank several of you who have just reached out to me over the last 5 months. You guys know I've had a lot of hardship going on in my family. We've had 2 major losses. Both 2 of my little brothers who passed away, one about 5 months ago, and Virgil 3 weeks ago, which has been very heartbreaking for my family. And then, of course, with our colleague, Assemblyman Thompson. So it's been real challenging. But with that, with the jobs that we've been blessed to have here on this commission, the work continues. And so, I've just, thank God, I've been able to just kind of move things forward. I want to thank all my teachers, as Commissioner Segerblum pointed out. This is Teachers Appreciation Week, and Will Covington in my office, he's helped make it possible that we have a mentorship program over at Detweiler Elementary School. And so I want to send a shout out to all those teachers over there to all the teachers in the school district who are working hard to help educate our kids and trying to help them get over the hump over the next couple of weeks as we wrap up and prepare for the class of 2019. Congratulations to all those graduates, but to all the teachers who are working really hard, and to my teachers at Detweiler, we love you all and we appreciate what you're doing for those kids. This past week, we want to thank Darren Emily, our guy from the Public Defender's Office. We're very grateful. We had an opportunity to partner with them over at the Regional Justice Center. Kevin Schiller, our Assistant County Manager, came out to support our event. We hosted a Squash Your Warrant Day, and this was a wonderful event. That day, we were able to help over 1,500 citizens get warrants squashed, to get themselves back on calendar, to be able to not have to hide in the shadows, to come before a judge, get back on calendar. A lot of these warrants got squashed and was such a blessing. The DA's office, Assistant District Attorney Jolly and their team were there to help. All the judges who were there, the line, Madam Manager, started at 6 a.m. We didn't open the doors until 9 a.m. and everybody stayed until 3 p.m. I mean, actually, we just sat around just waiting for people to come because they were so efficient and so effective in blessing so many people who, and you saw, Kevin, so many tears in the, we had a lady who had warrants for she had about $15,000 in warrants. And you talk about people who are trying to pay their light bill, people who are trying to decide, do I pay my rent or do I pay this ticket? Do I just hide out until I can make ends meet? What a blessing on Saturday. We were just extremely overwhelmed. And so I'm thankful to the Public Defender's Office, to their entire team. Just a lot of work. Commissioner Sisolak, your son was amazing. I called you Sisolak. Governor Sisolak's daughter was amazing, but your son, Segerbloom, the S's. You guys' kids were amazing. They helped so many people. They showed up early. They stayed late. And they really put in the work, and we were very grateful to that. So thank you. This Saturday, we have a cleanup in my district, District D, clean up and clean out. And we're very grateful to Opportunity Village, who will be there. They're going to bring out the shredders. So anybody with documents and a bunch of old papers and stuff you want to get rid of, you can stand there and watch all your documents get shredded. If you have new or gently used clothing and shoes you want to give away, we have several of our homeless facilities that are going to be there, as well as our service providers who are going to donate these clothes and shoes to families. And then, of course, we have one more, Kelly, Will, I'm forgetting the other one. They'll get me for that one. And then East Las Vegas Library, we had a ribbon cutting ceremony. We joined in with Councilman Coffin to cut the ribbon on our new library down Bonanza, East Las Vegas Library. Come on down, check it out. It's a beautiful library.
Metro.
Oh, as a matter of fact, thank you, Kelly. Metro is going to be there. Any of you guys got old prescription drugs in your medicine cabinet? Don't flush it. Don't flush them down the drain. Bring them to us. Let Metro dispose of them properly. So that's going to be on site. So that kicks off at 9 a.m. at the Walnut Recreation Center. We did the ribbon cutting at the East Las Vegas Library. It's a beautiful library. What else here? Oh, Mason just left from UMC. This afternoon, this is going to be great, guys. We have the Healthy Nevada Project at UMC today. And this is going to be so cool because you get an opportunity to come and I don't know how to say it correctly here, Jeff Wells, but this is going to be so cool. But it's going to give you an opportunity to find out some of the genetics as it relates to anything that's going on in your family tree. You'll get a chance to see, are you carrying any specific traits? And the beautiful thing about it is not only are we going to kick it off today at UMC, but we've gotten permission from our county manager's office that they're going to come and offer the service to county employees as well. So we're happy about that. Thank you to our chairwoman. She and I have been working with Nevada Cooperative Extension for the past, 2 years now, Commissioner, Madam Chair? So we're cutting the ribbon. I'm opening up a center in West Las Vegas over at the old historic Eddie Guy Community Center, which is on the campus of the Boys and Girls Club. And this is called the Knowledge Center. And the Knowledge Center is going to be amazing. It's a center where we're equipping it with all technology, computers, tutorial programs for kids. We're going to have a coding program for parents. We're going to allow parents to be able to come in and acquire their GEDs. We got a lot of great programs that's going to take place there. So thank you to Nevada Cooperative Extension, the partnership that we're having there. That's going to be great. Teaming up with DFS, we have next week, we're showing the movie Foster. and this is going to be in conjunction with our national, what do we have Katie, what are we having in June? We're having our National NACO conference. Y'all, I just had my birthday, so I can tell it's kicking in, guys. You guys got to work with me. So we're having our, in conjunction with NACO, National NACO, we're doing a big movie next week. Thank you to DFS. Thank you to HBO. We're doing a private screening of the movie Foster, and we're diving into the realm of foster care, and this is going to be fantastic, and we're excited about that. And then on that evening, I'll be the keynote speaker for Nevada State College graduation ceremony. So, yeah, got a lot going on in District D. Real busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weekly, and I'll finish it up. So a few things. One, just so everybody is aware, we are following the governor's lead on flying the flags at half-staff for Assemblyman Tyrone Thompson. That will take effect until Sunday afternoon. Also, there's 12 days of school left, so the kids are already working pretty hard using every ounce of Parks and Rec that we have, but there's camps and all kinds of things available. We're going to be doing a series with Channel 13 talking about all the things that Clark County offers to families out there. And in District B, Commissioner Weekly, you'll remember this is Great American time for us. So we'll have over 150 kids that will have completed the Great American. And if you're not aware of what it is, they have to read, write, and recite the Pledge of Allegiance, the preamble, the Gettysburg Address, the states and capitals, the Star Spangled Banner, and the presidents. So it is something we've been doing for a long time, but we are almost up to 10,000 students over the last 20 years that we've been doing it. So we're pretty excited. So we do a lot of cooking because we reward them with a banquet because most of us can't do that. And we make a big celebration out of it. So we just had our Cinco de Mayo party this last weekend. We had over 2,500 people that I know that I serve tacos to. But I really want to give a shout out to the Spring Mountain Youth Camp. We had 10 young men come out and help us serve. And the story was I told them they had to work as hard as I did, so they now know what that means. But they did offer to come back. But our Parks and Rec staff and juvenile justice as a whole were great, as well as all of the partners that we had from the community. At the end of the day, that helped. So a couple of board things that we have going on: environmental health at Southern Nevada Health District. Commissioner Sagerbloom and I sit on. They are looking to raise fees, so there's not been a lot of public participation. It's a 19% increase, so I encourage folks to get involved, your smaller restaurants, your larger venues that you have. And then lastly, two other things. One, I am speaking with all of with other electeds for opportunity zones. There's an opportunity zone conference in town this week. So Washoe County, Carson City, Henderson, North Las Vegas, and myself will be speaking on a panel. And hopefully after we have the conversation today, it'll be a way for us to do some good things. And then lastly, I need to, so there appears, and I'm thinking of how to say this nicely, so the fireworks folks are lobbying electeds across the valley. They would, and they have a bill in the legislature that they've now attached to, that they would like to have aerials that go up in the air that they'd like to be able to sell. They're called cakes. So and I was not nice when I said, you got to be kidding me. We get 25,000 calls each year. Commissioner Weekly and I sometimes go back and forth texting because the dogs are barking. We're filled at the foundations. So they've been working pretty hard to get all these extra things they want to be able to sell. We had adopted last year that we would only sell fireworks from July 1st to July 4th. However, and we do this on a regional basis. Everybody's supposed to work together. However, a couple cities defected from that. which is somewhat frustrating. But Chief Castle believes that we should probably change our ordinance to go back to the 28th through the 4th. But hopefully we can all stay together regionally to ensure that we don't add any more fireworks to the table, because it's already pretty hard for us to keep our public safety. Commissioner Weekly, did you want to add to that?
No, I appreciate you bringing that up, and I hope that the other commissioners who have joined the board can get some information on the ordinance that we did introduce, and that the initiative that's been pushed over the years to really try to help eradicate a lot of the problems that we do have. We understand that we're not going to be able to, and that's not our goal, is to cut out fireworks celebrations. We're just concerned about, especially in our older neighborhoods, we have a lot of tragedy that happens each and every year. And so it's our hope that we can get everybody on board. And I agree with you, Madam Chair, that this was supposed to be a regional thing. And so it looks like the conversations will get a little bit more intense as we move forward.
I didn't go to the last meeting because I knew I couldn't be nice, so I just stayed away. But so we will be mailing out 10,000 letters to the hot spots of the neighborhoods that were the worst last year. And we also are mailing out letters to the HOAs because they can fine folks for letting them off. Rhodes Ranch is a great example. Last year, they did not allow any fireworks within their development, and it was a huge help. However, the Southwest was the bigger issue as a whole, and I would have thought it was the Northwest, but the East Side was actually in the best shape because Commissioner Weekly and I get on them early. So, but just start reminding people that firework sales are the safe and sane ones, and we'll have to bring back a text amendment, I think, at the next meeting to adjust.
Madam Chair, before you go on.
Commissioner Weekly.
Yeah, just real quick, I apologize for this. I want to recognize the Urban Chamber of Commerce who's here in the audience with us, and they reminded me that this is National Small Business Week, and there's a host of activities that's going to be held, and I appreciate Ken Evans, who's the president of the Urban Chamber, and Shondell Newsom, who's the board chair, who's here. We're really excited about this. There's capital connections to prepare small minority businesses to do business with public agencies. There's a big push on that along with large companies. They're also sponsoring Careers in Motion next week for National Infrastructure Week at the Texas Station. And finally, they have a big luncheon that's always a great turnout on May 31st. It views views of the valley, and it gives a forecast of business opportunities in Southern Nevada for small and minority-owned companies. And so, thank you very much. And as a matter of fact, they've honored and recognized Funnel Cake Cafe, which was Micro Enterprise Business of the Year for the entire state of Nevada. And stay tuned because we may be having some funnel cakes come in, and you all know we like the treats, right? But thank you very much, Urban Chamber, for your hard work. We appreciate you guys. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And that concludes our emerging issues. I'll turn it back over to Ms. King.
Item 82 is to appoint one qualified individual, Octavio Posado, to serve a one-year term from May 7th, 2019 to May 6th, 2020 on the Clark County Social Service Citizen Advisory Committee.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Weekly to approve Octavio Posada. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item 83 will be heard after item number 87. We can now move to item number 84, which is to receive a report on opportunity zones and discuss accordingly.
Good morning, Mr. Armstrong, and thanks for coming through. I thought it was important with the conference coming up that we have an idea of what the discussion is going to be this week.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I very much appreciate the Commission's opportunity to come speak to you about this program. But first, wanted to give a couple highlights that aren't in the presentation. One, wanted to thank you very much for highlighting Assemblyman Thompson's service to the state and his tragic sudden loss for all of us. He was a colleague and a friend. He was one of the folks that I reached out to when developing these recommendations. So very much appreciate him as a colleague and as a friend, and it's a tragic loss for the state. Also wanted to thank you for your leadership in putting together some of the events moving forward for this as well. I am also speaking on a panel at the Opportunity Zone Expo, so highlighting this for the state. And then in addition, highlighting that the White House is taking this very seriously, this program, as we talk about it. They're actually out here tomorrow visiting the city of Las Vegas and taking a tour of some of the opportunity zones in Southern Nevada, and they want to know how else that they can be helpful in implementing this program. And since it is Small Business Week, just wanted to highlight that. Our office is working tremendously hard in supporting small businesses. Want to highlight Commissioner Weekly and his work in that. I know I attended an event with the MGM Supplier Diversity Program, which helps small businesses, and I know he's super supportive of that. So just a lot of effort there helping help improve the business climate in Southern Nevada. So as we talk about opportunity zones, I think it's important to talk about what they are. I think I have this clicker. So what are opportunity zones? So the opportunity zones are incentive for investors that came out of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. It's a tool that can be used for both economic development and community development. So a later slide, I'll talk about some of the specific benefits to investors, but the expectations for this program are pretty huge. So Secretary Carson has said that there's about $6 trillion in built-up capital and capital gains that are held by individuals and corporations that could be tapped into for this program. I think it would be a small portion of that, but there's just a huge market for using this program. So a timeline of how it started and where we're at today. So in December 2017, Congress passed the act, and they gave states 120 days to come up with a list of recommendations for opportunity zones across the state. So the governor had until April of last year to make recommendations to the Treasury for what zones would be deemed opportunity zones. So an opportunity zone is a low-income census tract in the state, and the governor had the ability to nominate 25% of those in the state. So our process for coming up with those designations are we reached out to local governments, including the county. I know I spoke with Commissioner Kirkpatrick and the planning and economic development divisions of the county, all of the local governments, North Las Vegas, and Henderson, and that happened across the state. So we reached out to find out where the priorities were across the state for where we thought there would be known investment and where this could have the most impact. And once we came up with that, then we developed a model to rank the census tracts. We also included national studies that included the likelihood of investment from the Urban Institute, and then the social need aspect. Because this was really meant to spur investment in low-income areas, we wanted to make sure that we were also including that social need component. After that, we worked with PolicyMap to develop an interactive map, which I'll be showing you after this presentation to show you where the zones are located in Southern Nevada. And then we reached out for public comment. We had a public-facing website where we took in public comment from a number of different sources, and then we held town halls throughout Southern Nevada. In connection with the Urban Chamber, we held one at the Doolittle Center to ensure that the public voice was being heard when we're developing recommendations for that. After that, we submitted the nominations. Then the Treasury turned around pretty quickly after that in June 2018 and made the designations. But nobody knew how these zones were, or how the businesses were going to operate in these. They had passed a law, but they hadn't developed regulations for how businesses operate. So the first set of regulations were sent out in October last year, which primarily focused on real estate and how real estate developers would then be able to utilize this program for real estate transactions. It wasn't until last week that a second set of regulations that were dropped that talked about how businesses were going to operate in opportunity zones. And there's supposed to be a third set of regulations that come out at the end of this year, but I believe the regulations that came out last week, it was about 170 pages of regulations, really gave some defining metrics for how a lot of these businesses are going to operate. And then I think it also answers some of the questions that I think are important for folks like the commissioners and local governments. One of those was I receive at least one phone call a week saying that I have a property that's on the boundary. I have some property that's in the zone and then outside the zone. And the regulations helped create some flexibility for business owners in that area. One of the takeaways are if the majority of the property you own is inside the zone, but part of it is outside the zone, then they would consider that one contiguous piece of land, so you could use it for the entire property. Another portion, which I think is going to help small businesses and incubators and startups, is an opportunity fund has the ability to sell assets in the fund. So if you invest in a startup, you can exit a startup and then reinvest. An opportunity fund would have the ability to reinvest those assets within 12 months. So for that, I think that's really important for universities or incubator startups when they're developing a program, because when coming up with a list, both UNR and UNLV are located in opportunity zones that they have the ability to help those startups, especially in the tech space, develop new projects. There were a couple of the clarifications in the latest regulations that I think provide some clarification, but also make it very a little bit more difficult for some businesses. Like an opportunity fund can invest in a triple net lease for a property, which means that there's this concept of active trade or business, and they just want to make sure that it's not passive investments and that they're actually active. The second part, which I think is really good though, is there's around the community, and around the country, there are vacant pieces of property or vacant buildings that haven't been used for a while. And they said that for an opportunity fund, they could invest in a vacant building that's been vacant for 5 years, and they wouldn't have to pass what's called an original use test, that the clock would then restart again. And that's pretty technical, and we can get into the weeds of that, but it's something else to keep in mind as you're thinking through this program. So what are the types of benefits for an investor with this program? And there's really 3 types. One is an investor with built-up capital gains wants to make an investment in something else, but they don't want a taxable event. So this program gives them a tax deferment until the end of 2026. That's the first benefit. The second is based off of and the third are based off the amount of time an investment is held. So if you have built up capital gains and you want to reinvest those capital gains in something else, and I'll go through an example of this later. If you hold that investment for 5 years, you get a 10% step up in basis, meaning your tax liability drops by 10%. If you hold that for 7 years, your tax liability drops by 15%, or you get a 15% step up in basis. But the third benefit for investors with this program, which is the most impactful, is if you hold your investment in an opportunity fund for more than 10 years, any appreciation on that investment becomes tax-free. So you invest that original $100 of capital gains. If after 10 years it's worth $200, that $100 in appreciation is tax-free. So with this scenario, I kind of went through it pretty quickly, but just to recap. So there's the initial benefit of that tax deferment until the end of 2026, which is also a carrot for investors to invest pretty quickly, with the second benefit. If you hold that investment for 5 years, your tax liability is reduced by either 10 or 15%, and that's really the carrot. So in order to make that 7 years, you have to invest this year to get that 7-year benefit by the end of 2026. And then that last bullet point, if investments are held for more than 10 years, any appreciation is tax-free. And I think that's the biggest thing that investors are looking at for this program.
So, Mr. Armstrong, should we ask questions along the way? Because I have some, because I think everybody's trying to figure out where do you start, right? So, or do you want to go through your whole presentation?
It's if you would like to ask questions,
it's up
please
to
go
you.
ahead.
What's best for you? What helps make the
No,
most
this
sense?
is meant to be a conversation. So, however you would like to, if you have questions, I'm more than willing to answer those.
Okay, Commissioner Jones, you have questions?
Yeah, and maybe this is further along your presentation, so if I'm jumping ahead of things, I'm just trying to understand the difference between this process and a 1031 exchange, and I guess I'm confused there.
Tax attorney by training, so more than willing to have that conversation with you. So in a 1031 exchange, which is a like-kind exchange for an investor, if you own like a McDonald's, you have to then invest in a like-kind exchange, which is, another McDonald's or Burger King or something similar to that. So this provides something similar to that, but you don't have to invest in like kind. You only have to invest in an opportunity fund, meaning that if you're tired of being in that space, this gives you the ability as an investor to invest in something else. There are certain limitations as to what an opportunity fund can invest in. It's based off the definition of the New Markets Tax Credits program, which means you can't invest in what's called sin businesses, which are racetracks, casinos, liquor stores, massage parlors, and
So our bread and butter,
salons.
you mean?
What's that?
Our bread and butter?
Yes, but Nevada is redefining itself in festivals and emerging technology or marijuana or some other things that marijuana is not explicitly prohibited in the New Markets Tax Credit. So if that ever gets figured out, this might be a possibility to help that industry as well. And there are a number of the properties that are looking at not their casino operations, but other operations to possibly make investments in these tracks. So when we go to the map, part of the airport census tract, which is by Mandalay Bay, that's in an opportunity zone. By Palace Station, that's in an opportunity zone census tract. And most of downtown Las Vegas is in a census tract. So those properties are kind of looking at some of those areas to do different types of investments rather than just the bread and butter that we're currently doing.
And so if you create an opportunity fund, what assurances do you have? This was called the Trump tax cuts, right? So what assurances does an investor have that some future Congress is not going to roll back or repeal these provisions?
Well, there's always...
the benefits as opposed to like a 1031 exchange, which are pretty short term, this really requires you to be invested for 7-10 years to get real benefits other than that you get from 1031 exchange.
You're absolutely correct in that, and this was passed as part of that Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. However, that wasn't the first time that had been proposed. The original proposal was championed by, it was a bipartisan, 2 senators, Tim Scott and Cory Booker. So there's support on both sides of the aisle for this, and there continues to be even more support now than when it was first passed. So you can never tie the hands of a future legislature, but I would say that the proponents of this are on both sides of the aisle. So the likelihood of it getting revoked or are pretty low.
So, and I'll just say, Yolanda and I met with Senator Mastos and her staff, and they said if we had any concerns or things as they were developing regulations, that they were happy to help us. So, Armstrong know that. And also, I met with Congressman Horsford on Sunday, and he too is on the actual committee where they're making some additional changes for that third set of regulations. So, but I would think that there would be at least some vested right if you were in the queue, in the process, and already made it through, that if it went away, that yours would finish off at some point. I would think that would, that's how it works in a regular legislature. So it's a taking if you undo it as it's already been projected. But let me ask this question. So, and I've been pretty up on this for a while, thank you, because I've been trying to follow it, because it's a new type of investment. And quite frankly, it's not our state dollars and it's not our county dollars, it's somebody else's money. So I'm a little more interested when it's not our money, right? So I'm no better than everybody else. But so a couple things, do the regulations address whether people can double and triple dip? So I wouldn't want them, and there are some areas in the maps where you have a redevelopment opportunity zone and a tax improvement district, right? Mm-hmm. And that would probably make my hair curl if I knew that they were going to get all 3 of those, because then it does impact us. Is there any barriers that protect that, or no?
So a few different points. You're absolutely correct that, and this is a clarification point for a lot of people, is there's no dollars attached to this program, right? There's no state dollars, there's no local dollars, and there's no federal dollars. This is something an opportunity fund attaches a schedule to your tax return, and it becomes a tax benefit, that there's no actual federal funding for this. And that oftentimes is a hard concept for people, because they'll reach out to me and say, how much money is coming to my census tract or my area, and there wasn't something like that was done. It's just a tax incentive. The second part to your question as to the stacking of incentives, so this was created with the ability so you could stack multiple incentives on top of each other. And that's, I think, done on purpose for a couple of reasons. One is there's some key areas that they're hoping that this type of incentive will help. One is for affordable housing. So they're looking at how this might line up with LIHTC credits or some other programs for that. The second part to that is you see across the country that there's a number of local jurisdictions and states that are looking at creating incentives to stack on top of this. One is for Ohio, just did like a technology credit for it. I think Louisville is doing something for housing, and this might get tied into one of the bills in the legislature as it relates to the affordable housing credits. But that would be the only way for the state to really track what's going on, because this can be done through just a tax return, and there's no funding attached to it. It's going to be really difficult for the state to track. The federal government will be able to do that through the IRS, and maybe we'll get some reporting metrics through there. But unless there's some carrot from local governments that then we could attach some requirements to, this is going to be something that is either done by an individual or small group of really wealthy investors that want to promote their own projects, or by social need funds, which would probably be a lot more public facing and need a lot more help.
Okay, so, and one of the things that Nevada as a whole has to their benefit is we can move through the process a lot faster than the East Coast or the Midwest, and I think that we're already ahead. And there's quite a few people attending this conference, so I'm kind of excited. But let me ask this: I can't figure out who sets up the Opportunity Fund. Is that later in the presentation?
It's not, but I can talk about it. And first, to your first comment about how we're moving quickly. So this will be the third Opportunity Zone conference in the state since this was passed. I'm not aware of any other state that has multiple at this point. So back in November of last year, our office in connection with the Federal Reserve put on a conference at the City of Las Vegas Chambers. And then in March of this year, we did another one up in Reno. So this one this week will be the third, and then there's a Congressman Amodei is also one of the key speakers, so he's pretty involved with that. So
and this one has a lot of out-of-state investors that are attending.
Yeah, which is another critical point, because a lot of the problems with setting up these funds are most of the dollars for this are in the same areas as all the other venture capital. It's in the Bay Area, Boston, and New York. So that's really the challenge is making sure that people are aware of what's going on here and getting investors here. So having these conferences in Southern Nevada is really going to showcase that, and bringing people here, it will help drive a lot of that investment. So to finally get to how you set up an opportunity fund. So this can be done by, it can't be done by one person. It can be done by a partnership, or it can be done by a corporation or an LLC, as long as it's not a single member LLC. And all that there's a lot of documents that have to be set up, but essentially it's a self-certification process through the IRS that then is attached to your tax return. So it's not really limited to who can set these up. However, there will be some challenges moving forward, and I think the IRS is going to probably watch this pretty carefully as it's first developed, because if you're issuing stock in an opportunity fund, or investors receiving credits for that, then there's obviously SEC implications or otherwise, so it's going to make it rather complicated. They're trying to set it up to where anybody could really set up an opportunity fund, but I think the eventuality of the regulations and how investors are going to exit those opportunity funds are going to create some security concerns. So I think it'll be more sophisticated people that set up opportunity funds.
Does anybody else have any questions? I mean, and I'll get more with you, but I'm just trying to wonder on the local level, what do we do outside of the opportunity zones? Our goal is probably just to streamline the process and move the projects through.
Right. And I think local governments across the country are trying to figure out that same way. Like for the New Markets Tax Credit Program, the city of Las Vegas has developed its own community development fund to be that streamlined and be able to issue tax credits in that manner. So will it be possible for local governments to do the same with this program? I think so, but everybody is just a little bit uncertain of how a local government would then be able to set it up and manage that, maybe through a nonprofit or something else. We've, as a state, have done that for certain industries, and we have the Battleport Venture Fund. So it might be possible to set up a similar vehicle to manage that and streamline the process. But I'm uncertain as to if anybody across the country is doing that at this point.
So one of the things that's important for the board, yes, the county is taking the lead on this issue because we've been paying attention when it wasn't popular a year and a half ago, but so the entities across, at least leadership across all the entities, we've all agreed that we're in this together and that everybody benefits, whether it's Henderson, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Boulder City, and Mesquite don't necessarily have opportunity zones, but as we fill in these others, we have an opportunity to bring other folks to different parts of the valley to do different things. So,
and the staff and the local governments have our office led Southern Nevada Opportunity Zone Task Force. So all of the staffs have been working together to ensure as this program rolls out that we're all going to be on the same page and work together on it.
And to the tune that you've all been invited, and all the electeds have been invited for a meet and greet during the conference to interact, and we've all agreed to be on the same page.
Okay.
Go ahead, finish.
So just a quick breakdown of how the opportunity zones are spread out across the state. We didn't intentionally do this, but it worked out pretty well. About 75% of the population are in Clark County, and they received 73% of the designations. And then we've included a few rural areas, including part of Nye County and Esmeralda, Story County, and part of Elko County as designations. So some of the highlights for these census tracts. So it directly impacts 230,000 Nevadans. The average family income in these census tracts is $37,000, or about 60% of the median statewide family income. And the average unemployment rate for these tracts is about 16%. So we're trying to look where we can have the most impact for these census tracts. So with that, I'd like to end this presentation and take you to our website, and hopefully this works out all right, so I could show you where in Clark County these census tracts are located. Does this work? So can you zoom out just a little one time on this? Maybe. Okay, too much. One more time. Okay, so we'll start here. If you could click that X to close that little window. Okay. So in Clark County, there's a number of different areas. There's the census tract, which is located by the Air Force Base. There's 4 tracts that are located close to downtown Henderson. We'll see a more blown up view, but there's some areas around the stadium and the airport and UNLV. There's a few tracts that go up the Maryland Parkway. There's a few along Boulder Highway, and then you can see a lot of the tracts are in both the downtown Las Vegas and North Las Vegas corridor, and then what North Las Vegas is calling their G5 district, which is around their North Las Vegas airport. So if you could zoom in a little bit more. So for this, okay. Could you zoom in and then click over Henderson? There you go. And then you could scroll over to Henderson. Other way. All right, well, we could start right here. So you can see the area around the stadium, and then also the airport, and then UNLV, and then going up Maryland Parkway, and then around the convention center. Our thought behind the convention center is if we're redeveloping the convention center and spending almost $1.5 billion for that, then the surrounding area could be improved as well, and there's a number of opportunities around there. Then you see a little bit further up by Sahara, there's the Sunrise Hospital Medical District over there, as well as if we go a little bit higher, the Clark County and the Las Vegas Medical District are zoned as well. Then the downtown Las Vegas area, which obviously has a lot of need up to Cashman Field and above that were designated. And then to the left, the Meadows Mall area was as well. There's quite a bit of revitalization efforts there as well. So I'll take some questions if there are any.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, I guess I'm not understanding. I'm all for development around the airport. I'm not sure how is that an underprivileged census tract?
So if we could go back to that area by the airport. So the census tracts and being low income is based off of the residents in the area, and census tracts are sized based off of the amount of people there. So if you look to that census tract, it also includes the area around Russell and Maryland Parkway. So there's areas there that are very low income, which probably bring the median income down for that census tract. If we go up to Las Vegas, to downtown Las Vegas, and
but I guess my question is, I mean, if the census tract is really just commercial development and there aren't really people that live there, I don't know.
Well, I'm going to jump in here because around the airport there is that within the census tract they look at a lot of different things, right? They look at the wage, they look at the income, the graduation rate. There's a whole bunch of those things in it. Around the airport, there's a lot of high density to the west of the airport, just in between UNLV, there's tons of high density. Then let's not forget that you also have the university dorms itself, because when they look at that track, crazy enough, places like Apex did not qualify within their census tract. So there's actually quite a bit of high density, low income. If you ever visited Paradise, I think it's called Paradise Elementary School, you would see, and they actually did a huge, followed it for a year, the school that is closest there. So, although it's deceiving because most of us only see Tropicana and that area, but if you actually go back into the neighborhood, you would be surprised how.
No, I guess my point is, I mean, I'm looking at a tract here on the east side of the airport, which is airport property that is mostly occupied by Marnell, for example. Is Marnell going to get a tax benefit from this because they're building in a place that they're already at?
So I think that's a great question. So it doesn't matter if you're in an opportunity zone or not, you can still receive a benefit. And all an investor has to do is invest in an opportunity fund that's investing in these census tracts. So you don't have to have your business that you have, right? So if Marnell is the investor, they can invest anywhere in the country.
His question is this. He's saying they're already there doing cargo. Are they going to now get a tax benefit because they're already there? And I thought that this had to be all new, a new source that an existing business couldn't necessarily get it. Is that your question, Commissioner Jones?
So I think we're getting to, I had mentioned the original use requirement earlier as it talked to vacant buildings. So you could sell your business and then it has to be this original use. So under that scenario, I do not think that they would be able to. So this would be for a new opportunity zone business in the same area. Could Marnell do something different in their area and then attract investors to invest in that? Yeah, that's possible. But I think you'd
yeah. I guess I'm not understanding what the benefit to the community is of investing in an area that isn't underprivileged, but I guess that was a decision not made previously.
So the census tract around that is based off of the whole census tract. And that census tract around the airport is that whole area, which includes the neighborhoods around Maryland Parkway and Russell, and then just south of that, which have a lot of those low-income folks. And like Commissioner Kirkpatrick said, Apex didn't qualify because of the geographics of that census tract. They take into account a small area of Mesquite, which skew the data for those areas. And then if you look, there's one island in downtown Las Vegas that you would think that we would be able to have designated. If you look at from Charleston, from Las Vegas Boulevard to the west, there's one area there that isn't designated, and that's because there's two high rises in that area, which skew the median income levels for that whole district. And I was probably lobbied more to nominate that census tract than anyone in the state, and I wasn't able to do it because it just didn't qualify using the data sets that Treasury was allowing us to use.
Commissioner Weekly.
Looking at the map here, help me understand, because I'm not sure who was invited to the table when this map was composed, and whether it was the city of Las Vegas, whether it was Councilman Barlow at the time. I'm not sure who, but what I don't understand is when I look at this map here and I look at Bonanza, I guess to the south of where I'm trying to go here, and you look at that whole yellow strip all the way up to Cheyenne, I'm not understanding why was that not colored in. That whole area there, when I look at the criteria of what it is that you all were looking at when you were proposing this enterprise zone, all of that falls right within almost every single category. Now, it's not to say that there aren't other areas around Clark County, because I remember being in certain areas where they were known as affluent areas of Las Vegas, and now they have hardships going on in their area of town as well, but they weren't always that way. Here we're talking about an area that have been this way for a very, very, very long time, and have been studied and have been looked at, and all kind of assessments have been made in this area here. And then when they put reports together like this, areas like this get left out. So that doesn't really make sense to me. That whole middle strip there from Bonanza all the way up to Cheyenne, and then even if you go over to the west, they're off of Martin Luther King, on the other side of Martin Luther King. And what is that? Between MLK and
between Vegas
Simmons.
and Lake Mead? Yeah.
Who would have made that determination or that recommendation for that to have been filled in?
Yeah, so a few things. We only had the ability to designate up to 25% of the low-income census tracts in the state. So there's quite a bit of need that wasn't met by this program, right? There's 75% of the low-income census tracts across the state weren't designated. In coming up with this, so we did reach out to Las Vegas. I think part of that's in Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. They designated their priority areas, and it's possible that some of those areas were part of their priority areas as well. Then on top of that, we built a model to rank the 61 census tracts across the state that are the highest need. And additionally, we worked with the county through economic development and through planning and through Commissioner Kirkpatrick's office to figure out where the priorities were for the county as well. So in addition to that, I think I actually held a town hall in that area too at the Doolittle Center. I think that's in that area to hear where their needs were as well. So we tried to get as much public comment and input as best as possible for these areas. I have received, and rightfully so, calls regarding that area as well. I wish we would have the ability to nominate more census tracts, but based off the model that we put together, those weren't part of the top 61.
Okay, well, I don't want to go back and forth of what could have happened or what should have happened, but it's just such a missed opportunity. I mean, it's a missed opportunity for an area of town that have been just overlooked and have seen opportunities like this come over the last 50 years, and it's continuously looked over. And it just really does not make sense that you have this slit right down the middle of an area where you almost gone right through the middle of a lot of housing authority development in this area, and you can't tell me that that's not an area that doesn't qualify. That's an area of town where there are a lot of young people who are struggling to even graduate from high school. You look at you have one here on your report. I think I saw $37,000 in grossing, what was that, combined income? I think it's much less in several of those census tracts right in this specific area here. As a matter of fact, I think it's between $21,000 and $24,000. So just really, really, really concerned about that, and I wish that there was another opportunity, or I hope that there's something that, whether it be the city of Las Vegas, because when you get up to Cheyenne, that's the cutoff. Well, actually, the cutoff is really Cary, but just going across Cary to Cheyenne, that area is not as hard pressed as anything going back down MLK there. That's an area there. If you ever needed to put some resources in, revitalize and restore some quality of life and do something amazing as it relates to this opportunity zone, that would have been a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there's communities across the country that are in the same boat, that we wish we could have nominated more census tracts. And I think the hope and what I've seen is that maybe there will be additional legislation from Congress to expand this program. And if so, we'll definitely make sure that we're including you in those conversations.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson, did you have questions? Okay, anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you for highlighting this. And I do want to look at, ask staff to look at if we have one person that, as people come to us, we can kind of talk about what we'd like to see, and if investors want to know more about the opportunity zones, is there one person? Because right now, I don't know, I mean, we could all call Nancy, but she has a life, so I just want to see if there's a way we can have an opportunity specialist or something, so that at least commissioners could,
Yes, she has a life.
so that commissioners could say things that they'd probably like to see, right? I'll use myself for an example. So we've been working around the base, with the base, things around the base on different venues, different needs. If somebody comes, we'd like to see, we don't have any restaurants, we'd like to see some social service components. So if there's a way for us to have one person to help us, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Weekly?
No, you're absolutely right. But once again, Madam Chair, it just really all boils down to who's invited to sit at the table. That's it, and that's all. Because at the end of the day, you can put these maps up, and then you have somebody sit and try to determine what's best for someone's neighborhood. Fortunately, when we look at what's going on, and you and I share this area up here in Craig, in North Las Vegas, look at what's happening down Craig now. We're finally, for a long time, I'm sure the City Council in North Las Vegas have heard it, but you and I get it all the time. Where is it that we even get to go and eat on Craig? You got to drive all the way outside of your neighborhood to even have choices. And so, you talk about people who pay taxes for a long time. They just want their fair share also too. I'm just as excited as everybody else about the stadium and all this other stuff. But don't sit here and show me some map and you got it dark blue where millions and gazillions of dollars have already been poured into this area here. What about the neighborhoods? What about folks who live here? What about folks who have to get up every single day and go to work and try and provide a quality of life for their families? Once again, it all boils down to who gets invited to sit at the table to make this determination. And it's obviously clear that there was a missed opportunity here. And if you're talking to me about, Ricky Barlow was invited to sit at the table and he didn't show up, that's neither here nor there. But at the end of the day, someone looking at some maps, looking at income levels, looking at various parcels of qualifications, obviously, and I don't know when you had that meeting, because if it wasn't posted through the Urban Chamber or some of the other community groups, you must have had that meeting at like 11 o'clock during the course of the day when some people are at work, the few that do have jobs in this area. So I'm a little bothered by that right there, but it's what it is. We're going to make it work, and we're going to keep it pushing, and we just keep fighting to just try and have a voice at the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kim?
So just in response to that Craig area wasn't eligible for designation. Above Cheyenne, the area median income was too high for us and they weren't eligible. but I do hear you, and we tried to incorporate as much voice as we had. We had 120 days to make these designations. Would I have liked to take a year to do those studies? Absolutely. And we could have then added a lot more meetings and used a lot more focus groups, but with the limited time and resources that we had, I think that the state did a pretty good job of coming up with these designations.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a question for you. Can you provide us with provide the board with the census tracts that qualified at the time, the criteria that you used to make your selection of the 61, and then is there a possibility to make any changes? Does the statute allow for changes to the designated census tracts, or once we're locked in, we're locked in?
So yes, I could give you the list of the census tracts that were eligible and the ones that were designated. To the criteria, I'll put together a summary of the criteria that we used. The third part is no, there's no flexibility in the statutes. Once those initial designations were made, they last for 10 years, and there's no authority in the statute to change unless Congress comes back and gives us that authority.
So even if the median income in a particular census tract increases dramatically, it's locked in for 10 years?
I think that's the goal, is to increase the median income in these by creating opportunities for those residents.
Okay.
And like he said, we've already spoke to our congressional delegation, so if there's any recommendations from the board, and I think Nancy and Mario, future planner, can send us the map that's more pertinent to the census tracts, and it's designated by census, it's colored by census tract. So happy to get anybody that information, as well as whatever the state has to talk about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you coming. So, Ms. King, I think we want to take about a 15-minute break. We do have 5 more bigger items. So we're going to go ahead and go into recess for 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 12.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call back to order the Clark County Commission meeting for May 7th, 2019. Manager King.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is to discuss the status of the marijuana licensing applications.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what we're allowed to do since it's the first time it's posted, but my objective in putting this on the agenda was back in, I think, December, a moratorium or something like that was passed. 3 of us weren't present, so I'm looking to find out what that actually was. And then secondly, what impact that would have on people who were awarded licenses who are subject to that moratorium, since my understanding is those licenses are supposed to be implemented and open by the end of the year. So is there a way that we can avoid having those licenses disappear? That was the objective, but I'm not sure if we can talk about that today or we have to put that on the next meeting. But that was my point of putting this on the agenda.
Okay, so I'll just recap, and then maybe Marianne, if you want to chime in. So in December, we knew that there were some legislative bills that were coming. We then talked to who is now Governor Sisolak. We knew that he had some items that he wanted to put in place. So as a board, we broadly said that we would wait to see what comes out of the legislature, and then we would move forward. And my understanding is there's about a 244-page bill that's going to drop relatively soon that's going to address many of the issues, including the licensing that happened in the fall. I do know there are several lawsuits that are out there on all sides, so I just thought that it was our intent, and I said it on TV, that we were going to wait till the legislature at the very least finish so we could see what the new regulations were going to say, or the new bill was going to say. Marianne.
Madam Chair, as you mentioned, there are a number of lawsuits out there contesting the state's methodology and award of the licenses. I think there's about a dozen of them, not just in Clark County, but in Washoe and Lyon County. And at a recent court status hearing, some of the plaintiffs, the unsuccessful applicants, indicated that if RENA were to go forward with any licensing, they would sue the city to bring injunctive relief because they want status quo until all of those issues that the lawsuits present have been resolved by the courts.
Commissioner Sagerblum, do you want to?
Just, so the question would be, if we're delaying doing anything, does that impact, I know the law said that they had to be open by the end of the year. Is there a waiver that we could give them? Is there something, and I'm not saying we have to do this today, but just throw that
I
idea.
would think the better forum for that would be in the courts by any of those people that would want to apply. It should all be done in one forum and not opening it up in different jurisdictions, I don't think.
Okay, so I'm not sure. So you're saying that the people who were awarded licenses should ask the court for that relief?
To toll the effect of the...
Right. Since some of the plaintiffs, some of the people that are suing the state and successful licensing are moving to intervene in those various lawsuits, they haven't been consolidated yet because of some procedural issues, but the successful licensees are active in court as well as the people who didn't get the licenses. So if they feel that their licenses are in jeopardy, they could ask for relief in whatever appropriate form that they choose. There are several different court actions going on right now.
And specifically, the decision or the vote in December was to at least wait until after we see what the legislature does.
Right, so with the motion, if I remember correctly, the motion was to not, and you violated that motion because the motion was to not even talk about marijuana until July 1st, but we've done it several times. So we've been trying to be reasonable at that, but because until we see what those bills do or that big bill does, I think a lot of things are going to be discussed, right? Transparency, I think that's a big portion of it. The control board is going to be another portion of it. At least from my conversations with the governor early into this, those were all of those things that were going to come up. So it didn't make sense for us to keep getting in the middle of everything. And I realized that they had this many dates, this much time frame from the day that the license was awarded. But as all of the other lawsuits came in, it didn't make sense for us to get in the middle of all of that.
And that particular requirement is enforced by the State Department of Taxation, which now has jurisdiction over that entity. And I don't think any action by the county can supersede that at this point.
All right, well, based upon the conversation, I would ask that maybe we continue this till the first meeting in July to maybe see what the legislature has done and see if there's anything appropriate at that point.
Okay. That works.
Great, thank you.
Item number 86 is to discuss the guidelines for marketing materials for marijuana advertising.
Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I asked to put this item on, and again, I'm not sure where we're at in the process, but the concern is that the state monitors advertising and approves it. The county monitors advertising and approves it. But as far as I know, the county doesn't have any specific rules for how they judge the advertising. I don't think there was ever an ordinance passed or anything. And so my question would be, and again, there's some bills in the legislature, so it'd probably be appropriate to postpone this till July. But the issue is, if we're going to have standards, maybe we should put them into some type of ordinance as opposed to just what the staff feels is appropriate.
There is some ordinance language currently existing, but it would be best to see if there's any new legislation that would affect that before we move to amend that.
All right, and that was fine with me as far as if we could put this on first meeting in July to see what the legislature's done.
Okay. Noted. Move to item 87.
Item 87 is to discuss the Clark County Television assisting the Clark County School District in broadcasting of school board meetings.
Thank you, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Eric Papa. I'm the Communications Director for the county, for the record. Vegas PBS produces the Clark County School Board meetings, which are held on the second and fourth Thursday of the month at 5 p.m. and live streams them on the school district website. Those meetings are also available for playing on demand on the CCSD website as well as on its Facebook page. If we as a county decide to cablecast the meetings of the school board on Clark County Television, we think the cost would be fairly minimal. Our assumption is that Vegas PBS would send us the live signal of the school board meetings through the Ethernet. Vegas PBS would need an encoder on its end, and we would need a decoder on our end. The cost would be perhaps $6,000 under the current configuration. I have to point out one caveat. The chief engineer at Vegas PBS is on vacation, is out until tomorrow, so we would need to confirm our assumptions with him. If you were to go on the school district website and watch the school board meetings online, you would find that the quality is not great. It's not high definition, which Clark County Television signal currently is. So if we were to proceed and air those meetings, we would seek to receive a high definition signal from the school district, and I wouldn't want to speculate on the cost involved until we could speak to Vegas PBS's chief engineer. Additionally, there would be ongoing costs in terms of personnel. School board meetings begin after hours at 5 p.m., and we would need to bring our part-time control room staff in to switch over from county programming to the Vegas PBS feed when it comes in. Then that staff member would need to wait for the end of the meeting. It could be 2, 4, 6 hours, and then when the meeting ends, switch back to regular county programming when the school board meeting ends. The cost for that is maybe $1,500, $2,000 a year for those personnel costs. And there might be some minimal extra labor involved with more frequently updating our electronic programming guide to accommodate the board meetings, and we would also need to accommodate some extra video storage.
So, Commissioner Sagerblum, this is another item.
Thank you. I apologize for monopolizing the items today, but this was actually a bill I think you voted for, Madam Chair, back in 2011, where I asked to have the school district publish.
Does that mean I can't have an opinion?
Well, in other things you said, well, I voted how this how I voted, so I can't change my mind now. But of course, we can always change our mind about how we change our minds. But anyway, I've always felt that the school district spends more money than anybody, but it's really something that no one watches. And those of us who go out there in the public, they say, oh, I saw you last night on TV or whatever. It's amazing the people who actually watch this channel. It would be Thursday nights, so it wouldn't impact our meetings per se. But if there was an interest, I would like to have us reach out to the school district and see what would take, how hard it would be to do that. I've talked to Cox Cable, and they said preliminarily they don't have a problem with that. And then our council wisely suggested, why don't we have the school district meet here, which would save a lot of the problems. So anyway, I just think there's an opportunity if people are interested.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Commissioner Naft.
I'm just curious. I like the idea of us helping with transparency across other entities. I'm just curious, has the school district weighed, and maybe they did when you considered the bill in 2011, but has the school district weighed in, or did they come to us, or we're being proactive here?
I have not reached out to them. I thought I'd get a sense for the body before we. Although I've heard indirectly the school board members are very excited.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. I took a poll in the back to find out how the staff felt about this, and of course, Commissioner Naft, your office was very vocal about this, and I'm just joking, but they're all laughing. I can hear them in the back. But at any rate, everybody thinks it's a great idea. It's about transparency. I know, Tiff, I threw you under the bus, right? It's about transparency, and to me, I thought about it, Madam Chair, as you and I were kind of discussing it, the partnership as far as people not having access to computers and those who do have cable, just to be able to see what's going on from a school board level, keeping up with what's happening as far as education is concerned here. And I don't see why not, because I see Commissioner Jones and his In Your Neighborhood 8 times a day, so I wouldn't mind seeing some school board information being shared. So I think it'd be a great idea. Thank you.
I shoot a new one every day, so I just want to make sure.
Anybody else? Commissioner Gibson.
So I know that it is different and it's beyond what is really in front of us, but what are the limitations, or is there a pathway to broadcast our meetings in a way that people who have other means of other platforms for their television viewing can see it? If you don't have Cox, you cannot see what we do. So what are our limitations? I know that they are a franchisee, or likely they're a franchisee, and so that part of the negotiation could be, or would have been, that we get our channel up. But what about the other platforms?
So we currently live stream our meetings on YouTube, along with all of our programming. Additionally, the Channel 4 is streamed on the county website. We've had some internal discussions about possibly bringing the programming to Hulu and some of those other kinds of platforms, Amazon Fire, et cetera. So we could explore those further as well.
And anything that we have achieved already, it would be good to just over and over and over put that in the publications that we send out, so that people know to go there, to YouTube and other places. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have anything? And Eric, when you go back and talk to the school district, and Marianne knows, because I text her sometimes when we're having these long meetings, I think that it centralizes, right, for an opportunity for more people to be part of it. But in the past, the trustees were not so willing to leave the ed shed to come here. We have done it on occasion, and it's worked out just fine. But can you ask, because they get money from PBS, there's some federal grant dollars that are available, and maybe some of that can offset some of the cost, so we could look at both sides of it and try and really form a true partnership.
In talking to Tom Axtell, the GM at Channel 10, they've committed to getting the signal to our head end so that we could put it up. The question would be, how much really does it cost, and who would pay for it? The costs seem minimal at this point.
And does that include our staff? Does our staff have to stay? I know in the past, Alex Ortiz was charged with staying. Does that include our staff staying, or, I mean, you're going to talk about all of that, right?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, sure, certainly. If they hold the meetings here, or whether they get the signal to our end and we have to put it up through Channel 4, in either case, we have to have somebody here to switch.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any other questions? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks
Wow,
for.
I had a good idea.
You did. You have some. No. Okay.
What I was doing when I thought of it.
Good. All right, next.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll go to item number 83, which is to receive an update from staff on the 2019 legislative session and take action as deemed appropriate. Commissioners, really all I have in terms of reporting today is just kind of the status of where we are with the county bills. There is another committee deadline on May 17th, and so I'd imagine that there will be a number of bills that will be processing through the committee. As those of you who have served at the legislature, there will be quite a bit going on between now and June 3rd when the session ends, and so I'll try to communicate with you as we're expecting some of the larger bills to come out, particularly maybe to address education. There might be some funding issues that may pertain to us, and so as those bills drop, which I'm anticipating sometime this week, that I can provide you some more information with regard to what those bills are going to do. AB 79, and that was the bill that would address the delinquent properties that was heard by Senate Committee Revenue on May 7th. Also SB 36, which is the bill that would take the average of the appraisers appraisals rather. That was heard by the Assembly Committee on Government Affairs, also heard on May 7th. And then lastly, we have SB 77, which was governing the purchasing by a county hospital. That was actually already heard, and it was scheduled for a work session, I believe, yesterday, but given the circumstances in Carson City, I'm sure that will be delayed to another date. So far, the bills that we have and we're tracking for Clark County bills are moving through the session, and I have not heard and do not anticipate that there will be any issues, hopefully, with getting those passed out of the committee as well as the House. I don't have anything else to report unless you all have questions about specific bills or something you'd like for us to take a look at or track or give a status on.
Okay, does anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for that update.
Next, we can move to item number 89, which is your addendum item. We have an item to discuss the Monorail's financial assistance resolution.
Good morning, Commissioners. Curtis Miles, President and CEO, Las Vegas Monorail Company. First, let me thank you for giving us the opportunity to give you an update on where we are, not only with our project, but where we are in financing and getting this thing actually moving. I'm pleased to report to you today that we have completed the design for the Mandalay Bay portion of the extension. The only thing remaining is to address a few comments we received back from the building department related to that extension and the station at Mandalay Bay, and to address the fire access issue that has arisen as a result of where the station is located. The sand station is about 65% designed. We have been coordinating the exterior portion of that design with MSG, who, as you're aware, are building a Sphere project immediately adjacent and will be connected to our station via a bridge that will also connect it to the Wynn Employee Bridge that crosses Sands Avenue just to the east of Koval. The study that we have used as the basis for our financing, which is essentially the security for our financing proposals from the various lenders, that study's been updated here a couple of times over the course of the last few years to include the 2017 and 2018 results, operating results of the company. It's been vetted extensively by these prospective lenders to the extent that these guys are literally calling us about every week to get updated information for their own models that they put together to provide the sensitivity analysis that they used as the basis for their financing. The station at Sands and the station at Mandalay Bay, both of those projects are included in the RTC's Transportation Investment Business Plan. It's included in the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance's Community Economic Development Strategy. It was also part of the recommendations from the LVCVA's Transportation Steering Committee as projects that should move forward to help relieve congestion and address a lot of what the anticipated traffic will be as a result of several of these projects being constructed. Just around our facility that we plan, there's a 500,000 square foot convention facility just to the north of us at Wynn. There's a nearly 19,000 seat entertainment complex that we'll be attached to. Approximately 1,500 feet to the south of us is another 500,000 square feet that's under construction by Caesars for a convention facility, in addition to some of the other projects that have gone on. So congestion in that area is going to grow dramatically. The Sand Station alone, from the projected ridership, will help remove approximately 500,000, a little over 500,000 vehicle trips from the roadway every year. By way of comparison, a Harmon or a Valley View is expected to handle about 40,000 cars a day by 2025. Congestion in that area is going to grow dramatically, not organically and as a result of these projects being built. So our station there is going to add a tremendous lift to adding capacity in that area. We have been tirelessly working with lenders, various lenders across various markets to not only help them understand where we are with the project, but to give them and provide them information about how the project has been developed, where the risks are with the project, as well as helping them put together various proposals that they have sent to us to help us finance this project. Originally, when we came to you back in 2017, I think for the resolution, November 2017, we referred to this project as the Mandalay Bay Extension, but it has always included the sand station as part of that project. And sand station has always been included as part of our financing for this project. So the resolution that you approved for us back in 2017 has always been anticipated and will be part of the financing for both phases of this project. We have, over the last several months, that in discussions with lenders, various lenders, and the market for this kind of project is relatively low in terms of financing, relatively narrow. Those lenders have suggested that we perhaps would phase the financing of this so that we can get a portion of the project done in advance, while the rest of the project, as we develop and complete our obligations for the airport, that will come after those obligations have been completed. Specifically for us, those obligations include adhering to the reimbursement agreement that we signed with the airport last year to perform certain actions, including completing a mitigation agreement with the airport's two primary fixed base operators. One of those agreements has been signed by us as well as the tenant. The other agreement is not ready to be signed yet. There is one more issue that remains. We've reached out and we've talked to that tenant, and we expect that mitigation agreement to be resolved over the course of the next month or so. The agreement draft has been drafted, and it's ready to go except for that one provision. Short of that, there are a few other requirements for the FAA that are part of our agreement with the airport that are still waiting to be completed as well. The way we've decided to finance this project, based on our extensive discussions with our lenders, is to phase it into two pieces. The first piece will go forward as the Sands only financing. It will create the station at Sands. It will refinance pay for the cost of the station at Sands, pay for some of the investment that we have in developing the project, as well as refund all the existing debt that the company has. The second phase, there are two different ways that lenders have looked at this. We've kind of settled on one, which brings in the remaining funding for Mandalay Bay separately and funds the Mandalay Bay extension as well as the station at Mandalay Bay separately. It will either come in and replace the existing financing for Sands, or will be in addition to that financing. Depends on how the Sands financing finishes. The system today has operated very well. In fact, it's kind of bucked the trend in terms of visitation and transportation here in the last 6 months. We finished the first quarter of 2019 up about 6 or 8%, depending on whether it's ridership or revenue. We've started this quarter off and kind of in the same position. We're up about 3 or 4% on ridership and revenue so far this year, which kind of bucks the trend. We kind of benchmark our projections based upon what visitation is doing, what projections are at McCarran, as well as some of the information we get from our hotel partners as to what they expect to see over the course of the year. We build that into our model and come up with our projections. So far, as I mentioned, we're kind of bucking the trend in terms of performance there. The expectation for the Sands financing is that this particular lender is very aggressive in terms of a schedule. He's wanting to close financing on the Sands station by the end of May. It's very aggressive. We have begun the development of all of the security documents as well as the transactional documents, including an official statement, an indenture. Several of the collateral agreements have all been drafted. The lenders on their side have also been working diligently to comment on those documents, provide us comments back, and to move forward with preparation to actually dispense the funds. My expectation is that realistically we'll probably close around the first or second week of June, realistically, just given where we are in exchange of documents and comments. The Mandalay Bay portion of that financing will follow just on within a few months of that. There's still more work to do with that lender on the actual transactional documents themselves. We were able to advance the sand station ahead of that at the request of the sand station lender. The project today is still expected to connect 42,000 rooms on the strip, in the strip corridor. It will connect 10 million square feet of convention space. It will take off of roadways approximately 1.5 million car trips a year annually once it's completed. We've talked about this before and compared that to a number of other systems around the country and what you get in terms of investment and return on investment when you create systems like this. This is in the upper quadrant of what you receive in terms of return on investment when you build a system like this for the length that we're building and the number of passengers that we'll carry. The project is also has received, as I mentioned, by the lenders, extensive review, particularly the ridership projections. The ridership projections, the way that we contracted with our ridership consultant, we restricted him to use only and assume only those trip generation characteristics that are currently existing on the system. We did not allow them to use anything else beyond how the system currently generates rides. And as a result of that, the lenders have gained a high level of confidence, not only in our projections, but when they've given those projections their sensitivity adjustments, those sensitivity adjustments still suggest that the system will be able to not only pay back that loan, but will be able to generate the kind of revenue and return on the system that allow us to not continue on with the financing as we have it planned. That's the extent of my report. Welcome any questions you might have. We're here today specifically to request that the lenders, all the lenders that we've talked to, have requested of us, going back now almost 2 years. Each portion of the market that we've approached with this project and the way that these lenders have proposed to finance it all require us to have, instead of a resolution, a two-party agreement for the support that the board approved back in 2017. And so our request today is that we be allowed to work with Ms. King and her staff to work on that type of agreement and bring that back before you, if you so choose, at a later meeting.
Okay, thank you. That was a very thorough presentation. I put this on the board for a couple of reasons. One, I wanted to know where we were at as far as moving forward. Myself, we have a capacity issue that we got to start being serious about and addressing, and I think that there are a lot of modes of transportation that got to work together, so that's why I was asking. So I guess I'll take any comments from the board. Commissioner Gibson.
In the context of the commitment that you're asking for from the county, today you're telling us that the commitment has to be contextually at the time of and as a part of the $32 million financing for the SANS station, the MSG station. Am I right about that? Am I understanding that?
Mostly. It is part of the larger financing, but it needs to be done as part of this first phase.
The reason I ask that question is that simply out of the progression of these discussions over time, I think that there has been a question about what more might the next lender require over and above the $4.5 million that is sought, that is a part in terms of the timing, the first financing. What can you tell us about that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of discussions with lenders about, and we've tried to contextualize for them, where the support has been for this project. Not just the support from Clark County, as you expressed in that resolution in November of 2017, but also the support from our hotel partners. And we've held very firm to those parameters. The support that the board has adopted for us back in 2017 we've drawn a very firm line with lenders about, where the availability is for that. We have a very good understanding from talking to Ms. King and Ms. Miller and their staffs about the restrictions of those funds. We've made that very clear to lenders. The amount that we are seeking to finance this project for is going to be based upon that amount of funds, as well as the support that we can expect from the resorts. And look, I make no mistake about it, that has made discussions more difficult with lenders, because lenders will always try to get more security than less. But we've held very firm to that number and believe that from the lenders that we've talked to and the ones that have given us term sheets, that we believe we can finance it with that amount.
So there are a couple of questions that come out of that. So there would be resort participation. You're confident that there will be resort participation?
Based on the conversations we've had to date, I'm very confident that we'll get the participation that's required to secure the loan from the
And is that an annual contribution, or is that a one-time only contribution aimed at getting you all the way to full payment and financing for the Sands and MSG station?
I often say there's a tendency to refer to resorts kind of monolithically. They're not one entity. There are several different companies out there with several different ways that they operate their businesses. And so as you can imagine, there have been several different discussions about how that support would come in. Today, I believe the support will come in the form of one investment in debt. But some of the discussions have lent themselves to a couple of other alternative ways to actually get the support in from the resorts.
Now, we have an existing resolution that I think that my thought about that resolution is that it is binding upon us. We have to receive a request for an appropriation and a funding. We have to consider everything around it. We have to act in good faith, and if there is a need and a predicted shortfall that in whatever form, whether it's in the form of reserves or truly capacity to defease debt, whatever it is, you demonstrate that, then the way I've understood it, we make a good faith commitment to fund it if you make the case. Now, that's what we currently have. I probably have been a little loose in the way I've described it, but I think essentially that covers what the current resolution is. But today, we understand that the initial lender requires more. Help us understand what is required, why, and how best we can do something about this, because it's extremely difficult for us. We understand that today we're not talking about the original monorail and its current stations and trains and all the rest of it. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about a brand new station, and we're talking about an extension of the line from to the south from MGM to Mandalay. Right. But help us understand how this changed, and so that we understand context, because it is a leap. It's different from what we currently have in place.
So I'm going to chime in here because I want you to ask, I want you to answer something as well. So really, I think here's the concern or question that people are trying to figure out. So today we've said 4.3 million as a waterfall situation. That you could come to the county and ask. And there's also a cancellation piece in there that says it can be canceled at any time. I got to believe that the lenders don't like that caveat, because I probably wouldn't like that either. But so how, in addition to his question, answer the real big elephant in the room, right? Is it the intent that the 4.3 million is for each side of the funding, or is it just a one-time altogether? Because I think that's really where we need to figure out if our resolution makes sense. It is room tax dollars. It is for within the resort corridor to address capacity issues as we have in the past. But I mean, just trying to understand that piece, because I understood that it was a one time, one deal, and not, it didn't matter who was loaning what, which time.
That's correct.
But it comes better coming out of your words.
Okay, if it's okay, I'll answer that question first, because that.
Of course, he is the chair after all.
Gosh, I'm trying to add to your question.
What you said is correct. The intent, the plan, and the commitment from on our part as well as our lender's part is that there's one $4.5 million. There's one. It applies to both financings. We had originally intended that there would be one financing that would finance both Sands and Mandalay Bay together, one time, one closing. Just in the discussions and as time has progressed forward, it became very clear that there was a need to separate the financings into two phases. There was an advantage for us. There's a cost advantage for us of splitting it into two phases. But at no time have there been discussions about anything above $4.5 million for the two financings together, not from us and not from the lenders. So I hope that addresses that question. The other question, I think I want to correct one thing, maybe not correct, but just clarify. The 1% room tax that's collected by the county is restricted to the resort corridor set up by this board, and can only be used on transportation projects within that corridor, within the public right-of-way. So we can't use that to pay for reserves or to pay debt service. We're not allowed. It's not allowed by law. And look, those have lent themselves to some of these detailed discussions with the lenders, but those are the restrictions under which it was approved back in 2017, and that's what we've required these lenders to live by. As a result of that, the funds that we receive, what we're asking today for those funds is to be part of a two-party agreement. As you mentioned, the resolution was approved back in 2017, and that resolution, the way it's drafted, doesn't provide the lenders with any certainty about whether those funds would actually be able to come in. And so what they've requested from us, every lender we've talked to in every segment of the markets, we've talked to several different types of markets, municipal market, stressed asset market. We've talked to a lot of different lenders. To a lender, they've all required that become a two-party agreement, which is why we're here today. I hope I addressed your question. Maybe I didn't.
Well, that's the way I understand it, and I felt it was important for you to express that in this record. And I think you explained the fact that there is a single $4.5 million request. So the way that we have it in front of us, I don't think we have anything in front of us today, but the way that I understand it is to change would be that it's an absolute commitment. But explain what happens then. You make a request. Well, I guess we have to do the appropriation, so we budget for it, we appropriate it, we send it to you. But then there are other things that can happen and other considerations. Will you please help us understand those?
So the way that our advisors and us have structured this, the restrictions on the money dictate the way that we're financing the project, and the way that the money is restricted, our revenues first go to pay debt service first, our O&M. If there are revenues remaining, then those revenues go in to pay a couple of pledged reserve accounts, a debt service reserve account, as well as a CapEx reserve account. The county money, if that money is used, can only be used by us to pay for maintenance and or construction, if there is any, in the public right-of-way. So as a result of that, the lenders now view that as being after our revenues. So the revenues that we generate to both secure the debt and pay for the operations, those are exhausted if it ever comes about that we would have to use those funds that are appropriate.
So it would be stated expressly in the financing agreements that priority.
That it is
would
not
control.
only expressly stated in there, it is coveted by both parties that is the flow of how those funds will be used.
So what happens in the case? So we have the first financing, and I take it that we must do this in order for you to close your first financing.
Correct.
So we do this, and then there's some chance that maybe the second debt that you're looking at, the second financing that is the 140 million or whatever that number is, more or less, that takes care of Mandalay Extension, comes along. And I think you mentioned earlier that lending may pay off the 32 million. Now, in the event that happens, can we then expect that the obligation, which is going to have to be tied to the first financing, goes away at the time that the first debt is paid?
No, as I mentioned, originally the 4.5 was originally contemplated to secure the entire financing. So whether we do one financing and one closing or two, as we currently have this plan to go, that 4.5 secures the entire amount, both the sands and the additional financing.
Because I think one of the things we may have discussed with you is, when might this end? If you refinance the debt, it seems like that's a logical place, but it can't be if you were to refinance with the contemplated second instrument that you sell, right?
Right, correct.
Okay, so at the end of the day, this is a commitment. If you need it, you use it. Now, explain that portion of what you're proposing to us, because I think I've seen in what has been proposed that if you didn't need the full $4.5 million, there would be some credit to us for the subsequent payment or a subsequent yearly payment.
And obviously, we still need to discuss some of those details with Ms. King and her staff, but our intent would be that if we don't need it, it either comes back or there's no subsequent request. So while you may appropriate it in each subsequent year, it may never get transferred after the first year. There may be no subsequent transfers. Our projections show that you would be making that transfer once and never again, because our projections show that we will be able to do what this financing is projecting us to be able to do. As I mentioned before, the ridership study is based solely on what the current system is doing today and how it generates rides, today. As a result of that, the lenders have become very confident that we'll be able to generate what we're projecting to do, because the ridership study is solely based upon just more of what we're doing. If those projections, if we're off on those projections, 5, 10, 15%, we still have enough to not need the support. So we're very confident in not only the ridership projection, but what we're saying is in regards to how that support will be used.
And then finally, if in fact there is an expectation that your current debt gets paid with the 32 million and immediately following, I mean, you're on parallel tracks, you're working to close all of your financings.
Correct.
One trails the other by a couple months maybe. What is the possibility of maybe waiting and just doing all of it with a single financing?
Well, one of the disadvantages of using the lenders that we're using, and I'm saying using because these are the ones that have actually come to the table with actual proposals to do this, is that the initial sands station financing is being performed by a particular lender who has a particular time frame within which to deploy this capital at this rate. And after that window closes, this particular piece of capital is no longer available. if this capital is no longer available, it's very likely that we will not do either one of the financings, because this lender is also anticipating participating in the larger financing as well, which is why was one of the things that kind of led us to splitting this up.
So in terms of the rating of, the debt, what do you expect?
Today, the expectation is that it will be unrated. Just had some exchanges with a couple of advisors this morning. The market's pretty strong right now for unrated securities. There was just a deal completed by the Virgin Trains here a couple of weeks ago for $1.7 billion. That portion of that, a large portion of that debt went unrated. That same group did a $600 million issuance about a year ago, unrated. And so unrated deals have a place in the market today. And the market's relatively strong, although it's down 400 points this morning, so I'm not sure how long that's going to last. But there's a place for these deals in this particular market today, and there's a window that's open for us to be able to do it, and we're trying to go through that window before it closes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just say, one of the things that I think we really have to keep in mind is that we have the capacity of the monorail today in place. The capacity will be expanded if these extensions happen and the new stations are added. And we don't have any way at all to transfer that capacity anywhere else except into TNCs, buses, taxis, or private, rental cars and private vehicles. There is no other option open to us. And it's as difficult as it is for us to make these kinds of commitments that we hope you're right, that your expectations in your plan is as you hope for, but we can't count on that. We have to plan according to whatever the least desirable circumstances
I do
be.
exactly the same thing.
But the one reality that we face is we have no other way to replace the current capacity of the monorail. There is no other way open to us. And if you're talking about 1.5 million cars, I mean, if you just take 4-day weekends and multiply them out times, the year, you're talking about lots and lots of vehicle trips.
Correct.
And just if you count those weekends. So I think it's important for us to keep that in mind, as difficult as this is, because it does change things, but it changes things in the context of significant change. This is material, significant change to the system itself. And I believe it is.
If I may, we view these two projects as they are game changers for not just the system in terms of our ability to perpetuate what we currently provide for this community in terms of capacity. It also allows us to look at other ways that the system can enhance the experience for visitors here in Las Vegas, and one of those ways is the way that people are starting to transact. More people are starting to transact with cell phones rather than cash or credit cards. As a result of that, being able to do what we're proposing to do with these two systems has enabled us to have the kinds of conversations with the kinds of very large multinational companies that will permit us to create those types of transaction platforms that people are wanting to use. And if we're going to continue to attract the kind of people to this town that we all know we have to have if we're all going to be employed, those individuals are coming to town and wanting to transact a certain way. And this project, along with the way that we are operating our company and investing those resources, is going to allow us to address that way of transacting.
I have several other questions, so I'm going to do Commissioner Weekly, Commissioner Jones, and then Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, Mr. Miles, I want to thank you very much for the time. that you and your team have spent coming to visit with my office and bringing us up to speed. I do have to say, you've come a long way based on a number of the meetings and presentations you've had before this board. I appreciate what I'm hearing today. It seems as if there's a lot of headway that have been made. There's still a long way to go.
Correct.
But just earlier we were talking about partnerships. And here is one here that either we as a county, we're going to get it together or leave it alone as it relates to this partnership. And I know as my chairman that sits here of the Conventions Authority, I'm very grateful that under my tutelage, I had an opportunity to celebrate the record-breaking attendance of visitors coming to this town. And he's going to experience the same thing under his leadership because if you look at the vision that's been put out there as it relates to attracting more people to come here. Our biggest concern is how do we move people along as they get here? And Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you'd agree with me, we get a lot of those complaints, whether it be from those who are coming here for the magic show, whether they're coming here for CES. Those are some of the biggest things that we have to deal with. I heard a lot of comments about expectations and assumptions, and we've been talking about that as well, and I get concerned when we talk about assumptions. But one of the things I don't know if it relates today with this conversation here today, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you and Manager King who brought people together to have this conversation so that we can get to where we are today. Because I was really afraid for you, Mr. Miles, that we were going to be stuck in the mud still. I want to see this thing win. And I got to be honest with you, as a local native Nevadan, I'm going to shamelessly say I've never been on the monorail before. I know. And listen, at least I'm honest. It's some others who won't be brave enough to disclose that they've never ridden on the monorail before. But I'm saying, you don't ride it to work. It doesn't come near your house. At any rate, we want to make sure that we correct that. And we want to make sure that we have to set the example. And if we want this partnership to work, we got to do everything we can. And so whether it be the Board of County Commissioners, our managers, the airport, all the entities, we got to all be on the same page. And so thank you for your due diligence. But one thing I just want to maybe ask you to think about, I don't know if you can answer today, about how are you feeling about this new conversation that we're having? And I'm sure our chairman of the Conventions Authority is going to share some more stuff with us later on throughout the year. But as we look at this other transportation system that we're talking underground, that's going to be new and exciting, and talking about moving people along as we look at this expansion project that we're so excited about out at the Conventions Authority. Now, I'd like to know, how is all of that going to kind of cohabitate? How are we going to filter all of that in? And maybe that we can save that for another discussion, because I have a feeling, Mr. Miles, you'll be back. So those are my comments, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Miles. And
I appreciate your kind
Thank you.
comments. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. I know in a prior discussion you had mentioned possible expansion as part of this, this or other financing tranches to go out to the airport, which would increase your ridership. Is that still under discussion?
Just discussions at this point. When we get into the details of looking at an expansion out to McCarran, the very first discussion we need to have is with the airport director to understand what the needs are there. Having worked there, 11 years, it's been almost 20 years since I've worked there. So I can't assume that I understand all the things that she's up against out there. But as that airport grows and reaches its capacity, the needs change over time. The airport director and I have, we go back almost 25 years. And so there's a good relationship there. And at the appropriate time, when it's time for us to actually start having those conversations, that's the first conversation we'll have.
Okay, Commissioner Naft, and then Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clearly, I share my colleagues in your objective here in reducing congestion. It's a valuable area we're talking about, and we just have to be so cautious with that. And I know how much work has gone in on this subject over many, many years. Something I'm not quite getting there at, and maybe you can help beat me over the head with it a little bit more clearly. What is, so I understand you said the two pieces of financing have to be segregated. I understand that. I did a couple things. I don't quite get the benefit. You said there's a benefit to the monorail to separating them, if you could explain that. And then help me understand. I understand nothing's a guarantee. There's no assurances. But if we are going to move towards the direction of helping with the financing, what can you do to help me feel better about understanding what assurances we do have that the second piece comes, since that's clearly the larger piece of the puzzle here? And I think the Sphere stop is important, but I think the Mandalay Bay piece helps solve a very large, or helps contribute to a solution to a large problem we're facing.
That's very good questions. First, to address the question about the financing and what benefit it actually provides to us, the rate that this particular lender is offering us, it's still relatively confidential, but is a very good rate for us, given how we're financing this project. There is a limit, time limit within which he's able to deploy these funds and be able to achieve the rate that we're talking about. And so as a result of that, we're trying to help him meet that time frame. Obviously, the rate has a lot to do with, as we go forward, downstream in terms of cash flows year after year and meeting our obligations, that rate becomes very important. Every basis point counts. And to knock off, 25, 50, 75 basis points off of a loan like this could mean several $100,000 over the life of the loan, if not millions, but certainly hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of your annual obligation. So that's one of the advantages. Another advantage is that with this particular source of funding, the covenants that we have to agree to are relatively, they're moderate. We're under a set of covenants today that are very restrictive. This lender is going to permit us to do some things that would allow us to, that will facilitate us actually growing this system in the way that Commissioner Jones suggested. So those are huge advantages to us. I think the second question was related to the separating of the two financings. This particular lender, as I mentioned, is a time frame within which we can secure these funds, and we still have a few items remaining for us to complete as it relates to the on-airport portion of the Mandalay Bay extension. The rest of that extension is essentially completed. The rights and property right access agreements, those are all have been executed. We have the right to purchase one piece of land. It's about 1,100 square feet. But short of that, everything else has been completed except for that last airport piece. Rather than us delay the entire financing and lose this opportunity to save in our cash flow and reduce the risk of this financing, we decided to split the two pieces into two parts as we complete those other airport requirements. I hope that answered your question. I'm not sure it did.
But it answered part of the question. I'm not sure I'm quite there as far as any assurance that the larger piece, the $140 million of the $175 million,
what
that's
assurance?
A much larger piece. So I don't, and maybe the answer is you can't provide one, which is fine.
Well,
that's just my question.
I'm sorry. The one thing that I say I've been saying now for years about these financings, and I've been involved in a lot of them. I was at McCarran for 11 years, as I mentioned, at the RTC for several years. We've been involved in a lot of these financings. And one thing that you can be assured of is that you don't have your money until you have your money. So there are no guarantees until the money actually transfers into your account. So what guarantees can I give you? I can give you as much of a guarantee as I possibly can today that that's going to happen. But I'm very careful not to get out ahead of what lenders may want or how things could change over time. We have a very strong belief that what we proposed and what we've received back from the lenders allows us to do this. And that's as strong a guarantee as I can provide today.
Okay, that's what I appreciate you being upfront about it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brown, you good? Well, I mean, the only thing that I was just going to say, I think, though, if we at some point direct Yolanda to even go have these conversations, you don't ever get the money unless you got all the financing in place, right?
We won't, yes. You mean in terms of the phase financing? Yes, correct.
Thank you. And Curtis, thanks for briefing me. I'm playing catch up, obviously, you understand that.
Sure.
So, a couple things. The resolution we passed in 17, that's what's on the books now. That was, we basically may participate if asked. So the ask, although there's no details of the new ask, it's we will commit 4.5. And that's over 30 years?
This is anticipated to be a 30-year financing. Yes.
So that number is 135 million. And obviously, this would be the first time the county would take a look at this kind of investment or partnership with a private company, private nonprofit, which I guess is okay because I think everyone is in agreement that the sand station, MSG sand station, the extension to Mandalay and Luxor is a tremendous asset. It would do a lot, not only from the ridership numbers, but certainly put a linkage of convention space, conventioneers. So the upside on that is remarkable. You've stated on a couple of occasions that the ridership projections, there's a real comfort level amongst the lenders that they're very conservative and ultimately they will exceed what was there. And then that brings up the obvious question is, why do you need us?
Right.
And I think for me to get comfortable with the why do you need us, a couple things need to happen. And as far as closing by May, I'm not sure that's realistic.
Right.
Because I think from the county standpoint, my ask of staff would be, you mentioned the proposal needs to further discuss the details, but there's also those other things, the airport stuff has to be resolved. All that needs to be sewed up. We can't have something may happen in 30 days or we think we're close. All that has to be completed. Every piece that's on the perimeter of this financial deal has to be, in my opinion, completed. So then we have certainty to move forward. But I would like to see, and I don't know if you've interacted with staff, I'd like to see the financials of the monorail. I'd like to see the ridership projections and the latest study.
Right.
And the details of a proposal. If we anticipate coming back in 2 weeks or in a month, all that has to be worked out. And again, I really need to feel comfortable that, because with 135 million commitment over 30 years, we could do other things with this money as far as mitigation on the strip and pedestrian safety and all sorts of bollards. And there's so much that we can do for us to make what I think would be a tremendous commitment to the monorail and more directly to the new lenders. My comfort level needs to be a lot higher than it is now. So I would, my only thought is that staff needs to get that information, have our people take a look at it, and create this new resolution in a proposed form. And then I think I'd be able to be briefed at a higher level.
Commissioner, could I just want to clarify one thing for the record? The commitment is not to the lenders. It's to the monorail company.
Well, and I believe me, I think there's a real argument for a public benefit here, using the dollars, identify the dollars, no question, as far as congestion, ridership, tourism, great argument for the public benefit. But who is going to truly be the financial beneficiary of 135 million of public dollars?
Well, as you said, there's a number of beneficiaries of the project going forward. And I think if you look, obviously theoretically, we're all going to benefit from us relieving congestion in that corridor by us constructing this project. The explicit beneficiary of it is not going to be the lenders. This money can't go to the lenders in any way. It can't be used to secure their debt. It can't be used to pay for their reserves. It can't be used to pay their debt in any way. It's not recoverable by them in any way. The commitment that you're making to us provides the lenders an extra level of comfort that when they loan us what is ultimately going to be a lot of money to build these two projects, to build the one project split into two pieces, that when they do that, over the life of those loans, or that loan or those loans, that they have an extra level of comfort that we will have the ability to pay them back. Now, the revenues that we generate from these two projects secure those two loans. The revenues that the company currently generates, together those two sources of revenues are pledged toward the debt, but essentially these two stations are generating enough revenue on their own to secure those loans under the proposals that we have from those two different lenders.
I appreciate that. And I guess it's that extra level of security to the lender, especially the one today. Does that equate to enough justification for the county to invest $135 million for the public benefit? That's where I need to get a comfort level with staff. Because what I keep hearing, and I feel it's accurate, when these two pieces of the monorail become a reality, the numbers are going to be off the charts. They're going to be generating those. With the ability to say, look at what we've just done, now they start looking at the airport or downtown or something like that. So that's all positive. I just need, again, to be a little more comfortable with what the county's doing.
We'll certainly provide those documents you requested.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to maybe look to Mary Ann. And I have Commissioner Sager-Bloom as well.
I just feel like there's been a record today made that there's been changes requested from your December 2017 resolution. They're a requirement of the lenders. So I am not as comfortable as Mr. Miles in thinking that the lenders will not come back against the county in the event of some difficulties. There's no reason to change from your 2017 resolution to what's being presented today, but for the lenders, they're going to consider themselves third-party beneficiaries of that agreement based on the representations that have been made today. I'm not saying that they have an absolute right, but it certainly does expose the county to some liability to anybody who relies on a revision to that resolution that may be made.
You need to further clarify that.
I think Commissioner Gibson accurately set forth what that December 2017 resolution says. It says this board will act in good faith every budget year to consider appropriation, and if the funds are available and if the monorail company meets certain requirements, they'll make that payment each year. What the monorail company is asking you is to change that completely and make an obligation, take away the discretion of this board. And the only reason that you're doing it is because it's been represented to you that the lenders are requiring it. So under contract law, they would be considered third-party beneficiaries of this contract. So there's an obligation there.
Would we need the lenders to speak directly to the county requesting a change in the resolution?
We don't need that. We need, you've made a record that they're requiring it of the monorail company as a condition of financing. That's the only reason that this discussion is happening.
Could I interject, Commissioner?
Please.
So one of the questions, I recognize that there's an assumption that there are a couple of ways you could go, and I don't know that there are. But having said that, it would be my expectation that the monorail company would understand this conversation we're having today, and I think they hear it loud and clear, and that the $4.5 million commitment could be acknowledged by the lender as being not necessarily in the writing, because I think there has to be something written if we're to get peace on the point that is being raised now. But the lender understands that the likelihood of default is far less if we're supporting the monorail company the way that they've asked us to. So their risk decreases with the payment by the county of the $4.5 million. So it seems that it follows. Don't know if it can follow, but it seems to me that it follows that if they get the further assurances that come from a commitment by the county, they ought to be approached about, and it ought to be insisted upon, that this money is not there in the case of default. This is not collateral against which they can make a claim. It is there to give further assurances of the monorail company's capacity to pay the debt and avoid default. But it is not given as the kind of collateral against which action could be brought to recover it from us. And I think that we can talk all the way around this thing, but what we're really asking is that that be the case. Because the whole question is, are we going to end up being the security of last resort? And so the 130 million, sure, that'll pay the whole 32 million and and whatever interest is due. So I don't know. I mean, that thought came to my mind, Commissioner Brown, and it seems like it ought to be something that we put on the record today.
Madam Chair, can I address that? Is it briefly?
I feel like we're getting worse than ever. So go ahead, and then I want to go to Commissioner Sagerblum.
Very, very briefly, that is exactly the line that we have drawn with the lender, and that's reflected in those drafted documents, that there is no recovery.
So it is without recourse to the county directly by the lender.
Not.
Well,
I think, I don't know how many of you paid attention, but we got a lot of pushback when the monorail company went to bankruptcy before. We were very hands-off. And the staff, when they talked with the monorail company, came up with some language to protect the county in just the event that you're talking about. And that language was rejected by the finance company. So it's not saying that you can't do it. You just, if you go forward with this, you need to know what obligation you're undertaking.
Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, so my understanding is we're talking about $4 million. Basically, we could buy a bond for $50, $60 million. So that's really what we're talking about is equivalent of a bond, which we could use for something else. And my real concern is that this is one piece of the stadium, but we're going to come back and we're going to spend $500 million on redoing the interchange. What else are we going to spend? So I think we ought to just lump all this stuff together as far as what we, the county, are going to subsidize for the stadium, recognizing that that's something we're doing, and then prioritize it. But ultimately, I think the monorail is a great asset for Las Vegas. It's something we need to do. Putting it out there is fantastic. We need to do that. I'm not sure why we are doing it as opposed to having the MGM or someone else do it, but at the end of the day, we have to do this. This is part of that stadium, part of our commitment to Las Vegas, and it is going to take a tremendous amount of road and wear and tear and vehicles off of roads. I mean, there's no other alternative, as Commissioner Gibson said, so it's a win-win for us. But let's just look at it realistically and say this is $50 million, a bond that we could do for something else, and instead we're going to use it to subsidize the stadium. Monorail, not the stadium. Well, the stadium. This is extended for the stadium. This is part of what the government is doing to make that stadium work. It's just like we're going to redo the Tropicana interchange. That's part of what we're going to do to make the stadium work. So let's not
just interrupt.
Okay, Commissioner Naft, and then I'm going to call a timeout here. We're done.
I just want to go on the record.
Might
since
just
the
sit down. Thank you. Where I'm going to let
Madam
him
Chair.
finish.
Just because the stadium is in the district, from every survey analysis I've seen, the monorail, which I made clear to Mr. Miles here, is a small piece of the solution for the stadium. It helps connect our convention centers. It's a solution, but as far as getting people to the stadium, it's a small piece.
So here's what I would say. I guess I'm looking for some direction. I feel like I'm getting mixed signals if even we're allowed to sit down and have a conversation or direct Marianne and Yolanda to Jessica to go and see if if we can come to some kind of agreement or some kind of conversation. I know that the clause of canceling anytime I thought was the biggest heartburn. I thought that the lenders would agree that we don't want to be liable at any point ever, but I don't know what that looks like on paper, and I don't know if it makes sense to send you all to figure that out. And at the end of the day, it still has to come back before this board. We still have to have tons of other discussion, but I don't know that any of us know what it looks like until it's in legal format. Is that a fair statement, Marianne? I feel nervous because I feel like you said don't do it, because we got to protect ourselves, and I struggle. I always listen to you, so I'm trying to understand what is the best recourse.
I'm not saying don't do it. That's a policy decision for the board. If you're going to direct us to do that, you just need to know what sort of obligation you're making on behalf of the county. And I disagree with Mr. Miles on the exposure. I think we have a bigger exposure than has been represented.
Commissioner Brown.
Marianne, so the resolution that was passed in December, that's on the books. It's not the county that's asking to change it. It's the monorail and that group. Is it under that pretext that if they are approaching the county with a new proposal, does that give you a comfort level?
No, because they've made it very clear, and they've made representations here that they need it to assuage concerns of their financiers. The resolution that you approved in December was crafted very carefully to avoid third-party liability, but still give some comfort to lenders, as Commissioner Gibson indicated. What they've asked to change is 180 degrees different. It's a permissible use of those funds, but it's an obligation, and it may impact ability to spend money.
And that's been verbally. Have we received anything? Has your office received anything officially asking for this new resolution or amended resolution?
There have been discussions, and we've talked about what language could look like in a draft form, either be it in an amendment or resolution or even to the franchise agreement. So we've had discussions about what the draft could look like and what would be included or not included from both sides.
And I'll just say, so I have been part of some discussions, but first and foremost, I said to Mr. Miles that he needed to go, and he had some additional conditions that he was responsible for. So we haven't had real discussions because those conditions needed to even be taken care of, and we've made huge progress trying to get those taken care of. And there's one outstanding mitigation piece that he's working through. So,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Gibson.
So direction to the staff in my mind would be that you undertake some level of due diligence so that the questions that have been asked by members of this board related to the financials of the monorail company, for that matter, maybe even something significantly helpful in understanding who the lenders are, and what is behind the projections that we are hearing about today. I mean, I think there needs to be due diligence. We can't just walk into this without taking a look at the things that are being shared with us, or the documents that are the source material for the things that are being shared with us. Having said that, if you conducted a true in-depth due diligence activity, I don't know how long it'd take. So someone has got to make a determination, and I'd leave that to the staff to make a determination of how deep a dig that needs to be. But that ought to be included in the marching orders that we give the staff today following this meeting.
Okay, does anybody want to, I mean, at the end, I think that it still has to come back to this board, right? And I think that, Mr. Miles, now there's a different conversation that needs to be had on the expectation of the county's role within, if anything were to go south within this venture.
Understood.
Is there any, I mean, are people okay with staff looking at it, having a conversation? I'm not sure that we're going to get there, but I'm looking for some thoughts.
Well, my number one concern now is I'm hearing legal counsel indicate that we should do nothing. We should rely on the December 17 resolution. So, Mary, if this board, from a policy standpoint, chooses to do nothing and keep the resolution in December, what happens next?
The resolution remains viable and is part of the public record that the financiers can look at in making their calculations.
May I ask this question, but what about the cancellation? I think there would have to be some uncertainty with the cancellation piece, that you could cancel it. I can't imagine that you could finance knowing that those dollars could be unavailable at any time. I'm asking, I don't know.
Well, we're subject to, some budgeting restrictions under state law that says we can't. Unless we go through financing things, we have to have some sort of discretion in that matter. We're not in the business of financing companies, so there are some hoops to going through if you're going to get rid of a cancellation policy or try to circumvent the budget appropriation laws. So there's some legal concerns to doing everything that they ask for. If you feel like you don't want to go to the two-party agreement situation and commit yourself to that extent, it is possible that there could be drafts, changes to the resolution that would give people a little more certainty, but still retain appropriate amount of discretion.
Commissioner Weekly.
I don't know. I guess I feel some kind of way about this. I think that there are some of us here that want to see this thing move forward. But we also are of the opinion, or I'm of the opinion, until this December resolution is addressed. That seems like the number one issue for me at this point now, because, although you're saying, I'm not saying you can do whatever you want to do, but I'm telling you, this is what you're on the books having stated in December 2017, right? And so until it sounds to me like, do we have to put something back on the agenda to address that resolution if we want to see some changes, or?
If you want to see changes to the resolution, it would have to come on the changes as part of your backup so that the public could see what's anticipated.
Yeah. But as of today, we're totally going against that resolution that we committed to, and we committed to that based on concerns that we had with this particular applicant at that particular time.
I don't know of anything that has been expressed today that would affect that resolution. From what I'm hearing from the board, that resolution remains in effect in full force. The question that's been presented to you is, would you change that resolution into a two-party agreement, take out some discretion, put in some other obligations that obligate the board for 30 years?
Well, Madam Chair, it sounds to me like this conversation is going to have to be had.
So I guess then so is the direction, should the direction be based on what you're saying and based on what we're saying, that we'd like to bring that resolution back? We'd like to direct staff to, because we're not really taking any action today, but direct staff to look at alternatives or options that could be part of that resolution. I guess I'm just looking for a little more clarity myself, because there's a couple of things that I think that we should at least entertain or allow you guys to go look. There's no guarantees, but I struggle with us not looking at transportation as a whole. But I get it, right? Because I was the biggest anti-person the last time, right? I owned it because I was uncomfortable with the bond folks when they came before us, because they made me nervous, because I don't want to pay if things go bad. It's not my gig, but I do have a responsibility to try and figure out capacity on the strip for the long term. And I think that it's many modes of transportation that are going to do it. There's not one piece of transportation that's going to do it all. And we're kidding ourselves if we think that there is. But I'm just wondering, our next step, even if we wanted to look at the resolution, do we just put it back on the agenda? Do we direct staff to put it on the next agenda and have a bigger conversation? Do we direct staff to look at some options based on what commissioners are asking today? Oh no, you can't. Well, I'm just going to try something. I'm going to go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
So, Marianne, my direction, and this is just my direction, would be to stay true to the December 17 resolution, period. And then I would ask you what steps anyone can take over the next weeks or months to address that direction. Would it be incumbent upon the monorail people to approach us in a different way? As far as I'm concerned, we want to help the monorail, but I am so adamant about doing it on our terms. And that's what the resolution in December was. That's the county helping on our terms. I agree with you that I don't want a lender telling us what we have to do to help them. That's just wrong. But that would be my policy direction. But is there a window to continue the discussion beyond today?
I think there are some potential provisions strengthening that resolution that would give more comfort to a lender without unduly obligating the county that this board could consider.
And whose responsibility would that be? The monorail approaching staff to have that discussion, or?
Well, clearly we have a good working relationship. Those discussions can start on either end.
Okay, I think we've discussed it, and either one of you will figure out who the chicken or the egg goes first. So anything else? Okay, Ms. King.
All right, Commissioners, that actually concludes your agenda for today. Staff, we do not have any closed door items, and so we are done with this agenda.
Okay, this is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment, please come forward and state your name for the record. Seeing no one, I'm going ahead and close the public comment, and we are adjourned.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the Fire Department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
After October 1st, people started saying, Vegas strong.
But the truth is, I don't always feel strong.
Some days I feel scared.
Alone.
Exhausted. Overwhelmed.
Hopeless.
Anxious.
But I didn't think I needed help.
Because I thought things would get better.
We didn't have physical wounds.
But what happened that night affected all of us.
And it's never too late to get the help you need.
Reach out to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center to see how they can help you.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Hi, I'm Robert Smith, and I want to tell you about Positively Kids, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to providing medical care for children in our community. Here's Fred Schultz to tell you more.
Our facilities care for mentally fragile children and their families at no cost. Help us as we embark on building a long-term pediatric care facility to handle the growing needs. Visit our website.
Support the Foundation for Positively Kids.
Together, we can create our own all-star team.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where continuous growth brings new adventures. Sometimes improvement means putting things back the way they were. We take the sneeze out of allergy season, and there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. Philosophy, mission, and even its very physical design, we've patterned the Springs Preserve after nature itself. That can be challenging because one defining characteristic of nature is that it's ever changing. Well, now as we enter our 12th year, it's rewarding to look around and consider all that's changed since the beginning. But we're not stopping here. We're in the midst of making several improvements and adding exciting new attractions.
When the Springs started 12 years ago, I don't think the founders envisioned it to be a static place. This is really going to be a living institution. While preserving the history of the state and the city of Las Vegas, we also want to be on the cutting edge of showcasing the latest innovations in sustainable living, environmental design.
The Springs Preserve was never intended to be a one-and-done type of visitor experience. If your only visit was back around the time of our opening, you'd hardly recognize us today. In the ensuing years, we've added several major new attractions.
One of them is the Desert Soul. It's a 750-foot ultra-efficient model home that was built by UNLV students in 2013 as part of the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon. In 2015, we had two exhibits come online here, Waterworks and Boomtown 1905. Waterworks shows the journey water takes from starting on the slopes of the Colorado Rocky Mountains and makes its way to Las Vegas and eventually to your tap. It's that journey broken down. Another exhibit is Boomtown 1905. We recreated a streetscape of various buildings that were there then, like the Railroad Depot, the Arizona Club, which was a great saloon back in the day. There's also 4 original cottages that were given by the railroad to senior workers to lure them from the comforts of Los Angeles or Salt Lake City and bring their family all the way out to the desert to work on the railroad. We also have a butterfly habitat which allows visitors to walk through an enclosed area with hundreds of butterflies. They learn about the plants that sustain the butterfly as well as how they pollinate. And it's really just a wonderful experience for kids and adults.
We also brought the infamous Mojave Max and some of his closest friends to a brand new home, a 15-acre desert tortoise paradise located along the Exploration Loop Trail. We completed construction of a beautiful picnic area in the historic Cottonwood Grove out on our trails where visitors can relax in the shade of those massive historic trees. We even partnered with the UNLV Design Department to create a new state-of-the-art playground where kids can climb, slide, play musical instruments, and water paint. But the fun won't stop there.
One of the more exciting construction projects we have going is the butterfly-themed splash pad and playground. It's right behind the butterfly habitat area, and it's built for children 3 to 6 years old, and it will include the splash pad, some play equipment, and some chairs with shade.
It will be a chance to merge education and play with lessons on these positive pollinators and the important role butterflies play in our natural environment. In fact, this playground project is supported by the Nevada State Legislature, who recognize the value the Springs Preserve has in providing unique educational experiences for our youngest guests. And in typical Springs Preserve fashion, we plan to take this opportunity and fit it into our everyday mission with a careful eye on sustainability. While the fun may be above ground for the kiddos, we're always conscious of our impact on the environment. So as with much of the water used in the valley, water from the splash pad will be captured, treated, and returned to Lake Mead. The Springs Preserve also continues to evolve with several improvement projects, starting with the replacement of the Origin Museum rotunda floor. And out in our natural area, we're underway with a renovation of our Cienega ponds.
The Meadows Detention Basin, which is a stormwater detention basin, is actually also a habitat for hundreds of birds and plants, and also a wonderful trail goes through this area. Unfortunately, right now, visitors on the trail can't see the channel, water channel, and the ponds because of just the overgrowth that's occurred over the last few years. So we're making some changes to that by lining some of the channels and the ponds with concrete so we can get in there, clear out the overgrown vegetation, make it just a more enjoyable experience for hikers and folks who use the trail.
We'll soon add to our 3.5 miles of trails with a new link from the Cottonwood Grove Ramada to a new attraction created by transforming a historic pump station that was vital for water delivery to Las Vegas 80 years ago.
We have some created ponds under some beautiful woodland trees. We're going to add to that with the trail that meanders across to the historic 1940s era Clark Street pump station. Right now, it's boarded up. But we're planning to clean it out and make it an exhibit so the visitors can go inside, take a look at some of this historic pumping machinery, which is very interesting, actually.
Sometimes growth can be painful, but will lead to great strength. Such will be the case as we begin work later this year on a major improvement project in one of our most popular areas.
So we're here in the Botanical Garden. This is going to be the site of a future construction project. We are going to expand the electrical capacity of the garden. They're going to be digging up the garden. A lot of it involves hand digging. It's a slow-going process.
A process that will close the gardens and butterfly habitat for a year to allow for the most efficient use of construction time.
But by the end, it's going to really be an improvement to the visitor experience, especially outdoor events. So once the upgrades are made, I think it'll be well worth the inconvenience.
Just like nature, we'll never stop growing and evolving in an effort to maintain an ever-increasing interest in this native, all-natural cultural sanctuary. National Geographic's filmmakers and scientists travel across the globe to document their wild discoveries. But you don't have to go far to experience their adventures for yourself. Now at the Springs Preserve, National Geographic presents Earth Explorers. We put you right in the explorer's shoes, from polar regions to the exotic jungle and even the ocean floor. You'll take a journey to the wildest places in the world where you can climb in a genuine off-road vehicle, visit new environments with augmented reality, study animal behavior, and discover new species and more, just like the real National Geographic teams. This rare behind-the-scenes exhibit is at the Springs Preserve only for a limited time. Find it through May 5th at the Origin Museum. Admission is free for members or included in your general admission. Come start your adventure today. As the birthplace of Las Vegas, the Springs Preserve was once a thriving natural habitat teeming with water, plants, and animals. Then, as mankind moved into the valley, they built roads and added infrastructure, which changed the ecosystem. But scientists at the Springs Preserve have been working for over a decade to restore some of this habitat to its native landscape.
It's been a thrill, really, to watch the changes. It's obvious, especially from before photos, that we've really made a difference here It's easy to see, in photos at the beginning when you've got a bare patch of soil, and then even within 1 or 2 years later, you've got a rich, diverse landscape, and then 10, 15 years later, we've got, cottonwood trees that are approaching 40 feet tall, and it's a thrill to see it all come together.
Back in the year 2000, before the Springs Preserve was officially opened, nearly 100 acres of the area was identified as prime land for habitat restoration. The procedure is straightforward. Clean up sites disturbed by man, identify and restore soils to their original composition, and install native plants to recreate the former landscape. One shining example of habitat restoration success is the Springs Preserve Cienega, a type of wetland system unique to the American Southwest.
So our Cienega has been a really popular spot on site since we opened. And what we did was we took a water detention basin and we transformed it into a little desert wetland with a nice trail that goes through. It's really great, whether you're bird watching or just seeing other wildlife that kind of come and go in that area.
Lots of detail-oriented work goes into habitat restoration, especially when project leaders are committed to maintaining the integrity of the natural landscape. Even when there's a lot of data to keep up with, specific goals help keep habitat restorers on track.
In some cases, we're restoring for a particular wildlife species or trying to achieve a certain look for the public. We've created some educational landscapes where we wanted to show the public different plant communities that are found in Las Vegas Valley. So that would be our goal, to have a creosote bush community or a cottonwood community, and that would be our objective, and then we would create that.
All that diligent work is paying off in ways that aren't just visible to the eye, but vital to the creatures of our ecosystem. You see, one of the signs of a successful habitat restoration is that wildlife begins to move into the landscape and use it. And at the Springs Preserve, our guests get to witness this success story firsthand.
As they're out on these trails and getting to have these moments where they get to see different animals, it's a good way to kind of have that neat interaction with nature in a controlled setting.
Successful habitat restoration is a win for everyone. For the plants who will return, the animals who now have a place to live, and the Springs Preserve guests who get to enjoy the breathtaking results. So whether your interest is wildlife photography, adding to your birdwatching life list, or just enjoying a walk out on the trails, habitat restoration is an amazing way to visit the past. It's springtime and awesome events are blooming all throughout April and May at the Springs Preserve. First, on Saturday, April 27th, the Springs Preserve transforms into a wonderland, all for our annual Dia del Niño event. Celebrate the magic of childhood through kid-friendly activities including arts and crafts, live entertainment, and face painting. Tickets to this popular event are limited, so order yours today and make memories that will last long after they've grown up. Next is a Springs Preserve experience for guests 21 and older. Time to unwind at the Brews and Blues Festival. Grab your crew and sample a brew or two. We'll have drafts on tap from all around the world with live blues music to keep the night cool. Local vendors will be there too with some good eats, so come hungry. It's all happening Saturday, May 11th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Get your tickets early and get ready to chill. Speaking of things that chill, attention ice cream lovers of all ages. Get ready to let your sweet tooth run wild at the Springs Preserve's annual Ice Cream Festival. Indulge in your favorite creamy treats while enjoying live entertainment and carnival games. All this and more is happening May 18th at the Springs Preserve from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tickets to this event disappear faster than a gallon of Rocky Road at your little brother's birthday party, so get yours today at springspreserve.org. If you had to describe the philosophy of the Springs Preserve in one word, that word would likely be sustainability. From water conservation and LEED Platinum architecture to solar power generation and restored natural habitats, our entire campus is a living example of sustainable living. But more importantly, our staff, many of whom have been with us from the very beginning, live that philosophy, not only while they're here at work, but in every aspect of their lives.
The
The Springs Preserve is an amazing place to work. I get such a sense of gratitude every time I drive onto the property every morning as the sun is rising, just to be in this beautiful, beautiful environment that is so central to the history of Las Vegas and what this city is all about.
The longer Dawn worked at the Springs Preserve, distinctions between her workplace and the rest of her community became more apparent. Wasteful practices and inefficiencies in the operation and design of homes, retail spaces, and other facilities left her feeling more grateful for her workplace and motivated her to carry the message of sustainability home with her each day.
The work that I do here at the Springs Preserve and the time that I get to spend here really makes me feel connected to the environment. This is such a beautiful place, and it is such an amazing gift that we actually have this place to offer to the community to come and experience what it's like to live in the Mojave Desert, and to give them the tools that they need to, on a day-to-day basis, live sustainably and in a way that is conscious of our natural resources.
She suggests that the best place to start is to disconnect with our ubiquitous electronics and immerse ourselves back into nature.
Our brains are so connected to the electronics in our environment that they get exhausted. And for me, being out in nature is a way to sort of reset and recalibrate my brain and to feel connected to my environment and to feel connected to myself. The Springs Preserve is such an amazingly serene, natural place that is so close to the center of town, and it is such a surprise for people that you can come out here and you can really feel connected to the desert environment.
Then, needed changes in one's lifestyle and environment become more apparent and easier to make when viewed through this renewed, more natural perspective.
We really try to provide people with the tools that they're going to need to start to change their mindset about sustainability. That it's really not something scary that's difficult to do. That all it is something that we need to begin to get used to doing and create new habits, and then it will become the new normal. We are all incredibly fortunate to live in this beautiful desert home. And if we want to continue to live here the way that we do right now, really enjoying this beautiful environment, then we all have to work together to maintain what we have.
Earth Day is celebrated around the world on April 22nd, and a spring season noted as an annual period of renewal and new growth. Coincidentally, the Springs Preserve Botanical Garden blossoms quite literally, showing off to the world just how gorgeous a sustainable native desert landscape can look.
The Botanical Gardens is just a beautiful place to see how plants can flourish in the desert. If you put the right kind of plants in, desert, adaptive, or native plants, you can really create an incredibly lush, beautiful environment that's really going to connect you to nature and the changing of the seasons.
In our harried urban lifestyles of today, time is something we feel we never have enough of. But once a reconnection is made with nature, priorities change and a recalibration takes place, compelling us to make a celebration of Earth Day a part of our everyday.
And that's really what sustainability is all about. So on a day-to-day basis, once you start to get into tune with nature, it just feels natural. You know, I mean, recycling feels natural. It might not at first, but once you get going, it becomes a habit and you can see the end goal. And I think that that's another thing that the Springs Preserve is really helpful with, is showing people what the result can be of really paying attention to the natural environment and making an effort to help it back to a more balanced state.
Our hugely popular butterfly habitat will be open for the spring season from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. through May 27th. So be sure to flutter by soon to get up close to these magical creatures. The schedule is subject to change based on weather conditions and special event availability. Admission to the butterfly habitat is $2 for value members, $3 for non-members. Bronze and above members receive free admission. All guests ages 2 and up must be ticketed. Follow all our flight plans by visiting our website at springspreserve.org or follow us on social media to be the first to know.
It made sense in the beginning. Landscape the Las Vegas Valley with towering trees that offer much needed shade and always appreciated greenery. But it ends up we were fighting biology and setting ourselves up for the pollen apocalypse.
Yeah, the ones that are planted in Las Vegas that cause a lot of problems are mulberry trees, olive trees, pine trees, and ash trees. In fact, ash trees are our most commonly planted tree here in Las Vegas, and we've put a lot of these in our area that cause a lot of our allergy problems, unfortunately.
Why are these particular trees pollen problem children? It boils down to reproduction. These trees want to reproduce, and to do this, the male plants must move their pollen to female plants. And since they can't get up and walk around, these trees have come up with other methods of pollen delivery.
They put a lot of pollen into the air because they're wind pollinated. So what they do is they'll put a lot of pollen into the air in hopes that one of those pollen grains will land on an appropriate female receptacle on another plant. So billions of pollen gets put into the air.
Did that surprise you? Many of us don't typically think of trees when considering allergy and pollen sources. In fact, it's often those plants with large flowers that are blamed, but they're not our allergy culprits.
Plants that have large, showy flowers are pollinated by birds and bees and insects and those sorts of things. So those plants produce very small amounts of pollen, and they're sticky little clumps of pollen that are supposed to get stuck on an insect and travel around that way. So they do not put pollen into the air. So if you see a plant that has a nice, big, showy flower on it, you are not going to be suffering from pollen allergies because of that plant.
Determining if a plant or tree is male or female is a great start to help deter allergy problems, and checking with your local nursery is the best way to ensure you're getting female plants instead of male ones. But there are also a few visual cues that can help you spot male and female plants.
If you have a plant that flowers and then it produces a fruit, that is your female. Then you also have those plants that have flowers with no fruit, and those are your male. So chances are if you have plants that have flowers that attract bees or other pollinators, those are the ones that are not going to really cause you problems because the pollen is gathered on those specific insects or other animals.
When wind-blown pollen hits your nose instead of another plant, your body reacts to the foreign invader and you get allergies. Fortunately, allergy season in the desert is relatively short, between March and the end of May, with the occasional resurgence in the fall. These months are when growing plants are at their strongest and put a lot of pollen into the air, and they tend to be our windiest seasons too, making these allergy seasons pack a wallop. So what can you do when it's the time of the year for an allergen assault? First, make sure it's really pollen you're allergic to.
It could be dust, it could be dander, or it could be like dust mites. You can go to the local pollen tracker and it will tell you what's really high pollen in our area for that specific time. And then that way you can see what's really bothering you.
When pollen is on the wing, the dry desert air means the only thing that's going to get rid of it is a good rainstorm. So if pollen is your assailant, remember that there's no shame in taking cover.
Unfortunately, you have to generally keep your doors and windows closed, prevent air from getting in, and have a good filtration system in your home.
But for those allergy sufferers who don't want to retreat indoors, there is another option. Sure, no one can re-landscape the entire valley, but homeowners can make a major impact in their own yards. Plant flowering or fruiting trees over non-flowering ones. Make sure any native plants you own are not wind-pollinated. Finally, you can mow the flowering heads off pollen-producing grasses, and if you're serious about switching out sniffle-inducing turf for a less volatile landscape, you may be able to get some help.
And the other thing you could do is get your grass removed and replaced with a nice landscape that is full of showy flowers that will never produce pollen problems for you.
We do have a rebate program with SNWA to help get rid of some of the turf so you can plant things that wouldn't cause allergies.
Shoring up your yard against potent pollen doesn't mean giving up on beauty either. While not everything on display at the Springs Preserve Gardens are necessarily low allergen, there are enough ideas there, along with landscaping classes, that will prove inspirational should you choose to take your defense against pollen to the next level.
If you know going into this that certain plants are going to be great for not producing pollen, all the cactus, all the succulents, all of the great blooming shrubs and penstemons and springtime bloomers we have here, then you can see what's growing in Springs Preserve and you can implement that in your own yard.
Why do people like you love volunteering at the Springs Preserve? It's easy to see. As invaluable members of our team, our volunteers get to work with animals, educate visitors, work alongside real scientists, help beautify the grounds, get out of the office, work as a team, learn more about their desert home, promote sustainability, pick up a new gardening trick or two, connect with our city's history, cultivate community, and much, much more. And now you can be a part of our team. It's easy to join. Anyone aged 14 or older can fill out our online application form. Opportunities are available for individuals and groups for both short and long-term durations. Find the application and more info at springspreserve.org. We have a vest waiting for you.
Known lately as a superfood due to their high levels of nutrients and antioxidants, blueberries are a great addition to a healthy diet. And late spring means our grocery store shelves will soon fill with these seasonal delights. Today, Chef Sisley creates a perennial favorite dish with these super little berries.
Howdy folks, my name's Chef Sisley and I am making some blueberry cobbler here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve today. So I've got a lot of different bowls and a lot of different stuff out. It's easiest to just lay it all out and then it's going to come together into a few bigger bowls and then ultimately into one beautiful baked dessert. I've got melted butter and I've also got about a half a cup of sugar. Now for any of you who like to make cookies, this is going to look very familiar. This is what you call creaming the butter and the sugar until the butter gets a little bit lighter in color, a little bit lighter, and a little bit fluffier. All right, so I'm going to set this one aside and come back to it very shortly because what I also want to get going before I pull everything together is some lightly beaten eggs with, very simply, some vanilla. Ultimately, it's all going to go together, so I'm just going to give those eggs a really light beating, mostly just to get it homogeneous, which means it all looks the same, and that looks just about right. Now I've got a 1 3/4 cups of flour. I've got about a 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda, baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt. I'm going to get a new whisk just because I don't want this to all jump together. Now from here, I'm going to reactivate my butter sugar mix. And then in go my eggs. These all get mixed together. This lovely little mixture of moisture is buttermilk, so it's got a little bit of sourness to it. And I could add that in now, and then I could add in my flour, or I could stage addition both of them. That's what I'm going to do. So stage addition means that I'm going to put in just a little bit and then mix it together. Get that nice and mixed. Oh, and then I'm going to switch gears, stage addition some buttermilk. Mix that together. You can see now it's starting to really come together. I've got a mess of fresh blueberries. This can be done with any sort of berries, particularly this time of year. Mix about just a 1/4 cup of sugar, and then here's a little trick. A tiny amount, maybe about a tablespoon of tapioca starch. As they break down, their moisture content is going to mix up with the starch and it's going to congeal. And then it's going to make it like a nice pie filling. And then I have some fresh lemon juice here. So I want a little bit of moisture in all those blueberries. It's going to help the skins break down. And that looks perfect to me. So, next step, and I'm going to get it ready to bake. Fill all those guys up. And then the rest of them, get them nice spread. Even a thin layer you can build up with more blueberries if you'd like. These guys are pretty thick, so they're going to spread out. I want to just make sure I get enough to cover the bottom of the pan. And then, back to my mixture here. The way that I like to spread this out is actually to use an ice cream scoop. Get a nice little mound there. I can make my little cobbler biscuits as big or as small as I'd like. Perfect. Last but not least, I had a little bit of fresh nutmeg and a little bit of cinnamon, and I made cinnamon and nutmeg sugar. I'm just going to sprinkle a little bit of that over the top. And as these cook, that sugar is going to melt and it's going to make a nice caramelized top. This goes in the oven 350 for about 15 to 20 minutes, just until the top of these little biscuits are nicely golden brown. All right, fresh blueberry cobbler, individual little ramekins. Somebody can enjoy those by themselves, or beautiful cobbler biscuits. Can't go wrong with this one. I hope you come down to the Springs Preserve and dine with us at the Divine Cafe to have something just as delicious as this sometime soon. Thanks for joining me.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where exciting new attractions, newly restored natural habitats, allergy-free landscapes, and an everlasting celebration of Earth Day mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Clark County Television.
Behind me, Northwest Las Vegas stretches out with streets and houses for miles. Just a few years ago, hardly any of this development was here. And in a few more years, even the vacant land we can still see will be scooped up with new development. The development keeps on coming. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm Erin Neff. Keeping up with all that development is important so we can keep flood protection in place. And how we do that is with major studies every 5 years. Here's a look at our latest master plan.
State law requires the district to create master plans every 5 years. These plans examine existing and future development, along with the watershed, soils, and the facilities already in the ground.
We have a very robust master plan, and it's a dynamic system. It's always growing, and with new development and with each project we complete, the plan changes. So we always need to evaluate our assumptions that we've made in the past, because a lot of what we do is a plan into the future of we're looking at what is going to happen, how the properties are going to develop, where the roads are going to be, where the best place to locate our facilities are. So every now and then we need to take a look at what those assumptions are they still valid, and so then we look at in a 5-year cycle, that's a good time to really take a hard look at our plan and make sure that we're headed in the right direction with our plan.
The major study involves so much data and analysis, the district hired consultants with Atkins to perform the work.
A master plan update is extremely labor intensive, as you can might imagine. The effort it takes to perform a master plan update is usually best done by a consultant.
Atkins first conducted a master plan for the district in 1996 and was awarded this contract after a bidding process.
But considering that we have done this for so many years, we feel like we are one of the partners with the district. We understand what it entails, and we kind of bring that right mix of experience, but at the same time we are not limited to just using what we have done in the past. We have always strived to bring in new technology and adapt and do different things that we need to do to get to that next level.
Although this type of study is done every 5 years, the last master plan occurred back in 2013, and this was after a period of recession that resulted in few new developments. This current master plan really went back 10 years, back to 2008, to make sure everything was considered.
Now since then, since 2013, the economy has improved. Development is booming again in Las Vegas Valley, which is great. Projects are happening, and so we've also had lots of differences in land use. The planners are back out, looking out into the future again, and so we have a bunch of new technical information that we needed to gather. And really, we needed to gather it all the way from 2008. So it was a 10-year process for a lot of the big, robust changes we made for the 2018 MPU. So we have a cost tool that we've developed that quickly and easily allows you to get a planning cost for what some of these facilities will cost a developer or a city, whoever's designing the project. And it's very important. I mean, there are planning level costs, but they're pretty good. We did a very extensive review of construction costs for facilities, and so we have a pretty good idea of what a flood control facility will cost in today's dollars, and we can use that out into the future to help plan our resources in order to fund those projects, and others, developers or other entities that are building flood control projects, can use that as well. Our master plan since the 1990s has been a great tool for all of the engineers. Any kind of a land development project or a roadway project, any engineer would use our master plan. And I think the first thing that most engineers do when they get a site or a project is get our master plan out, see what impacts they can expect from flooding onto their project.
In order to compile all this information, the district in Atkins worked with Clark County and the cities of Henderson, Las Vegas, and North Las Vegas. Each local entity highlighted its biggest hot spots that needed new flood control facilities.
And usually these were monthly, and we would bring up issues, we would present some of the solutions that we had, and we would talk amongst the group and get consensus among everyone. And then just with follow-up action items was important to try to get things moving in the right direction with all of the different stakeholders that were involved.
The entire process took nearly 2 years. Sometimes small disputes arose around bordering areas.
Of course, there were hiccups as usual. The district was great in helping us facilitate and meet together with the entities to have a common solution. There were times where the district had an opinion from one stakeholder that was different than what the other person wanted to do, and they just had to make a decision and do the best that they could. And as Atkins, we tried to support that with the technical data and our experience with the watershed and with the facilities and with the technology that would support the decisions that the district was making.
Data helped drive all of these decisions. Much of it was uploaded into a cloud technology created just for this process.
Regional Flood Control District has always been on the forefront of technology. They have been investing in technology for a long time, especially in their GIS, Geographic Information System. They've made a lot of strides in that. The flood maps and everything that you have on your websites are really cool. So and part of it, Atkins was part of developing as part of previous master plans. So the goal was always to use that GIS as a foundation for everything that we do as part of this MPU, and then essentially streamline the process.
The master plan was recently adopted by all of the local entities. It's now being used by planners and engineers to make sure flood control facilities can be designed, planned, and constructed in the best way possible.
It's a great way for anyone who's using our plan to not only understand what's happening to their local project, but also to understand how it affects our entire network. And that is really something that in the past all had to be done manually, and it's very difficult to chase down an issue that might occur, far miles downstream of your project. And now with these tools, you can size based on our rainfall. You can determine what size facility you will need, and if that has any other impacts anywhere else in our system, and then be able to mitigate those impacts on paper before you actually go out and construct in the field, which is a really big deal. It's a big time saver for taxpayers, and a big time saver and money saver for all the entities in the district itself.
The plan itself is a one-stop shop to get information about soils, land use, existing and planned development, and water flow rates.
I'm very excited. There's the plans we've created are easier to use. They're bigger scope, and you can drill down into them. And a lot of the engineers like to get into the weeds of the details, and you can do that with this plan. I think people are going to be very excited to use this and see how much it helps them in their day-to-day work. And we're here to help if people have any questions. But certainly, I think people are going to be impressed.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The master plan tries to keep up with progress, but one thing it can't anticipate is things that happen in Washington, D.C. Here's a look at how the federal government shutdown and other things happening in Washington impact flood control.
We interact a lot with the federal government. The USGS, the National Weather Service, BLM are just some typical federal agencies that we deal with on a daily basis, really, to get our projects done. And so when the federal government was shut down, we did feel an impact for that.
There's almost an alphabet soup of federal agencies with whom the district works. There's NWS for weather forecasting, BLM for land management, EPA for permits, USGS for geologic surveying of gauges.
Even though they were still issuing forecasts and watches and warnings, some of the tools that they used were deteriorated because of the shutdown. In terms of the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey, they maintain a number of gauges across the country, and several of those are here in the Clark County area. We have 10 gauges actually that they maintain. That maintenance was not done during the shutdown. Those employees were furloughed actually, and they couldn't report to work. And so what that means to us is, we rely on that data during storm events to make sure that we know how much rain is falling in different areas, what water levels are. And they also go out and ground truth what they're seeing on the gauge, what the gauges are telling them, make sure that things don't need to be calibrated and that type of thing. And that wasn't being done as well. So I guess all in all, there was some impacts to the flood control district. I wouldn't say there was anything mission critical that we had a problem with, but certainly we had an impact to our operations here at the flood control district.
On a daily basis, the district works with federal partners for environmental permitting and some land use decisions. Any days off for those partners slows down the district's work.
The federal partners that we work with, they're very busy. They're doing a lot of permits and a lot of different things every day. And so this shutdown that we had did create a backlog for them. So now not only are they trying to get their day-to-day work done, but they gotta work through a backlog over the the 35 days that the government was closed. Things kept piling up on their desk, and so now a lot of things we do with the federal government are already pretty slow, and now they're going to be even slower because of the shutdown.
The federal government also oversees flood insurance policies.
In terms of FEMA, we have the National Flood Insurance Program. We were fortunate with this shutdown that's actually covered under a different continuing resolution that wasn't affected by the shutdown. So they were still able to issue insurance policies and pay in insurance claims, even though the portions of the government were shut down. However, they're on a continuing resolution now that will expire in the not too distant future, and it's pretty uncertain for a program like that. If they don't have a good budget and secure funding for that program, it really needs to be extended. As much as 5 years would be a good probably time frame to extend that, or at least provide a budget for the National Flood Insurance Program, just to provide them certainty. When a property is in a flood zone, they're required, if it's a federally backed mortgage again, to pay flood insurance, which is pretty expensive. And if we can revise those flood zone limits based on the projects being completed and the threat is reduced in those areas, they can actually reduce or eliminate their insurance and save them quite a bit of money over the year as a result of that. So postponing or delaying these changes to these maps can be a significant economic impact to some people that live in flood zone areas. It's kind of difficult on the local level when we see the disagreements and things going on in Washington. Things can't get through, can't get done. Policies we're kind of uncertain on what policies are affecting us, and that makes our job a lot more difficult. From a local level, it's a lot easier to streamline things and get things done, but when you're dealing with a federal project, it just adds up to years in some cases. The costs go up because we're dealing with these agencies that, if they just had us to deal with, it'd probably be a lot quicker, but they're dealing with a lot of different agencies and not just ours. And so I understand that there's plenty of backlog, but providing them the tools that they need to get their job done, the personnel they need to get their job done is important, and it can really affect us locally on getting our mission completed.
Even though the shutdown is over, the ongoing turmoil in Washington, D.C. over the border wall could cause even bigger problems for flood agencies nationwide.
So there's a concern on the part of general managers and public works directors and other agencies across the country that if the Congress and the Trump administration can't come to terms on the border security, and the Trump administration decides to declare an emergency to get the wall funding, that funding will be diverted from the Department of Defense to build that wall, which is part of the Army Corps of Engineers uses, or is part of the Department of Defense, and that's their funding. It could be their funding that is taken to build the wall. And so that means money, if money is coming out of one pot and going into this pot, that first pot is being affected. And so there's a lot of concern across the country that there's ongoing flood projects that are being built that might get stalled or might get postponed because their funding is going to get diverted to build the wall. And that brings on a whole host of other problems, particularly in flood control, because if you're building a flood control facility and you have to stop in the middle, for example, sometimes it's worse than before the flood project even started. If you have an incomplete project, they get stopped and then has to start up again at a future date. And so that's a big concern. We're not, no one's sure where the money's going to come from, but we've heard that's one avenue that may happen, and so that's a worry across the nation really at this point.
This large detention basin serves as a first line of defense for all of the houses below. Water that comes into this basin from the mountains drains underground in large box culverts. And recently, our engineers went to see just where those box culverts are built.
Jensen Precast is one of the local manufacturers who makes the box culverts we use in construction of flood control storm drains. Engineers toured the North Las Vegas plant to see the boxes being made.
Las Vegas is one of our larger kind of flagship plants in the system. Jensen Precast has about 8 production facilities. You guys may know we have one up in Reno. It's kind of where we started. We've been here in Vegas since about 1972 at this property, and we've been privately owned and operated since 1968. So this plant does quite a bit of volume. We're known here locally for our manhole products, concrete pipe, manholes, utility structures. We do a lot of work for NV Energy, CenturyLink. So you'll see a lot of utility vaults and boxes. So we've got a pretty diverse product line. So you'll kind of see some things that may or may not be applicable for flood control, but we have about 20 different product lines, and we produce a lot of them here at this plant.
Box culverts are made of concrete poured over rebar that's been formed into a cage. Standard concrete mixes are monitored, the mill is certified, and the steel is audited. But engineers got to see that process for themselves.
All of the products that go in the ground, we're able to see them. We're familiar with the people that are manufacturing them. We know the plant managers. And so we're not hauling in materials and products that have been constructed in another state. They're literally down the road. So that's a good thing on a lot of fronts. One, we're aware of what's being built. We know who's making it, but also the costs are cheaper when you don't have to haul that far away. And so that familiarity is a good thing for us, I think.
On a construction site, the box culverts are trucked in from the plant. The tour was a good way to ensure the quality of what is being made.
Boxes and pipes are really the building blocks of our facilities. I mean, they're used on almost every project. And so for us to be able to see that is just a really good thing for us. I mean, we're out at the construction site, so we see those boxes and pipes when they come on the truck. We see them go in the ground, we see them being covered with dirt, but what we don't see a lot of times out there is the actual production. And so I guess that's kind of like a good cookie or something. If you want to really see it, it's the ingredients that are going into that. So you can think of that as going to the plant. We can actually see what's going into the boxes. We see the people making them. And yeah, so it's kind of quality control, it's inspection, and then obviously just that relationship with those people is really important too.
The rebar cages are the reinforced steel that supports the giant concrete boxes.
So we do the reinforcing steel in-house for about 95% of our product line. And that's over here, we'll show you that. And then we have the actual concrete production component. So we have our own batching equipment, our own batch plant. We batch all kinds of mix designs. Some of them are agency specific. We have a lot of standard mixes. So once the reinforcing operation's done, the reinforcing cages are delivered to the forms. We batch concrete, and then that's its own process.
Engineers watched concrete poured and asked questions throughout the process. One thing they learned was how steel tariffs are impacting Jensen's costs for rebar.
In total, about 25%. And it's not unique to us, it's our entire industry. It's, you know, without going into the politics behind it, it's definitely creating ripple effects. It's like the oil prices. The steel behaves very similar to that.
A lot of times on the back end, all we might see for something like a cost would be a certain cost per linear foot. So they might say, to make a box this size, it costs us $1,000 per linear foot. Well, there are so many things that go into that cost. And so there's steel, there's labor, there's the molds, there's the time it takes. All of that comes into that cost. And so when we're out there at the plant, that's really where you start to see all the different components, all the different things involved to make this one 8-foot segment of boxes. And then you think of our jobs that sometimes have miles and miles of storm drain, and all those costs roll in. And so when something we hear that steel, there might be tariffs, those prices might be going up, we know those are important things for us to be aware of because it's certainly going to impact our planning and our funding and the cost of our facilities.
Rowley liked to watch any process at Jensen that optimized time.
One of the things I thought was interesting was they had this stencil gun, which I'd never seen before, but it was basically like a little gun,
and they could type in a label of what they wanted it to say. And so it might say like the size of the box and the date it was manufactured and which projects it's going to. And then the guy that was working on the box can just take that gun and just run it across the concrete box, and it just stenciled it right on there in seconds, which, you know, I've seen before. It used to be a stencil with spray paint or something else. So to see just those small things you never even think twice about when you're out in the field, but all those little intricacies that come together to make the final product.
Jensen also manufactures prefabricated buildings. Engineers got to see the new restrooms for Arizona state parks and a building shaped like a water bottle that's used locally as a water refill business. Jensen also makes the buildings housing our weather monitoring stations.
At Jensen at the plant, they make a wide variety of concrete products. And so for us in flood control, we're mostly interested in the storm drains. So that was primarily circular pipe and then rectangular concrete boxes. And those, you know, they fit together end to end to form a long run of storm drain. And so we're able to see that. They also make manholes, which is basically like a vertical cylinder that connects the road to the underground storm drain, and it allows someone to climb down in and access the storm drain. They also make drop inlets, which is like on the roads, when the water's on the road, we have these curb openings and grates, and that's where the water enters our system. So they're doing that. And another one that they're recently doing is they're prefabricating some, they look like concrete sheds or buildings that we call monitoring stations. And those house like our monitoring equipment and rain gauges and radio antennas and all sorts of things that help us to monitor a flood and the rainfall real time during a rainfall event.
Rowley shared with his kids the things he enjoyed the most on the tour, the stencil gun and rebar fastener. But the tour wasn't just about those cool applications.
I think we pride ourselves in being involved in all aspects of these flood control jobs. So whether that's the design phase where we're out going to meetings, meeting with the city or the engineering teams, then we get into construction and we're out working with inspectors and the contractor, or something like this where we actually go to a manufacturer and see what's going on there. But I think seeing all of it, the more we can be out, the more we're familiar with what's going on out there, that translates well to the office and then the plans we're making here and the designs that we're coming up with. And so all these different pieces of the puzzle coming together. So for sure, for us to get out, we build those relationships, we learn something every time, and it's always been a good thing.
A lot goes into flood control that you just can't see, whether it's master planning, the federal government shutdown, or local manufacturing. But one place you can always get information about the Flood Control District is on social media. We're on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and you can get up-to-the-minute information on our website at befloodsafe.com.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located here in McCarran International Airport. On today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we will look at the history of Southern Nevada's own Bonanza Airlines. Created at the end of World War II, it eventually became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. In 1945, Edmund Converse, Charles Keene, and June Simon founded Bonanza Air Services in Las Vegas. Begun as a small charter operation, Bonanza soon added a training school. The company was based initially at Sky Haven Airport, today's North Las Vegas Air Terminal. The next year, the company acquired its first DC-3, an ex-military C-47 converted back to civilian use. During its first 2 years, Bonanza moved its base of operations 4 times. When Clark County opened the new McCarran Field in 1948, Bonanza was one of its first 4 airlines. In fact, Bonanza flew the first scheduled flight out of the new field one day before the official opening on December 19, 1948. As the airline grew, more DC-3s were added. By the late 1950s, Bonanza had a fleet of 10. During the late 1940s and early 1950s, Bonanza's service area also grew. Beginning in 1947 with passenger service within Nevada only, Bonanza graduated to interstate service on December 19, 1949 with flights to Phoenix. Other routes were acquired. The airline became known throughout the Southwest. In 1958, the company began buying Fairchild F-27A turbojet-powered aircraft. With the retirement of its last DC-3 on November 1, 1960, Bonanza became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. This achievement was noted by no less than the Smithsonian Institution, which placed a model of a Bonanza F-27A in its permanent collection. Starting within Nevada, by the early 1960s, Bonanza served an area bounded by Los Angeles and San Diego, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, and Reno, with Las Vegas the hub and base of operations. Bonanza began adding Douglas DC-9s to its fleet in 1966 and moved its base of operations from McCarran Airport to Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport in order to build larger facilities to accommodate the new aircraft. In 1967, talks between Pacific Airlines, West Coast Airlines, and Bonanza Airlines led to the first three-way merger in commercial airline history, creating a new regional airline named Air West. The new airline got off to a rocky start. Chief among the problems was an untried computer system. Within a year, the airline was purchased by Howard Hughes, who renamed it Hughes Air West. In 1980, Hughes Air West was purchased by Republic Airlines, which was later acquired by Northwest Airlines. Though Bonanza as a company is gone, it lives on in the historical record as the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Water use spikes in the summer. Be water smart to avoid a water waste fine. Protect your home from major water damage with new technology that alerts you when a water leak happens. And learn how SNWA treats and delivers the highest quality drinking water. See all the ways to save here on Waterways. As Southern Nevada continues to weather a record drought, it's vital that we all do our part to conserve water. Preventing water waste and reporting it when you see it can help our community reach its conservation goals.
On average, Valley residents use about 60% of their water outside in a typical month. That number could be even higher in the scorching summer months. Landscape watering can lead to water waste with overwatering or irrigation issues. Reducing outdoor water use is critical to conserving water and extending our limited water supply. While watering restrictions and ordinances vary by member agencies, water waste is broadly defined as water that flows or sprays off your property. Common violations that may result in a water waste fine include watering outside of assigned watering days and violating time of day restrictions. Landscape watering is prohibited between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. from May 1st to August 31st. Watering on Sunday is never permitted. Since time of day restrictions prohibit watering from 11 to 7 from May through August, when does the SNWA recommend watering for maximum results and water efficiency?
The best time to water your landscape is early morning, at sunrise or just before sunrise. During that period of time, the temperatures are a lot cooler, the sun has not come out, and so you're going to lose a lot less water through evaporation. So watering from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. is prohibited. Because it is the hottest part of the day, you're going to lose so much water from evaporation.
Most water waste is caused by inefficient or improper landscape irrigation, and often customers are unaware they're wasting water until it's reported or they receive a warning from their water provider. Runoff and overspray are common water waste issues, especially with sprinklers. It might be tempting to water longer in the summer, but this can cause water to spray or flow off your property, and that's considered water waste. One way to eliminate runoff and overspray is to remove problem lawn areas. Consider replacing grass on sloped, narrow, or curved areas with water-smart plants watered by efficient drip irrigation systems. Doing so will save water and enhance your curb appeal. Here are more tips to guard against water waste. Water only on your assigned watering days. If you don't know your days, visit snwa.com. Check your irrigation system weekly and repair or replace broken sprinklers and drip heads. Adjust misaligned sprinkler heads. Look for leaks. They'll show up as wet spots in your landscape. If water is bubbling to the surface, you may need to consult a professional. Use the cycle and soak method when watering grass.
Cycle and soak method is basically watering your grass in shorter increments over multiple cycles. SNWA typically recommends 3 cycles of about 4 minutes each cycle. What it allows is it allows the water to get down into the root system for the soil to absorb the water so that your grass can actually utilize the water before being lost to evaporation or runoff.
So what about watering with drip?
So with drip irrigation, even though you're allowed to water 6 days per week in the summertime, you really don't need to. The plants that you're watering with drip irrigation can typically handle being watered 3 days per week, even in the hottest times of the year. So watering more than your plants need is just really a wasteful use of water.
If you see water waste, report it immediately to your water provider. Changing customers' practices, not penalizing them, is the ultimate goal, and no one is exempt from a water waste investigation. Municipal agencies investigate water waste at homes, apartments, businesses, civic buildings, and even schools operating out of compliance from local ordinances. Water waste fees for SNWA member agencies start at $40 to $80 for most residential customers and double each month if the water waste continues. Properties with larger meters pay significantly more for wasting water. These charges appear on your water bill. Be on the lookout for water waste and help our community conserve water by reporting it if you see it. For specific information on water waste enforcement or ordinances in your community, visit snwa.com or contact your water provider directly.
Swimming pools are almost a necessity during Las Vegas summers, but they could waste water if they're not managed properly. Pools can lose up to 4 inches of water a week to evaporation in the summertime. Using a pool cover regularly could save homeowners about 9,500 gallons a year or more. Pool covers also conserve energy and protect swimming pools from collecting dirt and debris. The SNWA will help you purchase a pool cover with an instant rebate. Visit snwa.com for program details. The SNWA partnered with Las Vegas's hometown hockey team, the Golden Knights, to remind residents of their watering schedules. You know right-wing player Ryan Reeves as the enforcer on the ice, but in our new TV commercials, Reeves is helping to enforce mandatory watering restrictions.
Reality check! Vegas is enforcing water waste big time. No watering on Sundays, or between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. Reality check! There are big fines if you don't change your watering clock. Good to know. Just a friendly reminder. Ryan Reeves style.
Outdoor watering increases in the summertime, but we're in a record drought, and managing your watering schedule is key to helping our community conserve its most important natural resource. After all, watering restrictions are mandatory and could save billions of gallons of water if everyone complied.
A majority of our community's water use occurs outdoors, especially in the summertime when residents ramp up their landscape watering. It's really important to monitor your landscape and only add water as needed. Otherwise, it's just a waste of our resources.
In the hottest months, most valley homes use most of their water outdoors to water their landscapes, and you'll really feel the pinch if you're still watering thirsty grass. Summer watering restrictions May through August allow watering up to 6 days a week, but the SNWA says you may not need it. Summer watering restrictions allow customers to water 6 days a week, but do landscapes really need that much water in early summer?
Usually not. In summertime, like in May, June, the nighttime temperatures are still cooler. So you don't need to water, you don't need to jump from 3 days a week basically to 6 days a week, especially for grass. You can kind of gradually increase your watering. So we always suggest go from 3 days to 4 days, kind of monitor how your landscape is doing, and you kind of gradually do that as we work our way into the hotter months in the summertime. Drip irrigation, obviously, you don't need to increase to 6 days throughout the year, actually. In the summertime, you can get by with watering 3 or 4 days a week, especially for trees. Bushes you can get by with for, same thing, 3, 4, maybe 5 days, but you don't need to go to 6 days. So the biggest thing is, you just got to monitor your landscape and see how the plants are doing and how they're responding to what you're watering. But the biggest issue we always have with residential people is they jump up to like the 6 days, whatever our maximum watering is, and we don't need to do that. You kind of gradually work your way up through the summer.
As you balance smart water use with your landscape survival in the heat, these tips can further help manage your water bill. First, set your sprinklers to cycle and soak. Several short cycles help avoid runoff. The Water Authority recommends 3 sprinkler cycles of 4 minutes each, spread over several hours before sunrise, to give most lawns the water they need when they need it. Turf areas that are shaded or protected may need less water. To help grass retain moisture in the heat, adjust your mower to cut grass higher in summer months. Mowing to about a 3-inch height creates a shade canopy over the soil that can reduce water evaporation. The time of day you water is important as well.
In the summertime when it gets really hot, it's obviously very critical to water as early as you can. Ideally you water before sunrise. At that time most of the water gets into the plant roots. For the grass you get most of the water into the plant, to the grass. Also, you don't have evaporation, if there's wind occurring, all those things kind of happen once the sun comes up. So ideally you want to water before that, as early as you can. Also, there are watering restrictions, which you are not allowed to water between 11 and 7, so obviously you don't want to have any issues with that. So you want to make sure and water as early as you can. The final thing is we also put in new restrictions in the last couple of years where you can't water on Sundays. So basically all outdoor watering is prohibited on Sundays.
Watering between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. in summer, or on Sundays any season of the year, could also result in a water waste fine. If you have stressed or dry areas, use a handheld hose to target these. It's much more efficient than running your entire system longer, and it's permitted under watering restrictions. Next, turn your focus to your drip system, which most likely waters your trees and plants. The trick to watering smart with drip is a longer cycle, less frequently. Drip systems vary from home to home, but the SNWA recommends 1 drip cycle, 30 to 90 minutes long, 3 days a week in summer. In scorching July and August heat, you may opt to add a watering day or increase minutes on existing drip cycles, but daily drip watering won't be needed and can actually harm your plants. Maintaining your irrigation system is just as crucial as following your watering schedule to support conservation efforts. As you watch your water use this summer, remember these 4 steps to stay water smart. Inspect, connect, direct, and select. First, inspect your hard-working irrigation system. Since sprinkler malfunctions are a common source of water waste, check your sprinklers weekly in the summer. Briefly turn on each watering station and look for broken or misaligned heads. Check drip systems as well, looking for broken or clogged emitters and cracked or broken tubing. Exposed drip tubing is especially vulnerable in the harsh summer sun, so bury lines or cover them with mulch. Next, examine points where sprinkler heads connect to pipes and hoses and ensure you have no leaks. If water is pooling in your landscape or you have suspiciously mushy or wet areas, you could have an underground leak in your irrigation system. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, a leak as small as a ballpoint pen can waste about 6,300 gallons of water per month. Last, select an irrigation controller with smarter technology. Today's smart controllers take the guesswork out of scheduling. They use weather data to control your watering schedule and shut off your system when it rains. You can still view and control the entire system from your phone or tablet. Look for a Smart Controller rebate on snwa.com.
After months of negotiations and an extension by the federal government, Nevada, Arizona, and California have signed the Drought Contingency Plan. Under the plan, the 3 states will make a series of voluntary water contributions to keep water in Lake Mead. The contributions are designed to slow Lake Mead's decline and reduce the potential of the lake dropping to critical operating elevations. The plan will allow the lower basin states to recover some of their voluntary contributions as Lake Mead's elevation recovers. Continued conservation is critical to maintaining our current and future water resources. Leaks, seen and unseen, can happen quickly and waste a lot of water. You may not even know you have a leak until you open your water bill and get stung by the cost. Now you can stop leaks almost instantly and protect your home from potential water damage and conserve water at the same time.
Most of us have been there at one time or another. A failing water heater, a burst pipe, a broken washing machine hose, or a ghost flushing toilet. If you're lucky, you found and fixed the leak before it caused substantial water damage. But oftentimes, leaks happen when least expected, and repairing water damage caused by leaks can cost thousands of dollars for a typical homeowner. Thanks to new technology, you can now prevent or mitigate water damage to your home using a smart leak detector. Smart leak detectors have built-in sensors that monitor real-time water usage, detect leaks quickly, and notify you on your smartphone. Some leak detectors can monitor use from outside of the pipe. These are the most affordable and easiest to install, but they lack some of the capabilities of products integrated into your plumbing system. Devices that integrate into your plumbing are more complicated to install, but they have the advantage of allowing you to turn off your water remotely if you have a leak, which could be valuable if you're away from home. Whichever device you choose, all smart leak detectors connect to your home's Wi-Fi. The data and alerts are sent directly to your smartphone, letting you know of a leak event no matter where you are. Doug, leak detectors vary in functions and capabilities, but the common feature is they alert you to a potential leak immediately. How beneficial is this technology?
Oh, it's extremely beneficial. I think, obviously people may know if they have a very large leak, they may get a large bill, but in many cases they may not be aware at all that they've got a leak going on. And in some cases it can add up to thousands and thousands of gallons over the course of a year, and that really matters. To give you an example, Jason, I put one of these devices on my own home, and I monitor my water use very closely. I discovered a leak that was about 19 gallons per day, which is literally just drops almost. And that was 7,000 gallons per year. So these devices and their sensitivity can sometimes pick up leaks that simply looking at the meter face or reading your bill would not ordinarily notice.
Not every home has a leak, but the Water Research Foundation estimates that nationally, 12% of all water delivered to homes is lost to leaks. In the Las Vegas Valley, that could be as much as 9 billion gallons. According to insurance statistics, the average claim for a home leak is $6,000. The SNWA wants to help you prevent or mitigate water damage to your home and now offers a rebate for smart leak detectors.
Well, we're not completely sure how much water these might be able to save. We think they have a lot of potential and we want to study that. So to study the devices, we're actually offering a rebate that pays up to 50% of the product cost, up to $200. We want people to install them so we can learn more about the products.
Common sources of leaks at home include irrigation leaks, worn toilet flappers, and dripping faucets. The average leaky toilet can waste about 200 gallons a day. That's 73 gallons of water a year. A leaky faucet can waste more than 3,000 gallons a year, the amount of water needed to take more than 180 showers. Finding and fixing leaks inside and outside your home can save valuable water and money all year long. With leak detectors, tracking down leaks, even the dreaded hidden ones, has never been easier. So what about the underground leaks, or ones that you can't see?
Well, those are the ones you should worry about the most. So a dripping faucet or a leaking toilet are easy fixes, and people are usually aware that they're going on. What you really need to worry about are those hundreds of feet of plumbing in your home that you may not see. It's behind a wall, it's in a ceiling, or it's under the slab. And in fact, the Insurance Institute found that a significant number of leaks actually occur beneath the slabs of our homes. Those are going to be completely unseen. So keep in mind, the devices that install in your plumbing system can only see leaks on the downstream side of that device. So the more of your plumbing system that can be captured by the device, the closer to the front end you can put it, the more of those leaks you might be able to detect. There are some devices that actually install right in tandem with your city water meter. And those devices would be able to register anything that was passing through the city water meter, which is usually located at the street.
To receive the Smart Leak Detector rebate coupon through the Water Authority, applicants must agree to participate in a research study. By learning more about the effectiveness of these devices, the SNWA will be leading the way for other utilities to offer similar rebates.
By joining into this rebate program, you're also consenting to be part of our study, and we're hoping that we'll be able to learn more about how, when, and why homes leak, and how quickly people with these devices may be able to respond, and that we'll be able to share that kind of information with the entire utility industry so that we can all determine if these devices should be incentivized across the United States.
To learn more about qualifying smart leak detectors and the rebate, as well as the requirements of the program, visit snwa.com.
Single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Do you know how much water you use for activities like showers, laundry, and landscape irrigation? Find out with our water use estimator on snwa.com and learn how to make water-saving changes around your house. Simply enter your address and your home's square footage will be calculated automatically. For more accurate results, enter the types of fixtures and appliances you use. The online application estimates both indoor and outdoor water use and provides customized water-saving tips for your home. Southern Nevada's water treatment facilities are in the ranks of the elite. The Alfred Barrett Smith Water Treatment Facility recently earned the Partnership for Safe Water's Excellence in Water Treatment Award. The River Mountains Water Treatment Facility received the award in 2018. The Water Authority is only the 14th community water system out of more than 50,000 nationwide to earn the water industry's most exclusive designation from the American Water Works Association. We can't live without water. You might say that makes it our most valuable resource. And that's also why Southern Nevada Water Authority works around the clock to ensure your water's quality, reliability, and security. We want you to know the facts about the resource you depend on, so you can drink your water with confidence.
Staying hydrated isn't just important in the desert. Nationwide, Americans quench their thirst with more than 1 billion glasses of tap water daily. Ensuring high-quality drinking water requires SNWA to coordinate with state and federal agencies and maintain compliance with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Safe Drinking Water Act. The Act sets strict drinking water standards for 300 million Americans served by community water systems. Here at home, Southern Nevada's tap water meets or surpasses all state and federal drinking water standards.
It's easy to get the facts about your water. Simply check your water provider's annual water quality report. The EPA requires water agencies to provide this report to customers every year. Locally, this includes the cities of Henderson, North Las Vegas, Boulder City, as well as the Las Vegas Valley Water District.
Much of the water used by local water agencies is treated and delivered by the Southern Nevada Water Authority. Whether your water agency posts its report online or mails it to customers, you can always request a printed copy if you don't have internet access. Reports provide a comprehensive look at treatment and testing, water sources, and how test results measure up to federal and state standards. water quality is monitored in real time, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And in 2018, SNWA scientists conducted more than 295,000 analyses on nearly 55,000 water samples.
Scientists in this laboratory monitor for 91 regulated contaminants that either occur naturally or are man-made. The SNWA and other large public water systems also monitor for more than 75 unregulated contaminants. Data from this work helps the EPA direct future public health efforts by tracking and prioritizing emerging contaminants for potential future regulation.
Customers often ask about the taste of their tap water. If you don't care for the taste of the natural minerals and chlorine used in water treatment, add a citrus slice or refrigerate your tap water to boost flavor. Keep in mind, taste does not equate to safety.
While bottled water may appeal to your taste buds, the EPA notes that more than 25% of bottled water comes from a municipal water supply, just like your tap water. And while water bottled at a plant must only get tested weekly, the Safe Drinking Water Act requires daily testing of your tap water. Beyond testing, water treatment processes are state-of-the-art. The Water Authority treats water with ozone, a powerful disinfectant that kills potentially harmful microscopic organisms that may be present. A multi-stage filtration process follows that. Then, as water leaves the water treatment facilities, chlorine is added to protect it on the way to residents' taps. As water makes its way through thousands of miles of the community's pipelines, Southern Nevadans also benefit from some of the nation's most reliable, efficient, and modern water delivery systems, including instances of water main breaks that are far below the national average. That high reliability benefits water quality too.
It really does take an investment in money, in time, and expertise to keep pipelines and systems online and working properly. Here in Southern Nevada, we believe that by taking a proactive approach and investing resources now, we're protecting water quality for years to come. In short, greater water reliability means more consistent water quality.
The future is also found in the SNWA's Research and Development Center, one of the nation's top municipal R&D complexes, and one of the few that combines research and water quality testing under the same roof. This synergy creates a collaborative, resource-rich environment that helps the SNWA, and by extension, our community's water providers, stay ahead of the curve and ensure high water quality. To learn more about water quality and to find a link to your provider's water quality report, visit snwa.com.
Keeping a clean car is a challenge in Las Vegas, especially since we've had more rain than usual. The next time your car needs a bath, take it to a WaterSmart car wash. WaterSmart car washes recycle water on site or send it to a water treatment facility where it's treated and recycled. WaterSmart car washes use less water than hand washing your car at home. And the SNWA offers coupons to participating car washes. Visit snwa.com to print a coupon good for $2 or more. There are more ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, contact us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Win or lose, our children need a natural green grass space in which to run, romp, and be a kid, especially out here in the desert. What is your team color? Ours is purple. We are the Clark County Water Reclamation District. You may have seen workers installing our purple water pipe system at Silver Bowl Park. Yes, purple, the signature color for reclaimed water. The playing fields and landscape at Silver Bowl Park are now irrigated using reclaimed water. This water surpasses the high standards set by the state, saves our potable water for drinking, and reflects our abiding commitment to wise management of our precious water resources. Reclaimed water is the right water for the right use. The Clark County Water Reclamation District, in partnership with the Clark County Department of Parks and Recreation, is pleased to use reclaimed water to provide this green grass space where everybody wins.
Great job!
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, Clark County's esteemed road building team celebrates 50 years of public works. Mojave Max emerges from his winter nap and a local 5th grader took home a big prize package. And the Desert Diamonds Baseball Complex recognizes 2 local heroes. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles right here on Clark County Television.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome. The month of May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It's a time to celebrate the culture, traditions, and history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders across the country. And I'm excited today to explore how some of those cultures found their roots here in Las Vegas and Clark County, and how Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are making an impact in our valley today. So joining me for this conversation, Dorinda Burnett and Rosita Lee from the Las Vegas Hawaiian Civic Club. Also, Mark Padungpat. He's an author and professor of Asian American Studies at UNLV. And Wayne Tanaka, a longtime educator and community leader in Las Vegas. By the way, if you think his name sounds familiar, it's because he has a school named after him. In fact, Wayne Tanaka Elementary just celebrated its 15th year, so congrats to you, Wayne.
Thank you.
And thank you guys all for joining me. So we're going to start first with Auntie Rosita and Auntie Dorinda. In Hawaii, we call each other Auntie and Uncle. Thank you guys first for the beautiful lei that we're wearing because it's May 1st.
Yes,
Lei
it's
Day.
May 1st, May Day. Okay, the tradition started in 1929 in Hawaii when the steamships used to come in. We needed a day to celebrate spring. And so it became May Day. And it starts at sunrise and it ends at sunrise on May 2nd. So in Hawaii today, everyone will give each other lei. And when you give lei, it's a way of showing your aloha. And, just celebrating the day, celebrating spring, and celebrating a time of, unity or lokahi within the culture.
Well, the fragrance just reminds me of home.
Hey, mahalo.
That's right, you're from home. The leis that we have here are made from tea leaves, which is a royal plant that we honor. And yes, I was born in Hawaii, in Maui, but I am Filipino. So when I moved here, I was very much involved in the Filipino community as well as the other communities. But it's Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
And you know, Nevada, Las Vegas specifically, is known as the Ninth Island. Tell us a little bit how that even got started.
Well, because we had so many. I came here in 1979, and Wayne came way before that.
1972.
72, but I'm way older than he is. So, but coming here in 1979, I just missed the islands. But I wasn't the only one. There were so many other people that were already living here and working here, and they missed the islands as well. And we used to congregate at the California Hotel because that was a Boyd group hotel, and he used to bring a lot of Hawaiian people from Hawaii here. Well, eventually, as people were moving here, we formed organizations. One of the first ones was Kapoi Oka'aina, wasn't that? Kapoi Oka'aina Hawaiian Club was started by veterans, people from Hawaii who had served in the service and retired here. And they decided that they wanted to band together, and Kapoi Oka'aina, which is the very best, which means the very best, and that was started. And then in 1989, we started the Hawaiian Civic Club, of which I was a charter member, and helped Uncle Wayne Panoki to start that. And then we started to have festivals, and then pretty soon we realized, oh my goodness, we had so many people from Hawaii. And then somebody said, this has got to be an island, and so it's going to be the Ninth Island. And I remember Lynette Macaulay.
Yes.
Lynette Macaulay started printing aloha shirts with the Ninth Island, and then we became known.
What makes Las Vegas such an easy transition for people from Hawaii? Why did they choose here?
Economics.
Most definitely. It was cheaper to live here than in Hawaii. It still is cheaper to live here than Hawaii. But the service-oriented portion of our community is very similar because, of our service-oriented here with tourism, in Hawaii was the same. So it was like kind. And we always find that if we live here, family members come and visit. Yes. And they come often. Very often. Very often. The first year we were here, we moved here in 93. The first year we were here, we had 17 people from our family come and visit. And Auntie Rosita is right. Sam Boyd started, I know the woman who gave Sam Boyd the list of Hawaiians that lived here. Mm-hmm. And this was, Auntie Audrey DeCaris. Right. And when she did that, Sam Boyd mahaloed her by, thanked her by giving her freebies for whatever, basic things. Now we call them tokes, but it was, even given at that time. In Hawaii, we call it makana, which is just basically a gift. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so when Sam Boyd did that, it was really, impressive.
And then a lot of them found that they could find jobs here. And the hotel industry was hiring a lot of people. And we also had a lot of people who moved from Hawaii to California, and then from California they moved here. And we had a lot of Filipinos. We think of Hawaii basically as Hawaiian people, but we didn't have that many Hawaiian people, native Hawaiians moving at that time. And we had a lot of Japanese, and we had a lot of Chinese, Vietnamese, Koreans, and Filipinos. And as you may know, the Filipinos are the largest in number here now in Las Vegas amongst the APIs. We have about 250,000. So that's a lot. When you think of the population that we have here, I think there's 2 million now total in Las Vegas. And so we're really, what we need to do is we also help them with getting settled. We help them about education, where to send the kids to school, etc., where to shop. What we have done is we've been an information center for people moving in, and they always look to us. They look to the NAFA, the National Federation of Filipino American Organizations, to find out where can I work, what can I do, you know, and so we're glad that we're able to give that information and help the population grow in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Auntie Dorinda, you mentioned you get calls every day.
Yeah, well, you know, it comes in through our website, LasVegasHawaiianCivicClub.org. And we have everything from how do I ship my car here to what is the easiest part of town to live in, where's safe, you know, of course, where can I find work? Where can I find childcare? And, you know, it's amazing to find out that, you know, Uncle Wayne can go over the educational portion of it. But, you know, when we moved here, I had one child because we lived on one side of the street, went to one school, the other one went to the other school. It was just zoned differently. And that zoning can be very complicated. So once you figure out how to work within the system, then you can accomplish a lot more.
And you know, with a growing population of people moving from Hawaii to Las Vegas, what are some of the topics or issues you guys are focused on now then?
Employment is number one, okay? Education is number two. Real estate is probably most important. Housing. You know, a lot of people from Hawaii, when they come here, they don't realize that, you know, Vegas is a tough town. We're known as being a transient state, per se, because of the gaming influence. But a lot of us get sucked up into that realm of mentality, and a lot of people from Hawaii have been, you know, destined to that for some time. What happens at that point is they don't realize you can be, you know, evicted from your home within 24 hours. I've had, in fact, I experienced once when we first moved here, a woman who went to the store to buy milk for her child. When she came home, she was locked out. She had no clothes. She had nothing. You know, so as a neighbor, you know, she came, can you help? And it didn't matter if she was Polynesian, Hawaiian, what ethnicity. You know, at that point you help just for the sake of it. Helping, you know, and hopefully it works. It works best in, you know, whatever economic situation they are in. So, you know.
Yeah, going off of that, I'm sure it's a big culture shock for a lot of people. Do they find that aloha spirit here still?
Some yes, some no. Some people say that, you know, you lose your aloha when you come here. I think it has to do with the gaming influence. But over time, you find out that, you know, those are not the deep roots that you once had. So you look for places where you can find that. It could either be in a civic organization, like the Hawaiian Civic Club, or a cultural one, like a halau or a hula school, or an entertainment company of sorts, or people,
the churches.
Or churches. Or churches that, you know, will go ahead and extend an arm, and you feel the warmth, and you feel the aloha, and you just say, okay, this feels good right now.
And that's why I brought up the churches, because I'm with Seek Jesus First Ministries, and as such, we do have a number of people calling or coming for assistance. And it doesn't matter what race, you know, we're there to help. But we have found that there are quite a number of Asian American Pacific Islanders that need the help. And so we provide the resources, telling them what agencies to go to, and we are the connectors. We connect people to different agencies to get their help. And we're glad that we can do that. And so when people come from the islands, they hear it from other people. Oh, you have to go to Seek Jesus First. They'll help you. And so that's why we're there, to help.
Very nice.
And food banks.
Oh, yes.
Seek Jesus First has a food bank.
We have the food bank.
On Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Right.
Yes.
Switching gears a little bit, Professor Mark Padung-Pat, you are with UNLV. First, will you tell me a little bit about what got you inspired to delve into Asian American history?
Yeah. You know, I'm a PhD in American Studies and Ethnicity, and so I first got into ethnic studies, Asian American history as an undergrad at the University of Oregon. And that's where, you know, as a Thai American, I grew up in LA, I was born and raised in LA, and taking Asian American history classes, you know, I just felt like I was seeing me in the narrative, and I was seeing my community in the narrative. But what was interesting was that while I saw myself as an Asian American in history books and in ethnic studies classes, I didn't see anything about Thai Americans. And so at that point, as an undergrad, I somehow decided, I think under great mentorship from other professors, decided that I wanted to go to graduate school and write the first history of Thai Americans. It hadn't been written before. And so that's how I became really interested in just diving into the histories and experiences of Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and specifically Thai Americans. And I found that it just made me feel more human to explore these histories, that a lot of what I experienced, a lot of what I think people in my community experienced, that others had experienced this as well. And there's something about walking in others' shoes, even if you're reading about it in a book, that you can see similarities and you feel part of a larger humanity. And so I think that's what made me both excited to do like research, but also there's something very fulfilling about learning about these histories.
For sure. And that's a great segue into your book. Despite its title, it's not just a cookbook.
Yes.
Can you explain it a little bit? First, give us the title.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, I wrote this book published in 2017. It's called Flavors of Empire, Food and the Making of Thai America. And it's a book that explores the history of Thai Americans going through food. And so it's not a cookbook. So yes, so a lot of people think, I think the best way to put it is, if you're looking for a book on the history of Thai food, it's not quite it. If you're looking for a book on the Thai American community, it's not quite it. It's about the way that food became central to the Thai American experience and Thai American community building in Los Angeles. But I think that it can be applied to thinking about other communities and other places as well. The importance of food and how it connects to immigration, how it connects to community building, the role of restaurants, food festivals in identity and community.
For sure. And, maybe just dive into that a little bit here in Vegas. Food is a connector for everyone. When I moved here, I looked for all the Hawaiian restaurants I could over here. So maybe first talk about, how the Thai community here maybe unites over that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a similar story to what happens in LA. Thai Americans, and I think all communities feel this, right? Like you come to a new place, even if you're just coming from LA to Vegas, right? A new place, or you're coming from Thailand, there's something about just tasting and smelling and all these other senses related to food that just reminds you of something familiar, of home. Right. And I think that's something that Thai people chased in LA, and I think that it's something we continually chase here, looking for food that is familiar to us. But I also think that it allows us to try new foods, and it allows us to build community in that way too.
Do you guys feel, and you can all weigh in, that it kind of starts conversations? There are different, just like dialects of language, there are different variations of food versus the way your mom cooked versus the way you find it here?
Right. I think we all want to, like you said, to try different foods. In Hawaii, of course, because we are a cosmopolitan, a conglomerate of different cultures, we try everything, we love everything. I mean, I love everything. I love to eat. And Thai food was very interesting to me. And the fact that it's so spicy.
Yes.
Because our Filipino food is not spicy.
Yeah.
But boy, did it bite the tongue.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. It's very good. And we have a lot of Thai restaurants now here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, there's a number of Thai restaurants, and I don't think it's surprising. I mean, I think one of the things that, and I know we know this, but one of the things that a lot of people don't see is that because of the service industry, because of these growing immigration patterns, like you get great food, Asian cuisine and Pacific Island cuisine here, that I think matches even some places in LA or San Francisco. It's just not seen, but the communities are here. We've established roots, and with those roots come the food that needs to sustain those roots.
So do you have a large population? Because I show, because we did this study, and I show that for the Thai community we had 7,000.
Yeah.
So do you think it's grown more than that, or since we did this community of contrast?
I think it stayed pretty similar. Thai immigration patterns haven't really shown a great, even across the country, like great growth and slumps. So I think it's probably stayed pretty consistent. There's a lot of back and forth migration for Thais as well. So.
And we find, as far as the religion.
Yeah, yeah.
So what is it that brings people together is churches, right?
Yes, yes.
And we found that with the Japanese, Filipino, and the Hawaiian communities. And it's really interesting because when I first moved here back in 1979, yes, that's a long time ago, one of the things that I did was join the different organizations, and I think Uncle Wayne here can attest to it, that when you do join the different organizations to get to know the community, you learn a lot. And what we did, and I worked with the Advancing Justice, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, and we did a study of Las Vegas. We did studies of different states, but I work, of course, with the community here, and it was really interesting because I realized finally that, hey, hooray, people are interested in documenting, because it's, as you did with your book, it's so important to document.
Yes.
And so I've been with the Hawaiian community forever and ever, and so we don't have that kind of documentation that we need to have to show our people that live here how important it is that we learn to get together. And that's what I like about the study that, that I did with the Asian American Justice Center. And we have employment, we have income, we have health, housing, and all of that history, which I'm very glad to leave this with you, so that you're, not only Clark County, because Clark County commissioners already have this. I've given it to them, but yes,
they
I
have
make
to
sure.
read it.
Oh yes, I make sure.
I also just wanted to say,
Yeah.
I wanted to say this
Yeah.
right at the beginning, but I'm honored to be in the presence of people, Asian Americans who have made such an impact in Las Vegas, and I think I want to say that and express that. And studies like this and the work that you all have done in the community, I mean, it's the roots of Asian American studies.
Yes.
So as a program, we go back to the, Asian American studies itself goes back to the 1960s, and it stemmed out of community work. So it was something that came out of the community, that the community pushed universities and colleges to teach about our populations and to document.
Yes.
To tell the histories, and then to take that knowledge and help the community, and to see.
I'll give you one of these.
Yes, yes. That was my long-winded way of saying, can I have a copy of this?
Here,
but this
you
is,
may have a copy.
thank you so much. But this is the kind of work that we do within Asian American Studies programs too. So it's funny because a lot of people are like, "Oh, that's an easy class, right?"
No,
Or easy class.
it's not necessarily.
There's
But it's really good.
It's impactful.
Yes,
and there's nothing easy about studying, immigration patterns or economics, war, how to create change. Like those aren't easy questions.
It's not even easy with the Hawaiian or the native Hawaiian, because people say, "Oh, you guys, you're part of us already because we are a state." But then we have the Tongans, we have the Samoans, and Micronesians who aren't U.S. And so they're concerned about immigration, and immigration is so important in our discussions all the time. And how do we go about making our congressmen, our senators, and our representatives aware of our presence here? And we have been very fortunate to be able to work with them in getting this immigration issue out.
Yeah. So we'll go to Wayne Tanaka now. You are quite the historian. I know you know all about this. Brief us a little bit first about how the Japanese American came to Las Vegas.
If you go to some of the grave sites at Virginia City and you see the Japanese and Chinese style writing, you go and get it read and you find out gravestones in Virginia City for Japanese date back to 1850s. And of course everybody knows about the Transcontinental Railroad and the involvement of Chinese in the crews building the railroad and linking up near Salt Lake City at Promontory Point. But that whole movement doesn't negate the fact that Japanese workers worked on the Nevada Central Railroad in 1880 and connecting Battle Mountain to Austin, Nevada. And many said, well, what were they, the laundry? Well, and we joke about that too, but somehow it's hard to trace some because they never asked them for their last names. You know, hey, Saab, what's your last name? You know, that never came up. They say, hey, Saab, go get the bucket. Come on over. You know, those kinds of conversations would take place. And so even in Hawaii, we learned fast in the islands that it is not, people in Hawaii don't ask, what race are you? You know, they say, what is he like? We always question, what's the family like? What's his character? Yeah. You know, you're going to marry my daughter. What's he like? See, in other words, it's the sense of character. And my father and mother used to say, character is defined as the person doing absolutely right when nobody is watching.
Correct.
Yeah. And it's not just Japanese, but everybody I know that has this cultural background, from Thai to Koreans to Japanese to Chinese, they say, don't shame the family.
Yes.
Yeah. You see that reaction, right? And yours too.
Yeah.
Don't bring shame to the family. You know, your name is important. And so identity means one thing, but let me stretch it further. In the Hispanic Latino community, they have a kind of a bond because of the language. But the Asian Pacific Island population, we don't have commonality in language. But when we were brought to the plantation fields of sugarcane and pineapple and the fisheries and labor, everybody was speaking in something we call Pidgin English.
Yeah, Pidgin English.
Yeah. And if a Portuguese supervisor wanted to tell a Chinese or Japanese laborer, we want you to go someplace, but wait here until the other guy comes, then you hear this word like, hey, Saab, go come, okay? Go, stay, and then come, and then go to the job I'm telling you about. And sometimes as laborers, they had big responsibilities, actually, because they lifted the irrigation gates to make sure that the sugarcane or the pineapple was planted or watered at the right time, every time. Oh, yeah, I have this picture from the Nevada Historical Society. John Mackey from the Mackey School of Mines, he's the namesake, and his wife, and the Governor Kincaid, John Kincaid. Now you're saying, okay, why does the governor of Nevada, John Mackey from the mines, and then dead center of that, President Ulysses S. Grant and his wife, and the only person kneeling in the picture is Mr. Yanada, who happens to be a recorded photograph of a Japanese person who was Ulysses S. Grant's mining guide. They entrusted him with the President of the United States. Well, there are other names like that on gravestones, and if you look up family names. But then we shift to the 30s and 60s. And in those 30 years, the war, of course. But there were farmers here. The farmers most noted are Bill Nanyu Tomiyasu, who has an elementary school named for him. And his home, the adobe home that's dirt floor,
Yes.
is still standing.
That's on Pecos, I believe.
It's on Pecos, actually in the property of Casa de Shenandoah, Wayne Newton's ranch estate, right? And then what is that doing there, and why didn't he knock it down? Well, Mr. Las Vegas, Wayne Newton, was very respectful of history too. He happened to be married to a Japanese woman from Hawaii, Elaine Sato. Wayne Newton's only daughter is half Japanese. Yes, and we're very proud of that. And I'm sure he is too. But because Nanyu Tomiyasu was there, he still stressed education. So his three sons, one physician, one chemist, one PhD in pharmacy, I believe, the daughter, who is also a doctor, physician, and of course his son, who kept up the business in landscaping. We find that while the Tomiyasu Ranch was in the distance, along this dirt road we now call Boulder Highway, a family who had run out of money during the Great Depression was the father and mother of Larry Bolden, Captain Larry Bolden of Metropolitan Police, the only police command center that has a human name on it. He was the first black police officer for the Metropolitan PD. Now, how does this relate to Tomiyasu? His father ran out of gas out on Boulder Highway and looked out in the distance. And so he and his oldest son walked to the light and came across Tomiyasu's home.
Right, yeah.
They ended up sharecropping because Larry Bolden's father was a pig farmer. And Tomiyasu had vegetables and fruit that sometimes not selling became food. So they sharecropped. And so here we have, Larry Bolden's wife was a teacher. And she was partnered in teaching with Jeanette Matsuura.
Oh, Jeanette.
Yeah, Auntie Jeanette.
Yeah.
And they taught together in an elementary school on the west side. And were quite a team of teachers.
Wayne, you just have a history of
Well, I don't want to go on and on and on, but then we have Alice Imanishi, who was born here in 1928 and eventually became a member of our JACL. Then we have the Yamashita family that farmed in Overton and Moapa Valley. We have George Goto, landscaper, and started the JACL here. George Enomoto, who graduated from Las Vegas High School, became an architect.
I think Zamora was also part of that. Lorelei.
Yes. Lorelei Zamora was the first Filipino-American teacher in Clark County history.
Wow. Well, Wayne, you're doing a lot yourself, and you've done a lot to bring the Japanese language into Clark County and schools.
Thank you.
Maybe can you explain a little bit about
Sure.
that?
Japanese corporations were worried that when their representatives were coming to America to operate their corporations, let's say Panasonic, Toyota, Mitsubishi. In fact, the people that provided the concrete for our new suspension bridge past the dam. Yeah, the 9 Japanese engineers that were brought because the engineers from Japan know how to build in volcanic rock, because that's the archipelago of Japan. And then they were doing it across water, and high winds, typhoons. They had to have things that sway, that didn't break. So that team of Japanese were there. But here's how the team of Japanese provided food for the dam workers for Hoover Dam in 1939. There was no refrigeration trucks coming from LA. So the Yamashita family, the Tomiyasus, they were the fruits and vegetable growers that were supplying the food to the dam, fresh fruits and vegetables to the dam, and very much appreciated. You had the Sam Nakanishi. Well, George and Sam were both soldiers of the 442nd 100 Battalion. You know, the most decorated units, combat regiments in the United States history, even today. But Sam Nakanishi started the Osaka restaurant. His son Gene runs not only that, but the commercial meals. They produce like 10,000 meals per day. For Japanese tourists coming in, you know, on the buses, on transportation. And then we have, in early beginnings, we have the Minami family. Now, old man Minami, he had Main Street cleaners and a lot of very exclusive clientele, including some of the mobsters. But their cash was good. Yes. Well, you know, they were wearing suits, right? Yeah. And but his grandson, Bruce, was a quarterback at Bonanza High School in the 70s and became, I believe, a captain in the Metropolitan Police Department. So, so they have places for them. And then, of course, Gary Schofield.
Are you going to write a book?
Gary Schofield, his father was the treasurer for the first JACL. Jim Schofield was an insurance agent for State Farm Insurance. But Gary Schofield became the deputy sheriff of Metropolitan PD not 10 years ago. And then, of course, Jim Tanaka, he was the bookkeeper and financial manager for Fletcher Jones Chevrolet. And his son played No, his son Jimmy played halfback at Western High School. And then we have owners of restaurants, beauty salons, like my daughter. My daughter owns a hairdressers, school teachers, administrators, CPAs, bankers, attorneys. You know, you hear names like Garrett Ogata, Daniel Ishihara is with the school district, Bryce Kunimoto, Kyle Morishita, others. And then, oh yeah. And then, of course, the restaurant owners, like modern ones, Dean Okada and Mr. Nakamura from Nakasushi, Kaku Makino from Makino Restaurants. Then you had all the travel businesses, JTB, IACE, HIS Travel and Tours, Scenic Airlines, Papillon. These are all Japanese people, you know, and they're all contributing to this vast income of Las Vegas. They hire people.
Economics, contributing to the economics.
Yeah, and modern people like Joe Noda. Joe Noda has National Broadband Services with electrical contracting, video, voice, and all those data things that people do. Hotels, you know, they want connectivity and all that. And then, of course, you have the educational, civic, social societies, the JACL, the Japanese American Society of Nevada, the Japanese Language Teachers Association. Next year, you were talking about, we have a 24-year-old Japanese Saturday school. Right now, I think enrollment is about 196. They rent out Saturday out of Delta Academy, which I started as a charter school. And they go to school on Saturdays from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4. And they learn Japanese kendo, meditation, dance, mathematics, you know, all of the extra studies to make sure that they can, if they go back to Japan, they can do all the kanji, they can do all the math, and they can do all the stuff that gets them promoted in Japan, not just here. Yeah, and then I think the Thai-Am Society has a program on Channel 96, Cox, and Sue Tamangvosa is the hostess, and she interviewed Kengo Shizuma, who is with the technology operator. He is in the surgery rooms of technology that people use in heart transplants, lung, and well, Kengo was a student in the Japanese Saturday School, and then graduated from Clark in the magnet school, and then went on to Duke University, and is back now giving back of himself to the school and to the community.
Well, Wayne, you
yes.
are such a humble man, but I want to turn it back onto you. You have an elementary school named after you. Why are you so passionate about students in Clark County?
Well, Auntie Roa and I, we grew up in the same town.
Yeah, Lahaina Maui.
And so we have always said, there's a Japanese saying, Filipinos also say it, you know, we know you by who you walk with. Well, in the Japanese terminology, it says, kodomo no tameni, which means for the sake of the children. In other words, you can live one day or 100 years. And if you do nothing to help children give up and grow, you've wasted your life.
They're the future.
Yeah. So my father was a minister, my mother was a school teacher. And from a very young age, we were brought up, kodomo no tameni, for the sake of the children. Do it right for the sake of the children, you know?
Very
and that's
important.
characteristic in all of us.
Yes, yes.
Don't shame the family.
Yeah, correct.
Remember your last name, you know?
Yes. Or bipono in Hawaiian.
It is.
You know, bipono, be right with everything that is you. What is you? What is your future? What is, you know, represent your past? Everything is just winded in together.
Correct. It's a foundation that you set up. And that's, people always ask me, why are you still so very much involved? Because I've been doing, you know, this kind of work for many, many years. And I say it's because of my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren. And by the way, I just had the 16th great-grandchild, who was born on Monday, this past Monday. And I'm expecting the 17th next month. So we're growing, you know. But it's for them. It's for the children. And education is so important. And one of the things, Wayne, I've found that our Clark County School District sometimes doesn't look into the cultures of the AAPIs and Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians. And so it's up to us to keep talking to them. And also about the veterans. I know that I talk so much about the Filipino World War II veterans and the you know, working and fighting side by side with the Americans. But then we have a wonderful senator, Senator Harry Reid, who helped us with, you know, with the bills that came up, and he introduced them and made sure that they got to the floor. And so we were able to help the Filipino World War II veterans. But our school district is going to include that, by the way, in the curriculum, which is wonderful, and I'm so grateful for our Commissioner Tick Segerblom, who has said, yes, we've got to do that, and he's very cooperative about that. So education and our children, and I really don't like the fact that for many years Nevada was at the very bottom as far as, you know, our status in education. Are we getting above that now, Wayne?
I think every day is a challenge.
Every day is. I like that answer. Every day is a challenge.
But I think what's very important is this is a 24-hour town. So a lot of times parents aren't available at traditional times. Like if you go down, say, to the next state in a little small town, both parents are home at a certain time. Because, you know, they have jobs, they have work, but they're home. And in our town, sometimes with single parents and a shift designed income, is very, very hard. So what we created are things like our safety programs, so that parents don't have to give up an hour's work. They don't have to rush and cause car accidents, but they have a time and place at schools where we can have their children supervised and in homework activities, and to keep them closer to us. And I think the other thing I need to bring up is in 1974, we found out that history books didn't have anything on the relocation. They didn't have very much about Asian studies or anything. They didn't have anything about the Buffalo Soldiers.
But it's going to be included this time. That's what I heard.
In 1976, all textbooks in Nevada could not be purchased unless they had the story of the Buffalo Soldier, the 442nd 100 Battalion, the redress process. And in fact, you should know this, June 11th, and that weekend, some of the survivors of Manzanar are having their reunion
here
at the California Hotel.
Oh, wonderful.
Right. Where else? What?
Yeah.
I think in the Maile Ohana room.
And in that same time period, the Filipinos are celebrating the Independence Day.
Oh, okay.
And yes. So it's just amazing, you know, how we all work together.
Yeah, and and I think what we're going to see, right, with this new curriculum and all of the stories that that Mr. Tanaka has offered us is that these stories are not just like those people's stories. No. It's not just about the Filipinos or the Japanese, or they are, but they're also about the broader human condition.
Yes.
Right? That like we can understand, and our children can understand, and our youth can understand what it means to build community.
Yes.
Right? What it means to
be proud
build
of
a life.
Of their heritage.
Right. Exactly.
To be proud of
proud of it, and then also all of these other larger issues can be learned and can be thought about by going through all of our experiences. And that it's not just like, oh, that's nice, right? Like that's a nice piece of history, but really this is about all of our history.
Well, Clark County School District and the state have been very responsive to teacher training programs and letting teachers, after they go to so many training sessions, to gain credit for lifting their income. And so as they do this, we provide the speakers, the teachers, the trainers. We had one based on the 100 years of baseball, for example. The Japanese have been playing in baseball, and in the camps, sometimes they had teams that were given permission to go to other places and in the local communities. And players that eventually got recruited into the Salt Lake Bees, for example, were some of the Japanese-American players. Well, one of them happened to be Ko Nakagawa, and he produced a movie, and it was called 100 Years in Baseball. And it was about Topaz going out and beating the hometown team. But the history of it also is the Cubs, National League, were traveling in the United States to promote baseball, and they stopped by and played again in San Fernando. this little Japanese American team with the tallest player was 5'7". Wow. And the Chicago
the Cubs lost.
Cubs lost. 4-3.
That's the important part.
Well, on that note, we have to start wrapping things up, so we'll just start going down the line, and maybe just a final message, with this being Asian American Pacific Islander Month, what do you want viewers to take away from this?
Again, my name is Dorinda Punani Keola Burnett. Okay, I'm one of the historians for Hawaiian culture here in Las Vegas. I'm also a Hawaiian folklorist for Nevada Arts Council. So I bring, and I've done it in Artist in Residence program, that, it's important to know your roots, because once you know your roots, as a bird, you can be able to fly wherever you are and be secure with where you're at in your self-identity and self-sustaining wherever you are in the world.
Beautiful message. Auntie Rosita?
Well, what I'd like to leave is this, that we are actually all one people, no matter what your racial background is, because we are, from the same. We are created accordingly. And so we share our community, we share our culture. And what I'd like very much for people to understand is that they need to be engaged. They need civic engagement and not just hide in their homes. But when it's time to come out to vote, to get that education, they need to do that. And when it's time to participate in the census, please come out and be counted. It's so important that all of us be counted. And maybe they don't understand why, and so it's up to us to educate them. We need to let them know that it is because of the count that we have, that we choose, and we're able to have the number of representatives in Congress. Yes. Our representatives, our congressmen, and our senators. And because of the count, then we also know how the government will be able to help the state financially, to take care of schools, to take care of police, to take care of infrastructure, all of this. And it is up to us as Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, Native Hawaiians, to step up and be counted and to have our voice heard, because we matter in this community. We matter, and we need to have our voice heard by all.
For sure. And Mark?
Yeah, I think that, in addition to what everyone else has said, that Asian American Studies is a thing. It exists. We actually offer courses and a major at UNLV, and we're really excited about the program. And that really for me, it's just important to understand that Asian Americans have made an impact in this city since the 1970s and 80s. Actually, way before that. But with, growing numbers, right, since the 80s and the 90s, and that we are building communities here, that we've established roots here, and that it challenges this idea of Vegas as a transient place. And I think that's really important for all of us in Vegas to start to understand that that we do have community. We just have to look at the communities who are actually doing that work of building and establishing roots to see that we have a sense of identity and civic identity and pride of being from Las Vegas.
Yeah. Definitely, and I think that conversation has just proved it right here. You guys, your lives intersect, you have common ground, and it's stuff maybe you guys didn't know about before. And Wayne.
Thank you. First of all, hold up Kaimaena Magazine and Japan Times. They can always film this later, but these are some of the major publications that show the realtors, business people, restaurants. They do the advertising. Jill Munemitsu, that's family. My brother's classmate at Lahaina Luna High School is Lee Munemitsu, their father and father-in-law. And and then just so you know how active we are participating in the community, we all know we're working with the commissioners to see if we can create the East-West Center. And we're working on developing that commission. And we're really looking for people that aren't selfish but selfless. This is not an issue on how to promote yourself into a political position. This is about helping your cultural and your center and your community and the people from young to old. In conclusion, we all stand ready to assist at all times in helping the Las Vegas community grow and develop as a pluralistic and multicultural society, where we are recognized for the content of our character, our trustworthiness, integrity, and hard work. We are, after all, raising families here to be better Americans in a greater America.
Amen.
Amen.
Well, thank you guys so much. You know, I could listen to each of you talk for an entire day. You guys have been so informative and inspiring, and I just want to thank you again, and I hope you guys have gained something from talking to each other as well. And that will be it for us. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located here at McCarran International Airport. Flying today is safe and easy, but on today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we're going to step back 75 years and see how flying has changed. When we fly on commercial airliners today, we take the comfort and safety for granted. We often do not even notice the pressurized cabins, hot meals or drinks, and flight crews working to make our journey a pleasant one. We would be amazed if we were to step back 75 years and try the same flights we take today. In the 1930s, commercial air travel was still a novelty few could afford. A round trip from Los Angeles to Las Vegas in August 1935 would cost $26, the average American's weekly salary in 1930. Changes in aircraft design allowed for great improvements in passenger comfort. Even so, many Americans took their first flights only as part of military movements later during World War II. Because of the cost, flight was considered a glamorous, exciting means of travel. The importance of the airmail, though, to airline profits meant that passengers were subject to being bumped from the flight if there were too much mail being carried. The airmail subsidies were often the most important income to early commercial airlines. Passenger revenue was not sufficient to operate. The mid-1930s was also the time when the stewardess, today's flight attendant, became common on the airlines. Boeing Air Transport, which became United Airlines the next year, hired the first young women to be stewardesses in 1930. By 1935, Western Air Express, serving Las Vegas, had followed suit. These early flight crews endured the difficulties of service. Planes were small, sometimes carrying only 10 seats. The earliest stewardesses for Western Air Express were acutely aware of the impact of their size. The first hired had to be between 5'2" and 5'5", weigh not over 120 pounds, and be under 25 years old. They knew that for every pound of human weight, there was 1 pound less of mail in the cargo area, and therefore less income for the airline. Passengers were served cold meals, unless restaurants could supply warm meals directly to the airport for the flights. Coffee was instant and made ahead of time and carried in thermoses. Flying without pressurized cabins meant flying lower over the desert through the thermals and the winds. This led to much rougher flights, providing a vastly less pleasant flight than we have today. We have come a long way since the early days of commercial flying. We often take for granted the many innovations we have in commercial aviation today. It is to those early passengers and flight crews that this video is dedicated. Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located at McCarran International Airport. Many aircraft have played important roles in Southern Nevada history. On today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we will explore the history of the Ford Trimotor. In 1923, Edsel Ford received a bold letter from William B. Stout, a young aircraft engineer. "I should like $1,000, and I can only promise you one thing. You'll never see the money again," it said. Stout surprisingly received $1,000 checks from both Edsel and his father, Henry Ford. They knew of the young inventor and decided to enter the aviation industry. Stout hoped to design a plane far different from the tiny models of the barnstorming era, using a metal fuselage. Ford built a private airport at his auto plant in Dearborn, Michigan, to house the project. Soon, with the Stout II-AT, Ford began the Ford Air Transport Service, with regular flights carrying passengers and auto parts between his plants in Dearborn and Chicago. Dissatisfied with the 2AT, Ford ordered Stout to improve the design. The resulting 3AT was a disaster. It flew erratically, nearly crashing in its test flight. Ford demoted Stout and appointed Harold Hicks as chief engineer. Hicks's 4AT premiered in 1926. It was an all-metal, 3-engine craft capable of carrying 12 passengers and could fly safely with one engine disabled. Ford popularized the model which, with its reliability and 100-mile-per-hour cruising speed, quickly became the favorite of the airline industry. The foresight of the Ford family helped transform aviation. The Barnstormer's twilight marked the birth of safe, comfortable, reliable commercial air transportation. The Trimotor continued for many years as part of Southern Nevada's aviation heritage. Starting in the 1930s with Grand Canyon Airlines, Ford Trimotors were part of the sightseeing flying heritage of Clark County. The interest in the Trimotor as an aircraft for sightseeing was revived during the 1960s, when Scenic Airlines began using two as part of their fleet. Throughout the 1960s, 70s, and into the 1980s, the sight of a Ford Trimotor flying over the Las Vegas Strip or taking off for a flight to the Grand Canyon and Hoover Dam was a common one. Many local residents took flights, along with the millions of visitors who came to Southern Nevada during the years when John Seibolt's Scenic Airlines commonly used the planes. While no longer flying regularly today, they are fondly remembered by the many residents who took their turns over the Nevada landscape in a Ford Trimotor. Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located at McCarran International Airport. The Nellis Air Force Base is an important part of the Southern Nevada landscape. On today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we will look at the life of its namesake, Bill Nellis. The Thunderbirds, red flag, green flag, military jets in the sky over Las Vegas. All this is due to our own Nellis Air Force Base. But have you ever wondered who Nellis was and why the base is named for him? William H. Nellis was born in Santa Rita, New Mexico in 1916, but moved to the town of Searchlight as a child. His father was a miner there, and his grandmother ran a boarding house. He moved to Las Vegas as a teenager, attending Las Vegas High School. Later he went to work for the railroad, as many local boys did in the years before World War II. Before the railroad, Nellis worked for Berkeley Bunker at his service station. Bunker, a longtime Southern Nevada businessman, served in the United States Senate from 1940 until 1942, having been appointed by Governor Carville to replace Key Pittman after his death, and later in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1944 until 1946. At the beginning of World War II, Nellis was married and had 2 children. Even so, he knew he could not remain uninvolved. After seeing a newsreel about the Army Air Corps, he decided to enlist. Older than most enlistees, Nellis asked his former boss, Berkeley Bunker, for support. Bunker wrote to the Air Corps in support of Nellis's application to the Army Air Forces. Nellis was accepted and went on to become a fighter pilot, flying the P-47 Thunderbolt, or Jug, as many pilots knew it. Nellis served in the 9th Air Force. Based initially out of England, his squadron moved to the mainland after D-Day. He flew 69 missions over Europe and was shot down twice, surviving each crash and making his way back to the Allied lines. He continued to volunteer to fly, doing what he saw as his duty for the great cause. Nellis's last flight came on December 27, 1944, just before weather made further flying impossible. During the Battle of the Bulge, Lieutenant Nellis was killed in action over Bastogne. He was flying with the 513th Fighter Squadron, 406th Fighter Group. His sacrifice made him a local hero. Soon after the Las Vegas Air Force Base was reopened in 1949, the Air Force began looking for a name for the new base. The faculty and students of Las Vegas High School felt that honoring a hero from Southern Nevada was appropriate. Petitions were circulated, letters written, and on May 20, 1950, the base was named in honor of Lieutenant William H. Nellis. His name is appropriately carried today on the Air Force Base that is the home of the fighter pilot.
Oh, don't take Charleston. Don't Don't take Charleston.
If you have a fortune teller, you know when flash floods are coming. If you don't, you need the FloodSpot app. Get it free today at BeFloodSafe.com.
And don't have the chili dog for lunch. Trust me with this.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Because of UMC, there's a wide open road ahead of me.
Because of UMC, she can grow up with her twin sister.
Because of UMC, I'm here to help you.
UMC, the highest level of care in Nevada.
Bacon! What are you doing?
Draining the grease out of the pan.
But you're not supposed to pour it down the drain.
Well, how are we supposed to get rid of it?
Wait, I'll show you. We learned this in school. Pouring the grease down the drain could cause the lines in our house and the lines in the street to clog up. That could cause a real mess. Just put the crumpled up paper in the can, pour in the grease, and let it cool. Once it cools, you could just throw the paper and the grease into the trash.
So all we have to do with the kitchen grease is just can it?
Just can it. After all, you wouldn't want to be a pain in the drain, would you?
Remember, when you dispose of fats, oil, or grease, don't be a pain in the drain. Just can it. This message brought to you by the Clark County Water Reclamation District.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center. Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages. There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District G issues with the man who represents the area, your commissioner, Commissioner Jim Gibson. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good to be here, Randy. Thank you.
All right. We're here at the McCarran Marketplace Park, just a short runway from the namesake airport in District G. District G is vast, stretching from the Strip and Flamingo east and south through the valley. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District G. McCarran International Airport is usually the first and last location most people visit during a trip to Clark County. And the brand new Terminal 3 is the hub for international travel with an expanded Custom and Border Patrol zone. Other features include 15 new gates and some awesome Las Vegas-inspired art. Sunset Park is a 320-acre gem, truly the original regional park in Clark County. The County Museum on Boulder Highway is the place for history and heritage in Clark County. The main museum offers permanent and special collections recounting our rich past. And Heritage Street is a stroll that contains a number of painstakingly restored homes and businesses. With facilities both old and new, District G is a place that truly reflects Clark County. Commissioner, beautiful day here at the McCarran Marketplace, a unique parks and recreation facility. As you can see, soccer, lacrosse, and football. But look at that turf out there. I know you know a lot about that. Tell me about that turf that was installed last September.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So for 10 years, we had the first park fields here that had synthetic surface on them. But over the course of time, those surfaces deteriorated to the point that it became a risk to operate them, and we had to close them down. And we had them closed for a couple of years. My predecessor, Mary Beth Scow, had this as a priority. I adopted that priority, and it was very difficult because we were just barely coming out of the downturn in the economy, and in order to have the resources, we knew we were going to have to be able to bond this and many other projects. But we stayed after it and got the most incredible, useful fields. These fields are in huge demand. In fact, we've recently talked with UNLV. They need some space for lacrosse, and I think we found them some dates, but it was not easy because the dates for these fields have been taken. They're beautiful fields. We opened with Del Sol's girls soccer, and they played a few games here, a couple of games, I guess, 2 games on the day that we opened the park, and the reports were that everyone loved it. This is the very newest synthetic turf that is available. It tends to cause less of a heat problem. It is easier on legs and joints. It has been really well received. We're so excited to have it, and it's beautiful. It really is beautiful. And then striping it so that we could play the 3 sports on it was really important to us, and we've got demand for all 3 sports.
And I know the Cool Play artificial turf, it's 3 layers, and as you can see, it's 7 months. It looks like those lines were just painted on there, but it's some new technology on there that those are guaranteed not to fade.
That's right. This will not fade, like so many do. This isn't painted. This is sewn into the fabric. The fabric is actually woven in. So this is everything you can possibly get today, and we're really proud of it.
Commissioner, I know yourself and through Parks and Recreation, you took this to the stakeholders, and maybe a bit of a surprise, we're on some grass area here, and I think maybe everyone thought that sure, these players would want real turf, but they overwhelmingly wanted this type of artificial turf for their play.
That's exactly right. We spent time with soccer clubs and soccer teams trying to understand their needs and their desires, and principally I think we would have to acknowledge this is largely soccer. But lacrosse is a growing sport, and we really needed to do something to accommodate lacrosse too. Without question, they wanted this kind of a turf, but we didn't want dirt. We didn't want rocks adjacent to it. The shade is really kind of off of all of the turf, and we needed to have something underneath it that families and spectators could relax on and have an enjoyable time.
District G has some of the most unique, some of the oldest, and some of the best parks in all of Clark County. Let's go down the list of some of the improvements and things that are going on in your district, Commissioner. Of course, Sunset Park. Anybody that drives down Sunset knows there's always people playing those tennis courts and pick up basketball, but those surfaces were getting run down. Talk a little bit about the surfaces.
So we've resurfaced the basketball and tennis courts. We have been working on improvements to the volleyball, the beach volleyball courts that we have out there. And we've got a new concept that we're bringing. The fastest growing sport in America, we're told, is pickleball. And we decided that Sunset Park was the ideal location to build a 24-court complex that would serve as a place where regionally and even nationally we could have tournament play. So the pickleball community is excited to death. It's not the fastest thing happening. I mean, it takes a lot of reprogramming to take a facility that is in such huge demand as Sunset Park and reprogram enough space that we can build these courts. But we have an engineer now that has been selected. He's doing the design work. We're looking very hard at all the surfaces and how best to do this. This will be cutting edge. It'll be the best we can do. We're very excited about it.
I think the last time we sat down, Commissioner, was at Horseman's Park, where in the east part of the valley, and seeing some major improvements there, the new covered arena, improvements to the announcer's booth, and also some roadway improvements out front there, just to kind of let everyone announce that you're at Horseman's Park.
We really needed to do some things so that we made it safer to get in and out, right? And of course, it's a real jewel in southern Nevada, so it needed to have an entrance. The utility of the facility has been improved such that we can extend the period in the year when we can actually do events there with the cover. And the booth that we're doing is not just a renewal, it's brand new. And it'll enhance the entire experience. I'm so excited to see what we've done, and it won't be long, and we'll be looking at those improvements. It'll be a lot of fun.
A couple of the other older parks, I know Paradise Vista and Pebble also getting some restrooms and general improvements, things like that. And Silverbolt Park, also some walking trails there that will actually link up with the very popular Duck Creek trailhead.
That's right. So one of the things that's been a priority of mine in public service has been trails, both hiking and bicycle trails. And what we're doing over there is something that will link a trail system that we already have in place, but we've needed to join them up. So we're going to be doing some things that'll really be exciting. It'll expose the park and the improvements there and the natural things that are not improvements. They are the natural environment to a much better human experience. So we're excited for all of that. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be the kind of development that'll benefit not just my district, but the entire valley.
Let's talk about one of your neighborhood parks, maybe one of the most underrated parks in the whole valley, and I think that is Whitney. Obviously, there's a new, that's a multi-gen center, and getting a new aquatic center there. That Whitney entire complex means so much to that neighborhood.
Well, it's been a place where I've spent an enormous amount of time. There's great demand there. The youth programs there are probably as large as any other community center we have in the entire valley, at least that the county has in the entire valley. We run basketball and indoor kind of gym focused activities there constantly. And the count can be upwards of 100 kids in that facility at all times. We needed to have more than just a pool there. It's great to have a pool, but the hardship associated with signing your kid up if you work 2 jobs and you're a single mom has been something that we've had to deal with, and we understand it. So we're doing a splash pad and some other aquatic things that will bring the water kind of out to the neighborhood and really make improvements there. Over time, we're going to do a lot more. We're going to change the pool. We're going to bring in, slides and the whole shooting match, and it'll be a terrific benefit to that community. That's an older community. The thing we have to be careful of is that we're not constantly doing all the new great stuff in the new areas of the valley that are developing now and ignoring some of the older things. We need to refresh and improve and bring more to certain parts of the valley, and that's one of the areas that's going to get a lot of attention.
And I know you're continuing on with what your predecessor held there with the movie in the park there. As we have beautiful weather here, you fire up some cameras and pop-ups and corn. And
a week ago we had a movie. We have another one coming up shortly.
Many of these events are coordinated with the Southeast Area Command and the STOP program, the Safety Through Outreach and Prevention. Very important to get Metro involved in that community.
Metropolitan Police Department and that command has been critical and essential to the improvements that we've had over there. Crime is down. It's not completely under control by any means, but it is down. The impacts of homelessness, both on the homeless and on the surrounding neighborhoods, is something that's always on our minds and we're constantly trying to address. I'm working with landowners in the area now to avoid some of the nuisance areas that we need work on, and we need help from the private sector because we can't do it all ourselves. But all of those things together have included a really important partnership between Metropolitan Police Department and the community, and my office, but the Metropolitan Police Department and the community.
All right, well, we must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District G Commissioner Jim Gibson. Stay tuned.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
District G is home to McCarran International Airport, the first and last place for many of the 40 million plus visitors who come to Clark County each year. McCarran's recent expansions have included a new control tower, runway improvements, and the addition of the 14-gate Terminal 3. More than 3.6 million people took off and landed at McCarran last month, and this acclaimed airport ranks among the best in the world. McCarran International Airport is located in District G, and speaking of District G, we're talking issues with your Commissioner, Jim Gibson. Commissioner, in the last year or so, I know you've been right in front and forefront with your good friends at Workforce Connection and Job Connect for job fairs. A few years ago, this wouldn't have happened. Obviously, these are good signs of our improving economy. And why are you holding these events in your district and throughout the country?
Well, there's some real obvious reasons, right? We have a lot of unemployment or underemployment. These are not just fairs for people who do not currently have jobs. Those who are kind of new to the workforce can come to our job fair. We encourage them to dress for success. We can train them. We can help them write a resume. We can train them some in what they're going to go through and what they're going to experience, and then turn them loose to make the rounds and visit the tables of the employers that are there in place. We had a very successful one at Whitney a year ago. We had another one that we did jointly with the City of Henderson out at their convention center. And then just a couple of months ago, we had the most robust in terms of attendance and participation by employers of all the job fairs that I've been associated with, where we had, I think, 70 employers and about 700 job seekers show up and spend 3 or 4 hours getting together to see what they could find in common. And one of the great things that is happening, and you might imagine this is a no-brainer, but one of the great things that's happening is that employers are using technology so that a job seeker can come, give identification and other background material they have to provide, and background checks can be done while they're standing there. And we've had dozens and dozens, maybe 100 people at these job fairs walk out of the job fair with a job. 4 hours they're there and they leave and they have a job. It's that kind of success that we need to have. This is an economy where there are opportunities, and there will be even more opportunities. There is always backfill. So we have a stadium that will employ a bunch of people. We have the Madison Square Garden facility that will employ a bunch of people. The same with the convention center, with Resorts World, with the building of the convention space at the Link, and other projects. Those jobs will be filled. Some will be first-time workers in all likelihood. But many of those people will be stepping up to a new opportunity, and there will be backfill opportunities. So we need to continue to refine the process of working with Workforce Connections through our Job Connect partnerships, and really bring employers who will need people to these job fairs so they gain trust. They really can find workers who are competent and capable, and job seekers who have the confidence in themselves that they can go out and look. You know, let me just read to you something that I received on the website. One person wrote, "I want to thank you for hosting this job fair. It is because of this that I am now employed." And this happened right after the fair. "After looking for over a year, I am able to feel self-sufficient." And another person wrote, "This was a good event. Lots of prospective employers with opportunities all over the valley. I have a couple of solid leads, and I'm feeling a bit more inspired about jumping back in. Thanks again." You can multiply that many times over, because we saw people there who wanted to have a glimmer in their eye, but they were hesitant. They weren't sure of themselves. We've been through a decade of difficulty, in the economy. And now it is starting to spread out enough, the success is starting to spread enough, that we're seeing real opportunities show up again. It helps all of us that we find, if we can find work for those that are unemployed or underemployed. They need less from the rest of us, right? And children who grow up in families where there is work and some measure of self-sufficiency are more likely to feel good about themselves and be able to perform better in the classroom. For all of the reasons that we promote things, the job fairs really exploit all of the things that are good.
Many of those jobs are tangible ones, and in your district also, if you drive down Maryland Parkway, you'll see a few orange cones there now, and this is a good sign now that there is roadway construction between Russell and Twain and Cottage Grove and some of the other areas there around UNLV. Talk a little bit about, let's first talk about some of the construction roadway construction along Maryland Parkway.
So Maryland is really Russell to, I think we're going over to Flamingo, and it is in need of improvement. Cottage Grove needed to be realigned, and so we entered into a partnership with UNLV. They were more than happy to help us with all of that. I mean, the benefits to the campus are incalculable. And the course of construction will take us through the summer, but by the time we get to early fall, we should see that work wrapping up. It will do so much. It will really open up Cottage Grove as a real intersection, a safe intersection. And of course, the resurfacing and the other things that we're going to do to reconfigure the roadway there will make the traffic flow along Maryland Parkway so much better. So we're really excited. This is something that has been at the top of the priority list for our Public Works Department for a long while. Now we're in a position to do it, and we're doing it. And finally, we can say the work has begun.
I think Maryland Parkway has been studied. It has gone to the people in many different situations, and from your perch on the Regional Transportation Commissioner, I know that it has been approved. The bus rapid transit system, which was chosen instead of light rail transit, you're going to spend about $345 million. Tell me what bus rapid transit is going to look like along Maryland Parkway.
Well, there will be dedicated bus lanes. We won't cut off access to side streets, but the commitment is that we can move these special buses along that corridor in a way that speeds up their efficiency and attracts a lot more people. They're new. They're the most efficient that you can find. Those buses are. The roadway will be configured in a way to really accommodate, maybe for the first time ever. I mean, we've gone back and retrofitted many of the major streets in Clark County for bus turnouts. But that is not the most efficient way to do this. And so we'll reconfigure the roadway. There will be improvements that will make the traffic really move there, and it will bring us into the 21st century, when it comes to the important improvements that mass transit bring to us. And we really need to do mass transit improvements. It is one of those things that we've been late on. The price of doing light rail, I think we were told the sticker price was about $1 billion. We cannot do that. We just cannot do that right now. This makes sense, and it's not going to get any cheaper. But we went out and studied where there is light rail in other places, and we were urged by people who have light rail systems not to do light rail. We were encouraged to do the bus rapid transit solution. Maybe Las Vegas is a place where kind of a sexier alternative might really work, but I'm not so sure that in the neighborhoods that's where tourists would be drawn just so they could ride the rail in Las Vegas. I think we made the right choice. We'll see an increase in ridership. We're certain of that. And I think that the community will get behind it. Our hope is that we can really tie important but disparate parts of the community together in a purposeful way. I mean, we're connecting up UNLV that hosts the medical school with the medical district. We're going to see connectivity to Charleston Boulevard, and that brings us into the city of Las Vegas, and it helps with some of the things that are happening down there. Eventually there may well be some additional expansion of the bus rapid transit. I mean, we expect that this is really our first test case to see what we do right and what we can learn from doing this, and we think that this is a worthy investment. And it was a unanimous vote. As much as any of us might have loved to have seen light rail in the Las Vegas Valley, I think that there was a recognition of the realities, the economic realities and other realities that really had to drive a good decision.
Commissioner, I know you have a unique perspective as you were the president of the monorail, Las Vegas monorail several years ago. How is the monorail going to help tie into our overall public transit system, and in addition to when the Raider Stadium opens?
Well, it's important for us to remember that the monorail never was the solution. It was a part of the solution. There were air quality issues that it helped address because it did remove cars from the roadway. It does link up important pieces of the valley, but if you think about it, the current plan that the monorail company is considering and that would come to the county for an amendment to the franchise agreement would link the 3 convention centers. So that would be Mandalay, the Sands, and the Las Vegas Convention Centers, the convention center that is already in place and the new building that's being built. It would link them all together, which makes enormous sense. In fact, it makes no sense to have ever had them not connected. We're bringing on, in addition, Madison Square Garden, so they'll have a station at Madison Square Garden. The Sands is going to be served as a result. So it gives us the ability, because of the location of the station, it will serve both the new venue and the convention center that sits there. We're very excited. We're hopeful that all of the pieces of the financing can work in a way that will allow us to have a monorail all the way from the Mandalay to the Sahara, which is where we go today.
All right, we must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District G Commissioner Jim Gibson. Stay tuned.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
District G is home to Sunset Park, the unofficial Central Park of Clark County. Sunset boasts athletic fields and facilities for nearly every type of team sport. A more passive natural area allows hikers and walkers a chance to stroll through some of the last remaining sand dunes in our valley. Since 1967, Sunset has continued to grow and attract new fans. This place now encompasses 325 acres and is home to the annual Renaissance Festival and dozens of other festivals and functions throughout the year. Sunset is located at Sunset and Eastern in District G, and speaking of District G, we're talking with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Jim Gibson. Commissioner, we're just wrapping up here now, and homeless, obviously, we could talk about for a whole half an hour, but just kind of bring us up to date on what initiatives the county is doing to combat homelessness.
The missing piece of the homeless approach, the approach to dealing with and serving the needs of both the homeless and the neighbors that surround the areas where the homeless that they occupy, has been any kind of a transitional and longer-term housing element. We have designated some BLM land that might be nominated and sold to the private sector. We probably would work with the private sector to accommodate much of the homelessness, but not a project that is just a homeless project. There needs to be a shared response across the community. We're working on identifying the providers that are out there feeding people. We're trying to learn a little bit more about what all is going on, because there are some rather informal things that are happening, and we're not trying to push those people out. We just need to know who they are, because that helps us understand better what is available and what isn't. We're continuing to work on the triaging and the initial intersection that we have with homeless people, so that it's meaningful, it has an objective, we can measure our successes there. We're in discussions with the cities. We're not just doing this alone, we're working with the leadership in the cities to make certain that our approach is one that really works for this valley. I mean, the recent count was well over 6,000 people. We've identified close to 300 families and 1,000 youth that are homeless. We've got to take care of those that ought to be the priority. We have limited resources, not like we have an endless supply of dollars, but I think we've picked housing because that is something we can really impact in a relatively short period of time, and the dollars are something that we can handle for now, and we're going to have to probably work on how we find additional resources. But for now, we are aggressive. It is a high priority. My district is, there are parts of this district that are overwhelmed with the homeless challenges, and we have to do something. And we've been very proactive. Metropolitan Police Department, our Family Services Department. I mean, we are working hand in hand today, better than ever before. And I think we're getting it.
All right, well, we'll talk more. And finally, we do a new segment here. It's our lightning round where I'm going to put you on the spot and give you a choice of either or. So I'm going to start with this. Las Vegas Aviators or the Vegas Golden Knights?
I'm a baseball guy, but I love the Golden Knights. So in that order.
Lake Mead or Red Rock Canyon?
Love them both. We got to protect Red Rock. It's a resource I camped at as a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout. But I lived in Henderson, and we spent an enormous amount of time in the summers on the lake. We really have a responsibility in both areas.
Green Valley or Summerlin?
Well, Green Valley.
Sunset Park or the Clark County Wetlands Park?
I think that we're doing a really good job shouldering the stewardship we have for the Wetlands Park. I think we really must continue to do improvements to Sunset Park. There are challenges there that with some of the renewal projects that we've been doing that we talked about earlier, we really will invite more of the community to that park, and it's a really, really great place for people and families to visit.
Finally, I know you're very savvy on pop music and good friends with all these people, so the Backstreet Boys or Panic at the Disco?
Panic at the Disco.
All right. It's great spending time with you, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Jim Gibson for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District G. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hi, this is Penn of Penn and Teller, and you're watching Clark County Television, but I've been known to lie.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated onto how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and could be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
It's killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquet's on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that we'll take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Were you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with their end-of-life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here, pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient, and if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that families around and very close, no matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place, and there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, one is going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us, and luckily at UMC they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So you sit here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Ten always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. The open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really useful for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad it's there, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada. And with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The sheer family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my expert.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. Alright? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries though, Jeffrey gets a quick cast and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and children'shospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC primary care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
The sale of marijuana is getting underway in Las Vegas.
But where can you consume it? On the Strip?
No, not even in your hotel room.
At my friend's house?
Sure, if they say yes.
How about in my camper?
Don't consume it and drive. That's dangerous and illegal.
While out hiking Mount Charleston?
No, not in any public spaces. You can't consume it or even possess it at the airport either.
At the bar or a nightclub?
No, not there either. Visit ClarkCountyNV.gov for more information. Be informed, be responsible.
Our community, our home. Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, Clark County's esteemed road building team celebrates 50 years of public works. Mojave Max emerges from his winter nap and a local 5th grader took home a big prize package. And the Desert Diamonds Baseball Complex recognizes 2 local heroes. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. Ground level ozone is a colorless gas and has a direct impact on our health and our environment. Clark County's Air Quality Department is issuing an ozone advisory from now until the end of September. Our summer season is the best time of the year for the great outdoors, and people know to take heed of the triple-digit temperatures. Clark County's air quality team urges everyone to pay attention to ground level ozone, which peaks during our hottest months.
Well, one thing with ozone at the ground level, it's actually created by a chemical reaction. It's created by what's called oxides of nitrogen mixing with what's called volatile organic compounds. So you have nitrogen oxide, NOx plus VOC, that bakes in the sun, and that's what creates ground level ozone.
Ozone contributes to urban smog, and ozone is formed from hot temperatures mixing with gasoline vapors, wildfires, and automobile exhaust. People with health or respiratory problems should take caution and exercise more moderately or in the cooler parts of the day.
So we saw the intakes in the roof of the monitoring station. That's feeding data into these machines here where we get our readings. Like in this particular machine, this is giving our ozone reading currently.
The Air Quality Department has more than a dozen monitoring stations strategically scattered throughout the county, which collect samples and provide an accurate account of a variety of pollutants, including ozone. Our vast valley often means there's a variety of air quality conditions in different locations.
We may have an exceedance for ozone here, but say in Henderson we may not, or somewhere in up towards Centennial Hills we may not. So that's one thing when we talk about exceedances, it's good to point out if you go to our website you can see exactly what's happening.
The air quality experts recommend checking their real-time reports online, and residents can sign up and receive free texts and emails with forecasts and advisories when any of the pollutants exceed unhealthful levels.
If you go to enviroflash.com, you can get daily texts or emails sent to you. Also, if you go to our Twitter account, @CCAirQuality, we put our daily forecast there as well as other information.
Ozone levels rise during the day and generally peak in the late afternoon, but will decrease during the night. And there are things we can all do daily to reduce ozone and protect the air we share. Fill your gas tank before sunrise or after sunset. Avoid unnecessary idling in traffic. Keep your car well maintained and running efficiently. Use public transit. And conserve energy by keeping tabs on electricity use and air conditioning. The Clark County Wetlands Park is a phenomenal place to get back to nature. And for the past 3 years, several law enforcement agencies have teamed up in a coordinated effort to make the place safer and to reduce graffiti and vandalism. During a typical day, hundreds of people flock to the Clark County Wetlands Park to enjoy the stunning natural splendor and share some time on the miles of trails in the habitat of hundreds of species of plants and animals.
If you see something, say something. Please report any suspicious activities to the park and law enforcement.
Since 2016,
thank you so much for protecting us.
Metro, the Park Police, and other law enforcement agencies have teamed up to crack down on underage drinkers, graffiti scofflaws, curfew violators, and more. Their efforts are working. In the past 3 years, the number of destruction-minded knuckleheads who damage the park and the amount of taxpayer dollars spent to repair it have both diminished.
Since we started our efforts, we've reduced damage to about 10% of what it was before. So it's a safer place, and we've gotten good feedback from people coming out to enjoy the park.
The park is popular with the Clark County School District, a living outdoor classroom in the Mojave Desert.
The fact is, this is a gorgeous area. Come out and enjoy it. This time of year, everything's in bloom. It's really very special. But the fact is, there's just a variety of things to do, and mainly just come out and experience nature. This park is just a fantastic resource and really unknown.
And the newest addition to this astonishing outdoor refuge is actually indoors, as the Nature Store is now open and stocked with souvenirs and sundries that will enhance your park visit. Forgot your sunscreen? No problem. They've got you covered. A variety of books and balms, backpacks, and wetlands logoed merchandise will enhance your park experience.
So what's special about our Nature Store, we are run by Clark County, which is a government entity, so there's no sales tax. So there's an instant savings for everything you buy. And then another wonderful thing is that all of the revenues that are generated here in the Nature Store actually stay in the park and will be used for park resources.
A super smart 5th grader from Diskin Elementary School is this year's champion in the Mojave Max Emergence Contest. Commissioner Michael Knapp announced the winner of this year's contest, and the shy fifth grader was stunned as she embraced the mascotted Max and collected her shiny hardware. Sierra's guess was precisely 2 minutes after Max emerged on March 20th at 1:28 in the afternoon.
Your entire class is going to take a field trip to the Springs Preserve to meet the real Mojave Max and have a pizza party!
With the win, the whole class will visit Max in his home at the Springs Preserve. Sierra and her teacher, Miss Miller, will also be awarded with laptop computers. Sierra's favorite subject is math, and her love of numbers helped her with her winning prediction.
I kind of just thought that since it came out kind of the same the same month as March and kind of close, so I just chose March 30th since it was close by April and not that early in March, and then I just chose a random time.
More than 7,000 elementary students submitted entries, guessing the day and time that the slumbering desert tortoise would wake up from his winter nap.
Mojave Max!
Mojave Max!
The Mojave Max Emergence Contest provides a fun way to learn about the critter and how we can all help respect and protect our desert environment. To learn more about Max, next year's contest and more, visit MojaveMax.com. Our most famous sign was given a blue light bulb treatment recently to recognize Child Abuse Awareness Month in the community. A brigade of blue-clad commissioners and representatives from all of Crest flipped the switch to turn the Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign blue. The color change from the usual yellow bulbs was in support of Child Abuse Prevention Month in our community.
I'm humbled today to stand with everybody for this very important occasion, a day that we wear blue all day to signalize, to draw attention to bring awareness to our community so that we can prevent child abuse.
The Board of County Commissioners presented a proclamation to Olive Crest, which is one of many nonprofit organizations dedicated to eliminating child abuse and preserving families.
It's one thing to report child abuse, but it's another thing to also recognize the signs. All month for the month of April, we are collecting hygiene products because things like your bare essentials, we forget that those things can really prevent stress and anxiety and other issues in the home.
Just like many social problems, it takes all of us to stop this harmful behavior.
As a community, we must do more to help parents learn how to deal with anger and stress so they don't take out their emotion on their children. At the same time, all of us have a responsibility to tell the authorities if we believe a child is being abused or neglected.
The Department of Family Services urges anyone who suspects a child is being abused or neglected to call the hotline at 702-399-0081. Extensive information about child abuse, warning signs, and programs and services available can be found online at clarkcountynv.gov/hotline. We must take a short break, but when we come back, we'll play ball out here at Desert Diamonds. This is Clark County Chronicles.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
After October 1st, people started saying, Vegas strong.
But the truth is, I don't always feel strong.
Sometimes I feel scared.
Anxious.
Alone.
Exhausted.
Overwhelmed. Hopeless.
But I didn't reach out for help because I didn't think I needed help.
I thought I needed to be strong for others.
Other people were hurt worse than me.
We didn't know where to go.
I just didn't have time.
I thought I was fine.
I thought it would cost too much.
I was worried that saying it out loud and remembering it all would make it too real.
But then I realized it's okay to feel the way I do.
It's okay to cry.
It's okay to talk about it and remember it.
It's okay to grieve.
And it's okay to ask for help.
Because it affected all of us.
And it's never too late to get the help you need.
No matter who you are, where you live,
or what your story is.
Reach out to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center to see how they can help you.
In Las Vegas, call 702-455-2433.
Outside of Las Vegas, call 833-299-2433.
Or go online to vegasstrongrc.org for more information.
Together.
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 We're becoming Vegas Stronger.
Vegas Stronger.
Clark County's Public Works Department is an award-winning road-building team celebrating 50 years of infrastructure excellence. I recently sat down with the top man, Director Dennis Cederberg. Mr. Cederberg, obviously you're the right man to talk to as Public Works is celebrating its 50th anniversary. You've been around here for 39 of those years, including the last 14 or 15 as the director. What's been the biggest changes or the biggest challenges that have taken place in those 50 years?
Well, the biggest thing that's taken place is obviously the growth in the valley. I mean, it was a very smaller community back in 1969 when the Public Works Department was formed, and today it's a community over 2 million people. So that's the growth. I mean, we're always chasing new developments. We're chasing Mountain's Edge development when they develop in the outlying areas. Summerlin was a very open area in the 1980s. Now it's out there, how many thousand acres? 2,000 acres of development in Summerlin. Those are big changes for a valley.
Talk about some other projects that have maybe been some of your favorite ones, or some of the ones that have really helped impact how we get around the valley.
Well, I think all the public works projects impact how we get around the valley. I mean, if you looked at the overall roadway network within the valley and saw it, 40 years ago, it's not what it is today. I mean, there's roads out there that have been extended, and a lot of the roads started from the core, and we just grew out from the core of the area, this downtown area with Bonanza, Owens, on the east side, Nellis, and then moving west, we did Rainbow, Flamingo, and now we're going southwest with more rainbows, more flamingos, more Durangos, and going out west with Sahara. When I was probably in 1980, Sahara ended Rainbow. That's where the end of the Sahara was. Rainbow pretty much was 2 lanes south of Tropicana. So you look at that entire southwest. Henderson was a small area. The communities of Henderson and unincorporated Clark County as a community didn't touch. Now you can't find where the county stops and the city begins.
I'd say let's talk about one of the most visible projects that's happened in the past 20 years, the I-215, the Bruce Woodbury Beltway, that people that have come to town maybe in the last 5 or 10 years, they just take it for granted. But this was a roadway that took some very creative planning, imagination, and no local taxpayer dollars. Quite an extraordinary project.
Yeah. The project was initiated to provide some southerly access to the McCarran Airport. And so when it was initiated, the environmental impact study began, I think, around 1988. And it was completed in 92. And at that time, the first segment that was built was access from I-15 to the airport via the airport connector. And the whole environmental document at that time extended from Tropicana in the west down to 95, now 515 in the east side of the valley. So that segment was the full-blown EIS. It was contemplated in 1992 when they had a master transportation plan and a fair share program to fund transportation improvements. And out of that fair share funding program came funding for the Beltway. It was all locally funded. Development taxes and taxes on automobile registration funded the Beltway in that section of town. They continue to fund the rest of the Beltway. After the Beltway was completed pretty much to Tropicana, Summerlin was starting to take shape. And they wanted a town center boulevard kind of through Summerlin. So that became an alignment for the Beltway through Summerlin, and that started the progress northerly on the west side of the Beltway over to the north side of the valley, and then east over to 15. So that was all kind of realized in 1996 to proceed with that portion of the Beltway. We got BLM funding, and by 2003 our plan was to have a whole roadway built from 515 in the south all the way around the south part of the valley, the west part of the valley, north part of the valley, and tie into I-15 in the north. In 2003, you had that connection. Now we're coming back and making it a full limited access roadway all the way through. It was initially, a couple lanes with ag-grade intersections. Now it's going to be a fully developed freeway.
What are the final segments on your construction on the Beltway now, Dennis?
We just completed the section between Craig Road and Wallapai. That's now fully limited access roadway. We're working on this section from North 5th to UPRR as completing that as limited access. Nevada Department of Transportation is doing the 95 to 15 interchange improvements for that system interchange, and then they're also working on the system interchange at I-15, 215 in the north. So those are the remaining 3 segments that will make it a complete limited access freeway. In the meantime, we've gone back a few times, done some widening. We're still making widening improvements on the initial portions of the Beltway in the south and the west, and we'll continue those around the valley.
People love to talk about traffic, and when you tell people who you are, that you're in Public Works, what's the most frequent question you get?
Why does it take so long to build a roadway? And why are you so far behind? I mean, didn't you know that people were going to be there? Where's the road? So those are the questions that people ask, like, why isn't done sooner? Why does it take so long?
How do you answer those questions?
Primarily is that in order to build a roadway, you have to have the demand, like a mountain's edge. You don't project the demand. You kind of react to the demand unless there's a lot of planning going on. But many of these in the high growth terms era of the county, they just started coming online. I mean, you had Southern Highlands, Mountain's Edge, Summerlin all coming online, Rhodes Ranch, they're all coming along online at pretty much the same time and creating these big master communities. And now they're not adjacent to the existing development. They're in areas that are totally undeveloped, and you got to reach out and connect them with roadways. In many instances, those communities had to build the initial roadways to connect them, and they built those roadways within the limited right-of-way that was available, which wasn't always the complete right-of-way that you had to build the full roadway to 4 lanes or 6 lanes that you might need to service those areas. So you have that. You have to deal with utility constructions. You have to do with the acquisition of right-of-way, because we don't always have the full right-of-way for the roadway, so you got to deal with purchasing property and going through the process of purchasing. And then there's funding. You didn't always have the funding. Funding was always a major issue, and until you developed the funding sources, you couldn't provide for it. And when we had the recession, all the funding kind of shrunk. So a lot of the projects that we were developing in 2005 and 2006, although we had planned to build them and we had funding and our projected funding was there, those projections didn't come to fruition because of the downturn in the economy. So everything kind of got held back. And even with the private communities, it got held back. So it's taken a long time for some roads. Projects that we initiated in the high growth terms are now coming online and coming to fruition, and we're starting to see those come off the drawing boards and now being built in reality, so to speak.
Let's talk about a current project that has been studied for quite a while now in Maryland Parkway. Now the Board of County Commissioners, the RTC, has approved bus rapid transit. What does that mean to you and your folks, and what will Maryland Parkway be required to look like to accommodate this?
I think with the BRT, the bus rapid transit, it'd probably be more dedicated lane. It's a rubber-tired kind of transit proposal, so we won't see as much of a change as if it was a light rail project. So you're going to see there's be widening on the roadway to accommodate some of the bus stops and the shelters that they in, some enhancements, some right turn lanes, particularly if they had the dedicated lane for the BRT. You're going to see those changes, and you probably will see more vehicle congestion if there's the dedicated lanes on that roadway. Right now with the county, the roadway's been, last time we did it was in the late 1980s 80s, early 1990s, and now we're coming back. We're resurfacing the project now as we move today, as we speak. It's being resurfaced. So the BRT is going to change the dynamic of the traffic and the transit interaction along that corridor. And if it's dedicated, it's going to be a little bit more complex than it is today.
And I know you and all the folks here in Public Works and all the Public Works departments around the valley are looking to the future. Where do you see Clark County's Public Works moving forward to in the future?
Public Works will still be doing capital, but we're going to see a lot of more reconstructing of the existing roadway network. You have a lot of roadways out there that have seen their useful life, and now we're going to go more into the reconstruction of existing roadways than the construction of new roadways. We'll fill out the roadway network that ties in Mountain's Edge, fill out the roadway network that ties in to Southern Highlands and in all those areas in the southwest that are pretty much undeveloped. But you're going to see a lot more existing streets be reconstructed.
Doubleheader of sorts out here at Desert Diamonds recently, as the first ever baseball games were played, and two of these pristine fields were named after a couple local baseball legends. It was a beautiful afternoon to play ball at Clark County's newest jewel, the Desert Diamonds in Mountain's Edge. A pair of high school games became the first events at this world-class facility. But before the first strike was thrown, or a sharp shot hit to left field.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
The crowd tipped their caps to a couple all-stars who hit home runs on and off many area ball fields.
We're here to honor two tremendous men who were instrumental to the baseball operations here in Southern Nevada for many years. The two fields will be named for Manny Guerra and Carl Castle.
Manny Guerra and Carl Castle are the two local baseball legends who dedicated years to the local youth baseball scene. For years, each had a hand in coaching and mentoring thousands of young local players. The two close friends were honored with fields that will forever bear their names. Both men are now in the big dugout in the sky, but certainly not forgotten.
It's an incredible honor for my father, but he probably would tell you it's no big deal today. And he would tell you that it's all about the kids. The nice thing about today is they're dedicating a field not only to him, but his good close friend Carl Castle. And it's truly an honor, and I thank everybody for attending. It's amazing what he and Carl did in this community.
The honor that we have as a family.
Another proud son and Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle talked to then County Commissioner Susan Brager to inquire about naming a field after his father.
And I said, hey, would this be a possibility? And she said, absolutely, submit some stuff to me written. Mike gave me a bio on Manny, my brother Mick, and Kathy, my sister Kathy. We combined on a bio for my dad. We submitted it, and it went through the county, lickety-split, and nothing goes through the county, lickety-split. Nothing.
And the top pilot of the Aviators heaped praise on a pair of unsung giants.
You know, I've been doing this for 35 years. I can't tell you how many times I'd sit at Cashman Field and watch baseball and learn baseball from those two. And the banter between them was great. I can't share it with you all the time. Carl was much more, he cleaned it up a little better than Manny, but Manny was way funnier than Carl, I'll tell you that.
This high school offers the only emergency response program for students, training them to answer 911 calls and how to communicate with the appropriate emergency first responders.
Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone, put your other hand on top of that hand. Bump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second.
This looks like an authentic 911 call center,
I'm home alone.
but upon closer inspection you'll see that these are actually Keene High School students training in the Emergency Telecommunications program at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy.
A lot of people don't realize how important 911 is. They're kind of like, our teacher said, the unsung heroes. People don't really look at them. So without 911, we really wouldn't be able to send out emergency response to people.
This high school is the site of our country's largest dispatch training facility, and the teens are involved in hands-on exercises that will prepare them for careers in this vital element for first responders.
The 911 emergency calling system is the community's lifeline to emergency services. When you need help from fire, police, and medical, our residents need to be able to reach a 911 operator.
Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle is a passionate supporter of the program and is well aware of the role that 911 operators play in fire and medical response. The fire department receives about 135,000 calls for service each year, and educating the public on when and when not to call for help is vital.
911 is really important. We have so many new people moving to our state on a regular basis that we have to educate them to use 311 when it's appropriate and 911.
For the fourth year, the department and Clark County partnered with the school in a contest where these students step away from answering phones and produce public service announcements that preach the message to call 911 correctly. A team of Ashley, Ariana, and Martin produced the winning entry.
Congratulations, Group 8.
Which will be shown on county social media platforms.
It was great. They're really smart. They're really good, like their public speaking, and they're great, awesome call takers and dispatchers. And just us working as a group, we're really good together. We could like work off each other's weaknesses and strengths, and we kind of fill in where we need to.
That's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on Clark County Chronicles.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Oh, don't take Charleston. Don't take Charleston.
If you have a fortune teller, you know when flash floods are coming. If you don't, you need the FloodSpot app. Get it free today at BeFloodSafe.com.
And don't have the chili dog for lunch. Trust me on this.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. The desert environment in Las Vegas can take a toll on McCarran's runways and taxiways, but thanks to the constant attention of our airfield maintenance team, these areas remain safe and operational. Here's a look at the team at work.
McCarran's airfield covers more than 2,500 acres and includes the runways, taxiways, and other exterior areas within the airport's fence line. An airport's airfield must be maintained and improved, just like roads and freeways. McCarran has a team of more than 25 workers responsible for the upkeep of this essential area. Runway markings and other airfield features must meet strict guidelines put in place by the FAA. Regular inspections ensure the airport is in compliance. Maintaining the safety and security of an airfield is a big job with many different tasks, from painting stripes and signs to repairing cracks or defects in asphalt and concrete, as well as patrolling the perimeter.
We're also responsible for all the fence line you see out here. So basically from where the aircraft are parked at in the gates all the way out to the fence. So total it's about 32 miles of runways and taxiways and about 10 miles of fence line.
With parts of the airfield always in use during projects, the Department of Aviation works closely with the Federal Aviation Administration to reduce potential impact on air traffic. Meetings are held regularly with members of the airfield maintenance team, the FAA, and other stakeholders to discuss current and future projects. The gatherings allow everyone to discuss logistics and plan for alternative arrangements during maintenance projects.
It's information sharing. Communications is critical as far as safety is concerned, and just everybody that's involved out on the airfield, we want to know there's no surprises.
Airfield maintenance workers use a variety of equipment like specialized surface grading vehicles, line painting machinery, and water trucks for dust control. They also have to work around a busy airport schedule, which means sometimes the work has to be done overnight. During the day, the harsh desert sun fades painted surfaces, so upkeep of the markings on the ramp, taxiways, and runways never ends. Rubber from aircraft tires builds up and can obscure white and yellow lines if left unattended. Workers use a high-pressure water and vacuum system to remove nearly 6,000 pounds of rubber each year.
The heavy equipment operators, you'll see them operating the rollers behind me, the graders. We have a big rig that we use to put paint down. We go through about 7,000 gallons of paint a year.
Dedicated upkeep of the airfield's facilities helps keep airport operations running smoothly and ultimately benefits our passengers.
And at the end of the day, we got the satisfaction of knowing that we had a direct contribution to the safety of those passengers.
As one of the busiest airports in the nation, McCarran has thousands of passengers arriving and departing each day. And our airfield maintenance department works tirelessly to ensure the airlines and our customers get where they need to go.
International visitors are vital to Southern Nevada's tourism-based economy. As we head toward the summer travel season, let's take a look at some exciting developments in international air service.
Las Vegas is considered by many to be the most exciting city on the planet, so it's no surprise it's a must-visit destination for people from all over the world.
International passenger volume at McCarran increased by 5.6% from 2017 to 2018. That included nonstop visitors from as far as China and Brazil and as near as Canada and Mexico.
We really do enjoy the international visitor coming to Las Vegas directly from their home country because they do tend to stay longer, they do spend a little more, and we love to show the United States by the gateway of Las Vegas.
KLM will offer 3 nonstop flights a week from Amsterdam, while Israel's El Al will launch weekly service from Tel Aviv. These additions will not only give locals more travel destinations, but also open up the entertainment capital of the world to even more international visitors.
Having these new city pairs added to all the ones we already have is really exciting for us. We love to be the front door of Las Vegas.
Not only are foreign flag carriers boosting McCarran's international reach, some domestic airlines are expanding their service across borders as well. Frontier Airlines recently became the first domestic carrier in years to offer nonstop flights outside of the United States. It began service to Los Cabos and Cancun in December of 2018. North of the border, newcomers Swoop and Flair have come on board, helping to once again make Canada the top country of origin for international travelers to Las Vegas. McCarran International Airport has upgraded many of its amenities to cater to the needs of our international passengers.
We really want our international passenger to know how much we value them. So we look into their culture, we look into what they need and require. When we welcomed our first China direct flight and made sure that we had hot water. So we converted our water fountains to a hot water station, and that was something that we knew was very important to them. Just so they know that, yes, you're important to us, we want you to be comfortable, and most of all, we want you to come back.
As more visitors make Southern Nevada their top destination, McCarran will embrace its role in this community, a gateway bringing the world to Las Vegas and Las Vegas to the world.
While you might know Las Vegas, how much do you know about its airport? Here are some fun facts and unique features travelers can enjoy at McCarran.
Most notable destinations have great sights and sounds, but those things are typically experienced once a traveler is outside the airport. But here at McCarran International Airport, some things make an impression the moment a passenger steps off the plane. For Las Vegas locals and returning travelers, the sound of slot machines is the background melody of a visit to the airport. Slots have been a fixture since the early days of aviation in Clark County, and now McCarran is home to nearly 1,400 machines. It's also one of only 2 airports in the nation to offer gaming. The gateway to Las Vegas encompasses a large area in the middle of town. But did you know McCarran boasts more than 8 miles of runway and 24 miles of taxiways? At more than 14,000 feet in length, runway 8 left, 26 right is the second longest commercial runway in North America. And while the terminal buildings are spacious, they are thankfully not as long as the runways. Terminal 3, home to the E-gates, is nearly half a mile long, measuring 2,300 feet. Thanks to smart design, passengers shouldn't have to walk the entire length to reach their gate. The structure is divided by a security checkpoint in the center, with domestic airlines on one end and international on the other. The structure connecting the A and B concourses was built in 1963 and is still considered a feat of civil engineering today. The clamshell structure is unique in that it covers more than 2 acres under a roof without any internal supports. Even though the interior has been renovated many times over the years, the dome-like exterior remains an iconic feature among other buildings on the airport's property.
Ready and action!
Lights, camera, McCarran. The airport has served as the backdrop for many television shows and major motion pictures.
You okay, John? Yeah, stay behind me.
Scenes from the 1988 movie Midnight Run were filmed in Terminal 1 ticketing.
Go ahead, I got a plane to catch. Actually, try this one. It's been paying out.
And who can forget Brad Pitt walking through the D concourse in 2007's Ocean's 13. Look out for more fun facts about McCarran in future episodes of Flight Path.
Like most airports, McCarran has its own dedicated fire station located on the airfield. Firefighters assigned there must be ready to respond in the event of an aircraft emergency. Here's a look at recent live fire drill used to help the crew hone their skills.
Centrally located on the airfield, Station 13 is home to McCarran's Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Unit.
Firefighters are ready to roll 24/7 with rigs outfitted with specialized equipment, like a piercing nozzle that can penetrate a fuselage. They test their equipment daily and are constantly training to respond to an aircraft emergency while navigating the unique challenges presented by the airport environment. At a recent training exercise, the team conducted live fire drills at the airport. Drills like these are required by the FAA as part of the airport's certification process.
This is a mobile training prop. It lets them use the tools and equipment that they're going to use in a real-life world scenario.
The prop, complete with stairs, a pilot cabin, and passenger seating area, gives firefighters valuable practice at mitigating a fire in the unique environment of an airplane.
Our simulator back there will even flash the fire again after they've extinguished it, because that is real world. So it gives them that practical application, so if it happens in the real world, they have the experience to draw from.
The flames and smoke are controlled from a station and are fueled by propane gas. The simulation can be restarted multiple times. This allows each firefighter to go through the same training.
All right, at the same time, you might get some of the pan fires over here going before you can make entry. You just got to keep hitting it all before you go inside.
The education is guided by instructors who specialize in the field of fighting aviation-specific fires.
Then in addition to that, we brought our battalion chief who's responsible for the airport. He's working with McCarran Airport Ops. They're getting a little training in unified command where they're going to be making decisions together on how to successfully mitigate an incident.
In a recent real-world incident, McCarran's firefighting team proved its excellence. When an aircraft experienced an engine fire on the runway in 2015, crews responded swiftly and extinguished the flames. The aircraft was salvaged, fully restored, and is still in use today. Most importantly, all passengers and crew were safely evacuated.
Kind of sounds like the rotation's going to be set up by your Red Dog 40 captain.
In addition to the hands-on training, there are also classroom components. Here, firefighters learn about multiple types of aircraft and the entry process for each. Being prepared is key. That's why emergency personnel train year-round.
It's all part of a joint effort between the Department of Aviation and the Clark County Fire Department to make sure one of the busiest airports in the country can handle any emergency situation.
To enrich the travel experience for our customers, McCarran boasts a variety of sculptures, photographs, paintings, and artwork creatively displayed throughout the terminals. Let's take a closer look at a mural created by local artist Robert Beckman.
Poised on a majestic rock ledge, animals that define southern Nevada overlook the natural landscape of the desert, and here at McCarran International Airport, they are the overseers of thousands of passengers who pass underneath this mural. Bighorn Sheep was painted by local artist Robert Beckman. The mural, located in the D gates, captures a moment of encounter that few individuals will enjoy with Nevada's official state animal. Beckman looked at hundreds of photographs of bighorn sheep as references for his highly detailed, ultra-realistic painting.
So the bighorn sheep, of course, you know, I've been seeing them since I first moved here, you know, in various places. Interesting that the 3 sheep that are involved there aren't really 3 sheep, they're really 2 sheep. The little guy on the far left and the adult male are the same animal, they're just photographed at different times.
Beckman defines his intricate style of painting by how it makes the onlooker feel. He wants to, as he puts it, expand the heart consciousness of the viewer and, most importantly, make them more observant of the world around them. His use of lights and shadows gives the piece a sense of realism.
If you're going to do something like that right, you've got to have the light falling on the animals work with the light falling on your landscape.
Beckman spent months painting the mural. He was mindful of where it would be placed and the angle at which the viewer would see the composition, from below and oftentimes from the moving walkway.
Moving along that moving platform, basically as you get closer you're looking more and more up at it. So I wanted to make sure that the shots that I had acknowledged that. You know, you didn't want a photograph that I was working from where I'm seeing the animal head on, because that doesn't work, because when you're up on top of it, you're looking up at it. So I had to not only find photographs that had the right lighting, I had to find photographs that worked with the landscape that I looked up at.
Beckman's a self-described public intellectual and environmentalist whose wish is that this work inspires others to be more mindful of the beauty in nature and how precious natural resources are to the animals that make up the habitat. The use of rustic browns, yellows, and deep reds in the mural reflect the majestic desert landscape surrounding Las Vegas.
Well, I want to believe that it connects with them in some way. Airports are interesting places. I mean, I'm a people watcher too. Also, I enjoyed looking at the fabric of whatever architecture I'm in. I guess I want to believe that any of my art, you know, people could begin to get stretched, you know, or expanded in their consciousness, their observational skills, their heart awareness about being in the world. I'm happy that happened.
Bighorn Sheep's underlying message is to show our visitors that Las Vegas offers more than just world-class entertainment, gaming, and dining. It invites them to learn about the wonderful landscapes filled with hardy plants, weathered rock formations, and stunning wildlife unique to the Mojave Desert.
Traveling to a foreign country where you don't know the language can be challenging. To help our guests have the best possible experience, McCarran has designated ambassadors working in customs who will welcome international passengers to the United States and to Las Vegas.
When travelers arrive at McCarran International Airport from abroad, they'll know they're in Las Vegas thanks to the colorful artwork, iconic photographs, and messages featuring local celebrities.
Bienvenidos a Las Vegas!
In the Customs and Border Protection Port of Entry, friendly employees are on hand as flights arrive, ready to offer a warm welcome that matches this destination's signature hospitality.
Welcome to Las Vegas, gentlemen.
Many of these customer service-oriented employees speak languages other than English, helping bridge the communication gap for guests.
They really provide a customized level of service for our international guests. We have a lot of multilingual ambassadors. They assist our CBP partners in ensuring that each guest that comes in is ready when they get to the processing booth, and that just helps expedite the process for all of our guests.
How you doing? Just one?
Yeah. Custom ambassadors help weary travelers find the correct line, fill out paperwork.
Hello, do you need any help?
And even show them how to use the automated passport machines.
Now he wants the passport the same way we did hers.
Thank you.
No problem. Step to the yellow line, he'll call you when he's ready.
We are the first connection that they see after they come off an airplane.
So it's important that they're well received and they're greeted very kindly.
Welcome to Vegas.
And it makes them feel very well accepted.
Many ambassadors are bilingual with several languages represented among the members of the team. This helps put guests at ease and keeps people moving smoothly through the area.
My mother language is Mandarin and also Cantonese, so I can tell what kind of language they speak so I can feel the proper way to help out.
I enjoy working with the public and introducing the people to the United States.
So we actually represent Las Vegas in that way. It's very important to show them, just in case if we are the first or last person they see, it's important to show them that we are happy to see them, that they're welcome here and they're welcome back at any time.
The airport's primary objective will always be to help visitors get to and from Southern Nevada by air as safely and efficiently as possible while providing a customer experience on par with the vibrant community it serves. And that's why McCarran's Customs Ambassadors are at your service.
McCarran received top honors in the 2018 J.D. Power North American Airport Satisfaction Study, the result of the collaborative efforts of the Department of Aviation and all of its airport partners. Here's a look at an airport-wide celebration of this prestigious award.
Las Vegas has a lot of advantages to offer people who fly in and out of this airport. Primary among them is the superb location of the airport, making it so easy to get into and get out of. And that sets the airport up for success. So it's easy to get to the airport, but once you get to the airport here, there are a lot of things that go right. We were talking earlier with the TSA. They do a great job here getting people through efficiently and professionally. The janitorial staff and the custodial staff does a fantastic job of keeping the place clean. And they've made some really great improvements in the food, beverage, and retail. You've moved up 3 spots, as I recall. And that's what separates a good airport from a great airport, is the food, beverage, and retail program. And once again, congratulations. We hope to see you again real soon.
When I look around, this is the reason that we won. Here is the McCarran family, so the applause go to you. We thank you, we represent all of you, and although there's only 6 categories, we all know that it takes every part of the operation to achieve that type of ranking for those 6. So I really appreciate everyone's dedication to this airport. Our mission is being the front door to Las Vegas. That's not an easy one or a simple one. It's a worldwide known one with our destination. And we welcome people and escort people back onto the aircraft in the #1 style. So I really do appreciate it. I have to have some of my partners up here because, again, it's not any one of us, it's all of us. And with all of us being able to rank with 49 million people coming through here, that is something. Right now, it is a phenomenal feat that we all achieved. And from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you and thank all of you.
Weather conditions like wind and heat can have an impact on aviation activity, so airports rely on their local meteorologists for planning and coordination. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at how the National Weather Service and the airport keep an eye on the sky.
Centrally located in the valley, McCarran International Airport serves as the official meteorological observation point for the National Weather Service in Las Vegas.
Weather records from the Las Vegas airfield go back more than 70 years. A lot has changed since then, but there remains a constant need for weather information at the airport.
Weather and the aviation community work very closely hand in hand. There's a constant need for weather information at any given airfield, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's our schedules here. We have people here at this office all the time monitoring the weather.
More than 122 forecast offices located across the country provide weather information to the general public, emergency management organizations, and the aviation community. Here in Las Vegas, McCarran's airfield is home to an array of climate sensors that send information to the local National Weather Service office located just south of the airport. Additional data is gathered using sensors at the office where employees launch weather balloons twice a day.
3, 2, 1,
Meteorologists work closely with the team in the Federal Aviation Administration Tower to coordinate the launches.
We do weather balloon launches twice a day, every day. They're done all across the country. Ours are done at 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. And they're done for that reason specifically because they give us a morning sample of the atmosphere and an afternoon sample. And those weather balloons actually travel over 10 miles into the sky and provide us with a vertical sample of the atmosphere at any given time. It gives us back information related to temperature and moisture profiles. Also tells us a lot of really invaluable information about wind and wind speed. And that can be really useful in determining the forecast through the day, and that also gets ingested into our weather models.
Working in shifts, the staff of more than 20 provides forecasts to McCarran 4 times a day. During severe weather, those updates become more frequent. But even the regularly sunny skies of Las Vegas can change and produce some uncommon weather events.
We have some pretty significant weather here from time to time. In fact, earlier this winter we had snow for the first time in over 10 years, so that's pretty unusual. And also during the summertime, we'll get in on occasional monsoon season thunderstorms, and that is always really interesting. They can bring microbursts and lightning and really picturesque cloud opportunities. So there's lots of different weather to be seen here in the desert.
Winds and high temperatures are among the most common weather challenges to aviation in Las Vegas. In the heat of the summer, the atmosphere is less dense. That means heavy aircraft need more room to take off. Wind speed and wind direction can also have an impact. McCarran has several takeoff and landing configurations. If meteorologists see the wind is going to change, they'll alert the FAA tower so controllers can choose the appropriate configuration.
Weather forecasts are crucial to maintaining a safe and efficient travel experience. Making adjustments throughout the day, McCarran, the FAA, and the National Weather Service work in a coordinated effort to minimize the impact of weather on airport operations.
Travelers are always looking for ways to shorten the time between the curb and gate. For those who just can't wait to be on their way, there are programs available that can streamline the security screening process and even help you skip part of the line.
Frequent flyers typically know all the best tricks for an easy airport experience, but for less experienced travelers, knowing all the options is key. Two distinct services, TSA PreCheck and Clear, help eliminate some of the stresses at the airport.
Introduced in 2011, TSA PreCheck can help travelers speed through security.
We want to make sure that when people come here, they have the best experience possible in the airport as well as any other place that they go. So this is a contribution, we believe, to having that experience really be improved.
More than 200 airports and 65 airlines participate. With a 5-year, $85 membership, PreCheck customers don't have to take off their light jackets, belts, or shoes, and they can leave their laptops and liquids in their carry-ons. To sign up, submit an application online at tsa.gov and schedule an appointment at a local enrollment center. At McCarran, the office is conveniently located in the public shopping area in Terminal 1 on Level 2. There, applicants submit to fingerprinting and a background check. Once you're approved and have paid the fee, simply add your known traveler number, or KTN, to your ticket when you book and start enjoying the benefits of TSA PreCheck. McCarran offers designated PreCheck lanes at the C, D, and E gate security checkpoints, and work is underway to expand the AB checkpoint to make way for a dedicated PreCheck area there as well. Travelers who sign up and pay for Clear skip the standard ID verification process at airport checkpoints and go directly to security to queue up for screening. A private service not associated with the Transportation Security Administration or Department of Homeland Security, Clear uses biometrics, passengers' eyes and fingertips, as a form of ID. Clear transforms biometrics into an encrypted code that is unique to individual users. At the airport, Clear matches a traveler's fingerprints or irises to their unique code each time they check in. That's how it confirms identification and keeps customers moving. Clear ambassadors are on hand to assist at the kiosk and escort travelers to the front of the line. At McCarran, Clear pods are conveniently located near each security checkpoint. A full membership costs $179 per year. Customers can sign up on the spot or visit clearme.com for more information. Even travelers who have signed up for these services should be aware that TSA uses unpredictable security measures throughout the airport, and all travelers will be screened. No individual is guaranteed expedited screening.
TSA PreCheck and Clear. Choose the one that works best for you, or combine the two for additional convenience and an easy airport experience.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with US Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed-base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intrastate airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by US Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the Poor Sailors Airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, a Wii bowling tournament attracted hundreds of local senior rollers. The County Museum's new exhibit offers an array of amazing artifacts in The Beauty of Purpose, Utilitarian Arts of the Paiute People. And the Clark County Shooting Complex offers more than firearm recreation. Come on out and learn how to use a bow and arrow. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are
Where Fun Happens!
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different activities and clubs, and we're here today at the Parkdale Community and Senior Center, which is located near Boulder Highway and Land Boulevard, for our semi-annual Wii Bowling Tournament. Yes, that's right. Wii is still a very popular video game system throughout the country and throughout the world, mainly amongst senior citizens, where they actually participate in a lot of different Wii sports tournaments throughout the week, and even for this particular ones throughout the county, once every 6 months. So here at the Parkdale Community Center, where we're having our semi-annual Marks Madness tournament, it's basically we're having senior centers from all across the valley coming out here today to compete one another in a friendly tournament, or to see who the best center has with the best type of bowlers here across the valley. So it's actually even people from Searchlight and Laughlin actually came out to this facility out here today to compete against other centers.
I see a lot of friendship going on. Wii bowling is fun. I like the tournament because you get to meet everybody from all over the county, all the way from Overton to Laughlin to Mountain Crest, and meet old friends.
And Wii bowling and playing Wii sports or any type of Wii video game is great in general for a few different things. Number one, you're not just literally sitting on a couch or a chair and holding a control. It's actually motion censored. So you're actually engaging in some physical activity.
I had 2 turkeys. A little exercise, being around other people to visit with them and laugh, and what's better than laughing? You know, just having a good time. That's all.
And again, these tournaments have been going on for the last several years. Christina Sawinski, who's the main coordinator of these tournaments, has done a wonderful job allowing it to grow throughout all of our different recreation senior centers throughout the valley. And I said it's expanded throughout Searchlight and Laughlin. If you ever want to come out to any of our senior centers to participate in weekly Wii tournaments or in clubs, definitely check us out at our website and for more information on different locations at clarkcountynv.gov/parks. And also our main telephone number is 702-455-8200 for more information. We hope to see one of our different Wii bowling programs and tournaments in the near future.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela. I'm the program supervisor at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center, and I'm here to give you the news about the center. First of all, let me tell you that the theater is finally going into construction, and they're gonna start the middle of this month in April, and it's gonna be dark for 4 months. We will have a lot of great things coming when the center opens again, the theater opens again, and we will let you know as things progress. Meanwhile, I want to invite you to a picnic on April 21st, and that's a Hawaiian picnic. We're going to have Hawaiian music, Hawaiian dance, and Hawaiian food for sale. The event is free to the public. It's going to take place in the park since we don't have the theater. So we hope to see you all on the 21st for the Hawaiian celebration. Come and enjoy with us at Winchester Cultural Center. See you then.
Hi guys, this is Adam from Winchester Cultural Center, and I have a bevy of new classes to talk to you guys about. First up, we have our creative writing class. That is from 3:30 to 5 on Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting April 23rd and running to May 9th. That class is going to be $28, and we are excited to see you here. We want to see some new pieces that you've done, or maybe some pieces that you're working on. Whatever the case, work on your creative writing skills and do something new. Second up, We have our Emotions in Motion class. That class is the class held entirely in Spanish. It is from April 23rd until May 9th as well, Tuesdays and Thursdays. That class is 5:30 to 7 and will be $64. Learn the art of expressing emotion through theater, through dance, through your performance. Finally, we have 8 new dance classes that we are starting. They are starting this coming week, so next week is the first class. Those are on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and those run all the way from 10 o'clock in the morning until 7. Those classes are all going to be $28 each, so it's $28 per class, and that's everything from ballet to jazz to contemporary to even a stretching class. Those classes range in ages from 18 all the way down to brand new born babies. So come down and learn to dance with us and do your best. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Enma Alfaro, and I'm a culture specialist at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. Today I would like to talk to you about our senior program. On Wednesdays we offer Cards with Friends. If you're interested in playing and socializing, then this is the place for you. On Wednesdays we also offer Wii Bowling. It has recently become a very fun and popular sport among our seniors, so stop by and see if Wii Bowling is for you. I would also like to talk to you about the return of our Leaders of the Future program. This is a teen volunteer program. It is designed to focus on leadership skills and job training skills. If you would like to participate, submit your application to Winchester today.
Alrighty, my name is Jason Lenhart. I'm the shotgun and archery supervisor here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Right now we're down here on our archery range where we've got some people doing some shooting today. We do have a lot going on down here at our archery range throughout the week. We are open Wednesday through Sunday. Wednesday and Thursday we do shoot up here under the lights until 10 o'clock. So lots of shooting going on Wednesday and Thursdays. Our archery league is in full swing right now. That does happen Wednesday nights, I believe. And then we always have our archery basics going on and our archery learn to shoots. More information about those programs is always available on our website. The shotgun program is still in full swing. We're banging away every day up here. Similar to the schedule down here at archery, we're shooting Wednesday through Sunday, shooting under the lights until 10 o'clock on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Wednesday nights, we have our regular Wednesday night trap league. That's got 25 teams this season, so there's a lot going on Wednesday night. And then Thursday night, we have a couple different programs going on. The Pastors Blasters, as they were formerly known, they're now the Blasters program. They shoot Thursday nights up here, a little informal league. And then our youth shooting organization, the Silver State Claybreakers, they do practice on Thursday nights as well. So we've got a lot going on Wednesday and Thursday nights. And then throughout the month, we do have our monthly fun shoot, which is a registered sporting clays shoot up on our sporting clays course. And then a what we call our Big 50s, which are registered ATA trap events. Those happen once a month. Those dates and times can be found on our website as well. And then every Saturday, the Vegas Skeet organization does have their weekly Skeet League that runs Saturday mornings. That's pretty informal and it's open to anybody. So they've got some pretty good numbers, about 30 shooters going every Saturday. So we got a lot going on all the time, and if a lot of this stuff sounds a little intimidating or confusing, don't worry about it. The shooting complex is always open to brand new shooters. We've got a full line of rental equipment, we've got ammo for sale, and we've got a lot of RSOs that are friendly and very educated in their sport, and they'd be happy to help you break your first clay target up here with the shotgun programs. And then hopefully we'll see you out here soon.
Hi everybody, I'm Martin Olson here at the Clark County Shooting Complex with an update on what's going on for this month. And right now our big game draw is open and the deadline's been extended for 2 weeks. So you have until April 29th to put in that big game application. Now if you're new to Nevada and it's your first time applying, you're going to need to have a hunter education card. You can get that hunter education right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. You need to go to register-ed.com to register for those classes. Also in there, under Advanced Hunter Education, we offer an array of shooting sports out here. Some is muzzleloader, rifle, and shotgun. So if you're new to shooting and you'd like to get the opportunity to fire some of these, sign up for those classes at that same website. Now if you're born after January 1st, 1960, you're going to need to take a hunter education course before you can apply for some of these big game tags. So don't delay on that. We have plenty of classes right now, but as that deadline approaches, those classes fill up very quickly. So please, don't delay on that. I hope to see you here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Until next month, have a great day.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and link, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different classes, and we're here today at the Desert Breeze Community Center, which is located on the west side of the valley, focusing on oil painting classes. Now, what's great about oil painting classes is a few different things. Number one, in the world of art, you can never mess up because art is technically being creative and expressing yourself in different ways and styles. So what's also cool about this oil painting class is you can pick any style of subject material to choose from to paint. Over here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, our oil painting classes run every Tuesday from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. with our awesome instructor, Elizabeth Freeman. She's been a painter for several years, not only here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, but also on the East Coast as well.
It's mainly reared for seniors. And what I do is, when I introduce people, I just tell them that not to be afraid. Most people are afraid to get started. They think they have to be a genius. When they hear the word oil painting, I teach them, I bring samples of pictures and work one at a time, each movement till it's finished. Water scenes like Hawaii, with the sunset coming down, settling on the water, and then we have the palm trees leaning over, and you see when they see something like that and they finish, it's easy to do and it builds up their confidence.
Just going to try a black and white picture.
Once that confidence is built, they want to do another one and another one. Then I know it's okay, it's safe to go on to bigger and better things. We just get more and more difficult. Well, I started painting at 6 years old. It got better and better. I used to always enter contests, and I'd win like passes to theaters and movies. I think I won a pass to Alice in Wonderland when I was in grade school. But when I retired from my regular job, 9 to 5, I wanted to do this in the evening.
Desert Breeze Community Center is located at 8275 West Spring Mountain Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117, and our telephone number is 702-455-8334. And it is suggested that students do bring their own materials, whether that be paintbrushes, oils, paints, and paper as well. If you need to get started up, we do have limited supplies to where we can provide for beginning students, but down in time, every student would need to bring their own materials.
You don't have to be an expert. Beginners, intermediate, and advanced are accepted. You start out as a beginner. Whatever makes them comfortable. And that's what they're here for, to relax. And then feel like they've accomplished something. They walk out of here proud. And I'm happy for that.
And for more information on all of our different parks and recreation programs, feel free to check us out on our website at clarkcountynv.gov/parks. You can also call us on our main hotline number at 702-455-8200.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. This month we're opening a new exhibit. I hope that you will come out to see it. It is The Beauty of Purpose, the utilitarian arts of the Paiute people. Now, Malcolm Vuksich, our curator of exhibits, has put together this exhibit, and he's going to take you through so that you can see some of the artifacts that have come out of our collections and a couple of private collections. And, you know, you'll have a chance to see what you'll see when you come out here to the museum.
This exhibit, The Utilitarian Arts of the Paiute People, talks about the Paiute people's existence in the Great Basin for 1,000 years. The name Paiute means water ute. The word pai, the root word pai, means water in the Numic language of the people. So how do you carry water when your only materials are stone and twigs and vines and roots? Well, you weave canteens. And one of our display cases here illustrates the number of different types of canteens. So everything in the exhibit here that you'll see today is a small representation of the three branches of the Paiute people. One of the most important artifacts that have to do with water are our duck decoys, which were found at Lovelock Cave in the 1924. These duck decoys indicate that the Paiute people, or the ancestors of the Paiute people, were hunting and gathering for at least 12,000 years. That's how old the archaeologists feel these ducks are. As we go into the exhibit, we're looking at some of the mano and metate and mortars and pestles that the Paiute people used for the food preparation. These are some typical kitchenware. Now, in our kitchens today, we have Tupperwares in 6 or 7 different sizes, or Pyrex in 5 or 6 different sizes. Well, the Paiute people also had various sizes of mortars and pestles. The mortar would be used primarily for crushing piñon nuts and acorns and mesquite beans. The mano and metate would be used for grinding seeds, nuts, berries, roots, and grains. Most of the food gathering was conducted by the women of the various tribes. And to collect the food and to store the food, they wove a number of baskets. We have in our collections large bowls, we have utility baskets, the very traditional woven hat that would double as a bowl in certain instances. And all of these would be used not only for gathering but for cooking. One of the most important annual events was the gathering of the pine nuts or the acorns in the fall. The acorn for the Owen Valley Paiute and the pine nuts for the northern and southern Paiute was an important food source. And these large baskets would have been used to gather the pine nuts from the pine forests or the acorns from the oak forests for the Paiute people. The large winnowing trays would have been used to separate the hulls from the nut meat. Finally, we have a look at the cradle boards. This is a typical style Paiute cradle board. Normally there would also be a hood on this to offer some sun protection or some sunshade to the infant. The Paiute people are still here today. They haven't disappeared in time. They're living throughout the Southwest, throughout North America, and this represents their traditional lifestyles and some of the few things that would have helped them survive in the Great Basin.
So when you come out to the museum and you see the exhibit, you can also, of course, see the other 30 acres here at the museum, all the historic houses, everything else. Of course, it is hard to find us open. We are only open 7 days a week. It is $2 to come through, unless you're like me and over 55, or you're under 18, then it's $1. So please do come out and join us.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. You've probably heard that 3,500 calories equals a pound. So if you consume 3,500 calories more than you burn, you're likely to gain a pound, and vice versa. That static model of energy balance doesn't account for individual differences, nor does it show how one side of the energy equation can interact with the other. An alternative model, known as dynamic energy balance, provides a better explanation for how our body uses energy and stores it. The static energy balance model is oversimplified. It assumes that energy in or out is straightforward, and a change in one will result in a corresponding state of positive or negative energy balance. Now take an example of positive energy balance. If I drink 100 calories more than my body burns daily from this soda for 1 year, the static energy balance model states that I will gain just over 10 pounds from the additional 36,500 calories. The truth is that as I gain weight, the amount of energy or calories that my body needs increases due to my larger size. So yes, I'll gain weight, but it won't be 10 pounds, it'll be more like 5. Several factors influence the way your body uses energy. Muscle is more metabolically active than fat, so gains in muscle mass will also lead to higher resting metabolic rates, meaning you will burn more calories at rest and over the entire day. The intensity and duration of the physical activity that you perform will also determine what and how much your body burns for energy. High-intensity activity can also suppress your appetite for 15 to 60 minutes after a workout. Your diet also plays a role in dynamic energy balance. Highly refined foods require less effort or energy to digest, while whole foods and those that have lots of fiber require more, increasing the thermic effect of food. That is the amount of energy required to burn that food. Additionally, the macronutrient composition of foods also affects how much calories or energy you absorb. That would include fat, protein, and carbohydrates. Foods with a higher water content weigh more and will fill you up faster than foods higher in fat or sugar, which weigh less. They take up less space and are loaded with energy or calories, making them energy dense. So you see, energy balance is constantly changing. It's dynamic, and you can affect it with diet and physical activity. Another way you can increase your potential for burning more energy while being active is to increase your fitness levels. And a perfect place to do that is at a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center. You can work on increasing your muscle mass by using the strength training equipment in the fitness rooms. Or you can work on building your cardiovascular endurance by taking regular aerobics classes. There are many ways that you, your family, and friends can become more active by using the resources that you can find in Clark County parks, swimming pools, and recreation facilities. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to move more and eat better by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you, where fitness happens.
Hi, I'm Sean C. Jones. I'm an art educator for the last 22 years in Clark County and also a local artist. The name of the show is Who We Are, and it's called that because we want the community to know who we are. Because people look at a building, that they drive by in Sahara, and it's just KO. I'll say KO at the grocery store, and people, oh yeah, I remember that school. My brother went to that school. It's been there for a long time. But I don't think people really realize what we're doing there. Our students, our choir just yesterday performed at Carnegie Hall. It was a middle school choir. And so I want people to know that our art students are just as good, and bring it out into a community and show it to people. Over here's the 7th grade students, generally, and they did pictures of themselves in black and white, and then above it, what they kind of hope and wish for. One of my favorites that has Cal Arts, which is where all the animators go to, is above her thing, so that's a smart kid there. The hands with the words, those are the beginning students. I felt like the hands are almost as personal as the face, and they're a little bit more comfortable just drawing their hands, so I had them do their hands in various poses. And then they had to think of a word that sort of represented KO to them. And I told them they didn't have to be all high and mighty. So you have a lot of like love and hope and pride and things like that, but we also have pizza and salad bar over there. And those represent our school as much as anything else. And then you have my advanced students did foreshortening, which is actually very difficult to do. And that's where you draw the body at an angle, either from high above or below, and it messes with the proportions of the body. So they took the pictures themselves, and they had to recreate. And I taught high school for 16 years, and I barely had high school students that could do that, and these kids really succeeded with that. And then on the wall we have their self-portraits. So they did monochromatic and acrylic, and they took the pictures of themselves, or they took pictures of their friends. The box is actually borrowed from the Cube Project, which was downtown. Artists did a couple of years in a row. And part of it was that you could put your wishes and hopes inside the box. So we kind of took that idea, and I left the box in my room for a couple of weeks and just some markers around, and so my beginning students, the advanced students, and some of the intermediate students came over and just doodled on it. And then they also did the pillar here with the wish cards on it, so you can fill out your wish and put it in. So it's basically like a wishing well. Because I was very nervous about it. I've had my own art shows in galleries, and I've had friends that have had art shows here, and so I was a bit nervous about dealing with this space and everything. And when the show was up, we were all kind of dumbfounded. We were as how good it looks. I hope you can come out and see the artwork done by our K.O. Knutson students here at the Winchester Center. It's up until May 1st. There is a reception on April 20th. They'll have all kinds of children's activity here, and our artwork is part of that, and we're very proud of that.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the people who give our canines, kitties, and other best friends the attention they so richly deserve. We have a terrific show ahead. Later on, we'll tell you about the fabulous new Engelstad Family Foundation Adoption Center at the Animal Foundation, and then visit with the president of the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation. Our first story is about a new breed of crime fighters. The Clark County School Police now employs 4 new members. Ziggy, King, Jack, and Alfie all have 4 legs and a nose for sniffing out firearms.
We've hit a firearm inside of one of the lockers. We'll send the different dogs through.
A quartet of gun-sniffing dogs and their handlers conducted a training session at El Dorado High School. This exercise gives these friends a chance to seek out a gun that is hidden in locker 1503. Once the dogs discover the location of a gun, their behavior changes. The hard-working hound is then showered with human praise and rewarded with playtime with their favorite toy. Officer James Harris and his best friend Ziggy are a team that loves their work. The spunky 1.5-year-old finished training late last year, and the human half of the crew has previous experience at this school and as a dog trainer.
Today, I'm actually at El Dorado High School with you guys. I've worked here for many, many years. I was a dog handler before I came to Clark County School District Police Department, and when it came time to getting a dog and having that background, the department asked for a little assistance, so I was able to speak dog and help out.
Ziggy and King are Labrador Retrievers, and a pair of Springer Spaniels, Jack and Elfie, round out the 4-dog troop. The district's first canine officers were officially sworn in January. The school district has discovered at least 15 weapons on county campuses during this school year, and these animals are allowed to conduct open-air searches, meaning lockers, school lots, and common areas, but not random searches of students.
There's no right to privacy on an open-air sniff, okay? The dog's going to run, he's going to show a positive change of behavior, or he's going to narrow that down, and then my responsibility as a handler is to really locate where that is.
We've had other adults and students bring other weapons on campus that we've had to deal with.
El Dorado principal David Wilson says the dogs act as a tail wagging deterrent to students, with the implicit message that guns don't belong anywhere on campus.
I'm absolutely excited. We need to use every tool at our disposal, and this is a huge tool where we can actually, with very nice dogs, these are not attack dogs, but very nice dogs, go ahead and ascertain whether or not a student has a weapon on them in a non-obtrusive way. And the second portion is it sends a strong message. The message being, don't even think about bringing a weapon on campus because it'll probably be discovered. And we, number 2, we're keeping our campus safe for our students. It's important for people to understand that we're doing everything we can to keep our campus safe.
A dog's nose works so much better than a human's. Researchers suggest 10,000 to 100,000 times superior. That means a person sniffing out a teaspoon of sugar in a cup of coffee would be akin to a dog detecting the same amount of sugar, but in an area the size of 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. These acute sniffers are able to distinguish 4 types of basic odors associated with firearms.
There's post-blast residue, ammunition, the casings of the ammunition after they've been expelled, and then gun oil.
Prevention before apprehension is more than just a slogan for these cops and their best friends.
Fine. We train every day, so the bond is very, very thick. If I let him off leash right now and he runs around and you guys are calling him, he's going to look, you're a very nice person. Where's my dad? So it's very close.
Friends at the Animal Foundation are one step closer to saving all healthy and treatable animals as the new Engelstad Foundation Adoption Center is now open, giving cats and small animals a new place to hang out as they transition into new homes with new families. The first guests at the Engelstad Foundation Adoption Center purred with delight in their new digs. Like all shelter animals, these cuties hope their stay in the new facility is a short one. The 28,000 square foot facility is a major milestone in the Animal Foundation's goal to saving all healthy and treatable animals by late next year.
This facility is the Engelstad Adoption Facility, and most of the animals in this building available for adoption are cats, but we also have a room for small mammals, and that'll be like rabbits and guinea pigs, ferrets, hamsters, those kinds of things. And we have a room specifically for birds and reptiles because we are able now to keep that room a little bit warmer and more humid for those guys because that's the best environment for them.
Carolyn, I'd like to ask you to come up real quick here and give you a little something.
The Engelstad Family Foundation is one of Clark County's finest philanthropic titans and an incredibly generous benefactor to the Animal Foundation and many other nonprofit organizations. It was the fall of 2017 when the $30 million expansion project broke ground. Since then, the Animal Foundation has continued to be the nation's busiest.
We've come such a long way, and yet we still have almost 27,000 cats and dogs entering this facility every single year. We saved over 21,000 of them last year, and we want to save the lives of all healthy and treatable animals who enter our care. We have a goal to do that by the end of the year 2020.
Another legendary local family's lavish contributions are acknowledged, and the Larson Cat Lobby provides frisky felines a larger area to roam. The communal cat condos are a perfect place to interact, giving potential human parents a chance to play with the adoptable kitties.
The fact that it feels more connected, like you're more connected to the animal versus just walking in and looking at a kennel or, being cramped with a bunch of people. It actually feels like, you're able to engage with the animal on a more personal level. Who has a cat tree that you can look at and see cats climb a tree? I don't think anybody, so I think that's pretty cool.
Wait, a cat tree?
We have a cat tree. Yeah, it's a really great feature piece in our entry lobby. It is an artificial tree, so we can clean it appropriately. But it's a fun space. There are adoptable cats in that space, and hopefully they'll utilize the tree to climb and jump and show off their awesome personalities. We're excited about everything, but the cat tree is pretty cool.
The new lobby area allows staff to complete the paperwork and other duties required to finalize animal adoptions.
Well, preferably female kitten because we have a female cat at home. Something that she can integrate with and grow up with and teach to be a cat, and just kind of expand with our little furry family. Having not been a cat person before, it's her fault. I used to be a dog person. I ended up loving cats more.
The Engelstad Adoption Center will enhance the local animal welfare community and the Animal Foundation's work to improve the lives of humans and their best friends.
To see a family reunited with a lost animal, to see a family come in and find a new furry family member, all of the amazing work that our enrichment teams and our medical teams do to bring animals back to health, to find that positive and forever outcome. It gives me chills just thinking about it. That's why I do the work that I do. That's why I love to work here. And that's why it's not a sad place to be. And I think that this brand new facility, the Engelstad Foundation Adoption Center, helps instill that because it's a happy, exciting environment. And it's not what people, I think, might envision when you think of an animal shelter.
For more information on Mission Possible 2020, to view adoptable pets online, or learn more about their life-saving efforts, visit theanimalfoundation.com. We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll introduce you to the president of the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation. This is County Critters.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations.
Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you.
Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
I am Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. As temperatures outside climb into triple digits, remember, leaving an animal in a parked car or outside without shelter and water is neglect, and it is a crime. Every year, officers respond to over 5,000 animal cruelty calls in southern Nevada. Abuse and neglect of animals will not be tolerated in our community, and my office will prosecute offenders. Help us protect those who cannot speak for themselves. If you see an animal being neglected or abused, please call 311 to report it.
Welcome back to County Critters. One of the Valley's longest operating breed-specific rescue groups is the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Organization. Since 2006, these caring individuals have saved and rehomed thousands of the cute canines. I recently had a chance to visit that top dog at the Beagle Organization, Regina Harmon.
Well, we are the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation. We've been around for 13 years. We are breed specific, so we predominantly take beagles only. However, maybe about 5 years ago, we saw the need and started taking in some of the littler dogs if we have room. And then we take some hound mixes also, and sometimes some full hounds, coon hounds or bloodhounds, but they're not prominent in this area, so.
Beagles are great dogs. They're quirky and smart and fun. And the AKC description is not only is the Beagle an excellent hunting dog and loyal companion, it is also happy-go-lucky, funny, and thanks to its fleeting expression, cute. That really describes these animals.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, they're good dogs because they're, if people are looking for a smaller dog but not necessarily a tiny dog, as most people, you know, think of tiny dogs as yappy dogs, and you know, I mean, even I used to, you know, and now I have some little dogs, so, you know, my perception has changed, but, you know, they're a good medium-sized dog. They're not big, they're not small, they're easy to control, and, you know, they can get along with everyone. Dogs, cats, people, you know, for the most part, kids, you know.
So what type of person, what type of dog owner or you know, person should be considering a Beagle?
Well, they're a great family dog. The younger they are, though, it definitely should be a more active family. Because they do have a lot of energy. They do like to run. They are scent hounds, so you have to really work with them with the recall, because if they get off leash, they'll just take off. They follow their nose. They're kind of stubborn at times, you know, they won't hear you, you know, they like, I can't hear you. And then, you know, they're a little tricky with food because they are scent hounds, so sometimes they are quite clever as to how they can get into cabinets and drawers and stuff, so.
Most breed-specific rescue organizations don't have the doggy paradise like you have here. Talk a little bit about this and why it's such a great advantage for the dogs and for anyone else wanting to adopt one of these people.
Right, yeah. We are a foster-based rescue, so this property that we're on is an acre, which is ideal for the dogs because as they come in and they learn how to be in a family, it gives them the room to roam and explore. We have little desert squirrels that run through here and rabbits, and it just gives them that ability to have that space and not be so, a lot of them are fearful. Like this guy came from a hoarding situation. There were about 150 beagles living in rabbit hutches. So when he came in, he actually had heartworm, and he was so shut down, he wouldn't even look at you. He was like, you know, he just wouldn't even look at you. So he had to be treated for 6 months, kind of restricted exercise on heartworm treatment, but he's really a well-balanced dog now. And this kind of environment gives them room to kind of roam on a 20-foot leash so that you can still let them roam and learn to trust you without being on top of them. So.
You're, of course, a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and you'd like to keep this property. Bring us up to date on kind of what's happening here.
Yeah, we've been in this property. We kind of fell into this property about 5 years ago, and we do rent the property from our landlord. He does know we have the rescue here. He knew that coming in, and he is thinking of selling the property, so we would like to obtain it for the rescue. We do most of our work out of here. We do have a whole house here is literally all full of rescue supplies. So we would like to try to work on getting the loan. That's what we're in the process of now. And we are going to be required to have a huge down payment, which we don't have, obviously, because all of our money goes to the dogs and their medical. So we're going to work on some programs so that we can try to get that and ensure that this stays with the rescue. We have had volunteers really help us organize this whole place, put baskets together. We have all supplies in here. The rescue has a lot of stuff, you know, we just, we have to keep it somewhere, so.
What type of events do you hold to fundraise, and how many people in your organization, Regina?
We have about 40 people that are in our organization, some foster, some volunteer. They do a variety of things. Sometimes they just work the events or they transport for us. Fostering is a big thing because, you know, I can't keep all the dogs here. That would be insane. But I can, because of the property, keep more dogs here. So, but everyone comes and, you know, they do their part. We have some very dedicated volunteers. I'm very fortunate about that. We do hold events all year long. Some are online. Most of them are present, coming to events. Some we have here, actually, at the rescue. We had something called the Shop and Play not that long ago, where we put out some of our merchandise where people could buy, but they were welcome to bring their dogs and let them run off leash and, you know, just really have like kind of a play date for their dogs. We did host a Vegas watch party down at downtown in the Arts District, and that went very well. We the place welcomed dogs onto their patio, and so it was nice. We had some people bring their dogs, and we had a couple of our dogs there. But things like that, we usually host a pasta dinner once a year. That is actually here. We do a hot chocolate and s'mores event here. We do a pancake breakfast that's actually at a restaurant. So we do a variety of things all year round just to kind of keep raising money. We have been hit pretty much in the last 8 months with a lot of medical for the dogs. We've just had a lot of medical dogs come in. We had about 4 with heartworm, which cost about, you know, $1,500 a dog. You know, we have a dog in the rescue right now that has some sort of skin issue going on. She just went to a specialist yesterday. Those aren't cheap, you know, but she's, you know, we've been trying to figure it out for about 4 or 5 months now. So all of our events really help to just put the money back into the rescue for the dogs. You know, we have shirts that have our logo on it, and tank tops, the same thing. And then we just have different shirts. Our alumni shirt, everybody that gets a dog from us gets an alumni shirt.
You say that later on today you're even looking to pick up another beagle. Talk a little bit about the mechanism. How does this specifically happen? Do people contact you? Are you actively seeking beagles that need homes?
A little both.
I
get contacted probably more than I seek out dogs. Mostly we are full almost all the time. But so people will tell me, oh, there's this dog here or something. What I do look at is our local shelter. It's a kill shelter, so any beagles that pop up there, I try to monitor them to make sure that they don't need rescue, or they do need rescue. You know, I usually try to email them right away and say, what's the status on this dog, you know? And we get a lot of dogs from our local rescue that just need placement. Some are just old, fat, they have tumors, they have bad teeth, whatever the reason, they deem them unadoptable. So if we don't take them, they'll be euthanized. But we also get a lot of owner surrenders for whatever reason. We have a dog that just came back yesterday, and her owner passed away. And she actually was in the rescue 2 years ago and adopted her out, and obviously he did not know he was going to pass away. So we will always take them back, and we always have a safety net for them.
You have a great website that shows these pooches and any others up for adoption. Is that the best way to see what animals you have?
Usually. We do put a lot on our social media. A lot of times we'll do live videos when dogs first come in, so people can kind of see the dogs in the rescue even if they're not available. So on our website we show a lot of the dogs, but they're not, we pretty much have the only ones that are available listed on there for people to fill out an application and adopt. If they're not available, but they're in the rescue, a lot of times social media is how they can see those dogs and kind of follow their story a little bit.
Obviously, that's the ultimate goal, is get these animals adopted. But how are some other ways people can help if they simply cannot adopt one of these dogs?
Fostering is a great way. It's a way for you to take a dog into your home, treat it like it's family. We take up all the expenses, so you don't have to pay for food, you don't have to pay supplies, you don't have to pay vet bills. What you do have to do is, bring the dog to the vet if the dog needs to go to the vet. And we have a couple of vets we work with, and I don't usually make the appointments because I'm not going to make an appointment on your schedule when I don't know your schedule. And then, they help with meet and greets for potential adopters. So fostering is a great way. It's kind of a way for you to include a dog but not have the expense of it. Also, they could volunteer at events. We usually are shorthanded. There's a lot that goes into events, just going down and setting up the event beforehand and then during the event and then after breaking it down. And then sometimes people volunteer here. Sometimes people do computer work, or, if they're really good at something. We have a lady who adopted from us, and she retired and wanted to help out more, and she actually does all the website stuff because I am terrible at that. And it's perfect. She's wonderful. I just say, hey, can you put this on? Can you take this off? And she's great. She handles it. And that's a huge contribution for her. For me it is anyway. So.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about your organization?
Just if you're looking to adopt or you want some more education on beagles, you can look us up, reach out to us. We're very responsive to messages either on Facebook or Instagram or even Twitter or email. We answer our phone all the time, but if you want to foster anything, you can find out that information there. If you fill out applications, you're not obligated, but we will definitely reach out to you then. We're a way to adopt, and you could always donate to us or our vets. We don't mind either way.
The Beagle Brigade can always use volunteers, supplies, and donations. Go to SouthernNevadaBeagleRescue.com to learn how you can help. And finally, we leave you with our Critter of the Month, Sally, a spunky 4-year-old mixed breed dog who is the constant companion and a loving part of the household to Misty Grimmer and J.J. Smith of Las Vegas. Sally became part of the Grimmer-Smith family a few years ago when they adopted her through A Pet Rescue Group at PetSmart. Her signature brindle-spotted right eye is usually twinkling, especially during long hikes and camping with her humans. She is a well-behaved guard dog at home and enjoys romping with her dog pals Gaston and Sterling. The great outdoors is where she really shines, chasing rabbits and bighorn sheep, which of course she never catches. The energetic hound plays well with others and is just another example of how rescue animals blossom with love and friendship after being given a second chance. Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen today or anything relating to Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on County Critters.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations.
Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you.
Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
I'm Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle. 7 people die every day in a home fire. To help save lives, the Red Cross and local groups are installing free smoke alarms and developing family escape plans in high-risk neighborhoods. Please volunteer at the Sound the Alarm event to help us install hundreds of smoke alarms this spring. Find out more at soundthealarm.org/Nevada, and for a free smoke alarm installation and evacuation plan, please call 702-697-1707.
I am for the child who has been abused, the child who is afraid to go home,
who thinks it's her fault, who is forced to keep a secret or else.
I am for the child who has been neglected,
the child who does not know where his next meal is coming from,
who must fend for herself and her little sister.
Alone.
The child who's never been to a doctor or a dentist.
I am for the child who was taken away
for her own protection.
The child who is now in foster care, who does not know how long he'll be there,
or who these people are, or if she should trust them. I am for her.
The child who is in his 3rd,
4th, 5th,
6th foster home this year.
The child who has attended 4 schools in 2 years.
Who sits in back of yet another class surrounded by strangers.
Believing in his heart that no one
cares. I'm for her. The child who has never been told
that he is loved.
That she is smart, beautiful,
talented,
worthy. That she is strong,
courageous.
That she is somebody. I am for her.
The child who one day will turn 18 and will be surrendered to the world.
I am for that child.
So I am there for that child.
To listen to her.
To speak for her.
To champion without compromise for what's in his best interest.
Because if I
am there for her, I know she will be half as likely to languish in foster care.
And that much more likely to find a safe, permanent home.
She is the child I am for.
He is the child I am for.
They are the children I am for.
She is the child I am for.
The child I am for is him.
Who am I?
Who am I?
Who am I?
I'm a CASA volunteer.
I am you.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Good morning. We're going to call back to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for May 8th, 2019.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comments.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. If you'd like to speak on any items on the agenda, please come forward now. But however, if you do speak now, you won't be able to speak as they're heard. So specifically 4 through 25, if you want to speak on any of those items, please come forward. Good morning, Ms. Coleman.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman. I'm 67, a homeless victim. I'd like to talk about 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 18, 21, 25, 16, 26, 39, 42, 43, 44, 48, 49, and 58. Each one of these is LLC. As you know today, they're depriving the Social Security victims. They are taking money for taxes off of that is not an earned income due to the fact of the LLC. They're not being taxed. They're businesses that taking over the population in Nevada of being the owner of themselves, whereas they don't have an employer. the Berkshire and Hathaway and also the Smiths family is destroying and discriminating in my life to have living arrangements that causes discrimination and being a victim of housing. As you know, when you garnish wages, instead of them garnishing Steve Wynn, that is the producer or the promoter of discriminating from paying on my court order, that is a judgment, credit, and due, they're garnishing me. I'm not even getting nothing but Social Security. It is under $900. That is under the wage for one person. That is $1,500 a month. So due to this, Mr. Steve Wynn have given me a grant deed for the Mormon Manor projects. I have still not gotten my respect to receive from my court order that has been credited and due. I have the right to garnish him concerning the property and also my money concerning that should be a lump sum paid and due. My Social Security should not be taken from me. I have low income to handle my bills. I am a budget citizen, and the rest of the homeless people as well. LLC is destroying the opportunity for the homeless people that has no opportunity to pay rent that you all is trying to collect and give these people that you are selling real property that was stolen from me by the Toll Brothers Coleman Homes.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Appreciate you. Good morning,
Thank
sir.
you.
Robert Matthews, affiliation, Red Rock CAC, Citizens Advisory Council, 8820 Colca Road. I'm just here to say thank you to staff. They always are very helpful on matters that come before us, whether it's a phone call or coming down today to see some of the familiar faces. It's always great to see staff, and they are the best. And we had items 30 and 31 on the agenda today. Was supposed to be heard at our meeting on the 1st, but we did not have a quorum there. So as 1/5 of the Red Rock CAC, I would just like to throw my support behind the two matters and just say thank you. They've come before us, it seems, every meeting for the last 3 meetings, and they're good people and they are good neighbors. So I welcome them to the neighborhood, and hopefully that's all I got. And thank you, commissioners. It's great seeing you all again. I watch from home, but it's better to be down here. So thank you very much. And Justin, another 11 years, 7 3/4 months. We're looking forward to it. And so far, no phone calls from me. So hopefully during that time, we'll keep it that way. Thank you. And by the way, the not being able to talk about 30 and 31 is a good thing, because I'd probably be tempted to stick around. So now I'm out of here. Thank you very much.
We're glad we can help you out,
Have a great
John.
meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ron McMenemy, 900 Karen Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Item number 7 is going to be held to the 27th, so I just wanted to make sure that happens, number 1. 2, there are the majority of the ownerships in Commercial Center are vehemently opposing this item. That's all I need to say, and we'll see you on the 22nd.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll go, as it goes through the process, fairly early on, we talk about all of the ones that are being held. So once that process happens, you know that you're safe. Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public comment and turn it back over to Nancy.
The second item is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of items. Staff has received the following requests, and I apologize, there's a lot of them. Item number 7, UC 190199, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per Commissioner Sager-Bloom. Item number 9, UC 190232. The applicant has requested this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 12, WC 19400028, UC 180273, hold to the July 17, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Applicant is advised that re-notification fees are required to be paid prior to the application being placed on a future agenda. Item 26, ET 19400032, UC 081302, hold to the October 16, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Applicant is advised re-notification fees are required to be paid prior to the application being placed on a future agenda. Item 27, ET 19400033, UC 158406, hold to the October 16, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 28, ET 19400034, UC 110008, hold to the October 16, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 32, UC 190121, hold to the June 5, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 34, WC 19400025, UC 25717, hold to the October 2, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Again, re-notification fees will have to be paid prior to being placed on a future agenda. Item 35, DR 190136, hold to the October 2nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Re-notification fees will be required. Item 36, NZC 190139, the applicant has requested this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 37, WS 190109, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 41, ZC 181015, hold to the June 19, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Re-notification fees will be required. Item 45, NZC 181026, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Re-notification fees are required. Item 46, VS 181025, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Again, re-notification fees are required. Item 47, TM 185002242, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 50, NZC 19139, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 51, VS 190140, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 52, TM 1950045, hold to the May 22nd, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. The above public hearing items are going to be open as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated, with these deletions, which are items number 7, 9, 12, 26, 27, 28, 32, 34, 35, 36, 37, 41, 45, 46, 47, 50, 51, and 52. And if there are no objections from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you, Nancy. Does anybody from the board want to hold anything else or pull anything off the agenda? No. Anybody from the audience want to pull anything off of the agenda? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion. Have a motion by Commissioner Weekly to hold the following items: 7, 9, 12, 26, 27, 28, 32, 34, 35, 36, 37, 41, 45, 46, 47, 50, 51, and 52 to the dates as listed. Please, any further discussion? Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of the March 20th, 2019 zoning meeting are ready for your approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gibson to approve the minutes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 25, except those items that have been previously deleted. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we have the following amendments. Item number 16, UC 19216, waivers of development standards 2 and 3 were withdrawn by the applicant. Item 25, ZC 19210, staff requests the board add a current planning condition to read, hours of operation limited to 8 a.m. from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. When the public hearing has been open for the routine action agenda, any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request this time The item be removed from the routine portion of the agenda and be heard separately. Additionally, items recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove that item from the routine action and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval.
Okay, does anybody from the board want to pull any items from the routine action? Anybody from the audience want to pull any items from the routine action 4 through 25? Seeing none, Commissioner Brown has made a motion to approve items 4 through 25. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
For the audience's information, anyone who wishes to speak on an item should move to the first couple of rows and be prepared to speak as each item is heard. If there are several speakers on one item, it's suggested that a single representative be appointed to present the issues. The next item on the agenda is item 29. Item 29, UC 18753, holdover use permits for the following: a high-impact project, a day spa with medical offices, retail sales and service, restaurants and taverns with outside dining and drinking, alcohol sales, beer and wine package only, alcohol sales, liquor package only, on-premise consumption of alcohol, service bars, supper clubs, and taverns, convention facilities and meeting rooms with kitchens, reduce separation between on-premise consumption of alcohol to a residential use, which is a multiple family across the street, waivers of development standards for the following: increased building height, reduced height setback ratio, permit encroachment into airspace, reduced setbacks, reduced setback from the right-of-way, reduced parking, reduced loading spaces, allow modified street standards, allow modified driveway design standards. Design reviews for the following: a high-impact project, a hotel, a day spa with medical offices, retail sales and service, restaurants and taverns with outside dining and drinking, on-premise consumption of alcohol, convention facilities and meeting rooms with kitchen, parking garage with subterranean levels, pool areas with landscaping on the top level of the hotel podium on 6.1 acres in an H1 limited resort apartment zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the south side of Convention Center Drive and the west side of Debbie Reynolds Drive within Winchester. The Winchester Town Board recommended approval.
Thank you. Nancy, before we get started, I just wanted to let everybody know that Commissioner Naft had a previous engagement and he is out of the country way before he thought he was going to be a commissioner, and myself and Tiffany will be handling his items today, just for the public. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's principal, Lorenzo Domani. Staff initially recommended approval of our application with the exception of waivers 8 and 9. These waivers were basically public works issues. Since the staff report was written, the applicant has worked with Public Works, and we believe there are no longer any issues. Mr. Domani would like to make the presentation. He's going to also show a video which will be less than 3 minutes. And with that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Domani.
Thank you. Good morning,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Domani.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lorenzo Domani, 6245 West Post Road, Las Vegas, Nevada. From here, basically, my whole life. Grew up here, went to grade school, high school, Gorman, UNLV for a year. And throughout my over 50 years here, I've seen Las Vegas grow tremendously from, 200,000 people when I was growing up to over 2 million people now. And lots of change over the years. Everything, we've got all these beautiful mega resorts, 4,000 plus rooms, and everything is wonderful. What I'm looking to do is really a throwback project. We're proposing a 720 all-suite, non-gaming, non-mega resort, something intimate, classy, elegant, that will appeal to a different segment of the population, people that want to come here for conventions and for other reasons other than just to gamble. We're looking at having a branded 5-star hotel with 6 world-class restaurants that'll be freestanding right across from the convention center. So you don't have to trek through a hotel and slot machines. You can go eat at one of all different types of restaurants. Easy access parking where you don't have to wait a half hour for your car. And I think it could be something that really is needed in this era of mega resorts. It's really a niche market. The other thing we're looking at doing is a medical spa where you come in, they they check your body out. They design a nutrition program, a health program, and everything for you, one-stop kind of medical needs. It's medical tourism is one of the fastest growing areas really in the medical industry with these executive physicals and so forth. And with over 40 million people coming to Vegas a year, I think there's a need to have all of this under one roof, and why not make Las Vegas a leader in this field? It's not under one roof really anywhere in the United States other than New York. And I think that could be a really good boon to the community. Another component of this project is going to be what we're calling corporate sky suites, where what the World Trade Center is for furniture, we want to be for tech. We want to attract the finest tech companies from all over the world to have permanent suites and offices here, hold meetings, make announcements, and I think that could be a great thing for diversification in Las Vegas. You know, we've got hockey, which has been great. I'm a Golden Knights season ticket holder. We're soon going to have the Raiders. If we can do hockey in the NFL here, why not medical and tech? I think it's something that can really help to diversify everything. We've got a great history here in Las Vegas, and I think our future can be even better. So without saying anything further, I think we want to roll this video that kind of shows everything that I've just spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope that gives you an idea of what we're attempting to do. I want to thank Paul Stillman, the architects on this project. I've worked with Paul for probably 15, 20 years on various things, and I'm very proud of the job that they've done, and I think this could be a really good kind of addition to Las Vegas community and really help the convention center area, and everything can work in conjunction as a whole.
Thank you. Commissioner Sagerblum, I think there's a few questions. Do you have, we all want to, okay, anybody want to ask any questions? I'll ask them then. Commissioner Weekly, or me? It doesn't matter.
Go ahead, I'll go after you.
So I guess I just, so under a day's, I think it's great, right? I think that, right, medical tourism is something we've long talked about for at least 20 years in this town. I'm wondering how it works with are there state licensing? Is there a process to go in? I mean, because day spa, in my mind, means one thing, but I tend to think you're going to do something a little bit higher end.
No, it's a very good question. The spa is 4 different levels. So there's a level where you enter, which will have like a retail component, beauty component, and so on and so forth. The second level is medical level, which is basically executive physicals. They put you in a scanner and they do everything, and that'll be in conjunction with like a Mayo Clinic, UCLA, a Stanford. We will bring in. We're not going to attempt to do that ourselves.
Did you say you're going to work with UMC too?
I'm sorry?
Did you say you were going to work with UMC too?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I did. So there'll be that component to it for the medical. We'll bring in a major partner for that, and then with the nutrition, we'll bring in. It's basically 4 separate things combined under one roof.
Okay, that answers my question, Commissioner Weekly.
I think that was something I wanted to hear in terms of medical credentialing. Are those requirements that you would need for those various levels?
Right.
Okay. And have you, Mr. Brown, have you all had those conversations yet from a state level in terms of credentialing?
Not yet, but we'll make sure we have all proper licenses before we open, of course.
And then when you talk about, I think you mentioned retail and medical. And give me an idea of, other than the scanning, what else is it that you provide here at this med spa?
It'll be basically you go in and they have these executive physicals, and they determine what's the best diet and nutrition for you. So it's not like one size fits all. You know, sometimes they say, okay, just cut the sugar, cut the carbs, you get that. Go gluten-free, whatever it may be. From basically a blood sample and a body scan, they design a whole nutritional plan for you and your body type specifically. So that's one aspect, is the nutrition and the diet. They make, it's kind of like a recipe for life. Your diet should be this. They'll do it. There'll be chefs there that show how to prepare it. They'll write out the recipes that are right for your body type and your nutrition needs. That's the one component. Second component is the fitness. So they'll design a workout plan determined by your age, your physical abilities, everything. Some people need a lot more cardio, treadmill. Other people might be weights. Some people might be Pilates and yoga. So there'll be the nutrition component. There will be the health component, and then the beauty component is going to be non-invasive. We're not going to do Botox or any of that stuff. It's going to be all natural.
That's where I was going next.
Absolutely not. We want to be natural and make people better, not inject them with a bunch of poison in their faces. No offense to anybody that's ever had Botox, but I think that goes against everything. We're trying to be organic and very Zen-like, and this is a very understated, elegant project that we want to be almost earthy and something that will stand the test of time. And to me, putting a bunch of poison in your face and flies against everything we're trying to achieve.
Well, this is a really sensitive corridor. We are really excited about what's being proposed in this area here, and so we definitely want to make sure that whatever it is that comes before us that's looking to come in and capture what's getting ready to unveil over in this corridor here, that is something not only compatible, but something that many of our locals, but as well as our tourists, would be able to benefit from as they come into our city here.
Absolutely. I share your concerns, and I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Commissioner Sagerblum?
Just since there's no gaming, obviously we could have a marijuana component too. But that's down the road. That's once we get our pot lounge ordinance adopted.
You may as well inject the poison in.
No, that's all natural. No poison. But anyway, it is fantastic. I'm sure you're all jealous that this is in District E, but it is really beautiful. It's right across the street from the new convention center, so it's just, I'm really looking forward to it. Very excited.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay, was that a motion?
I'd go ahead and make a motion then
Can we open the public hearing?
Oh, sorry. I'm lost after the marijuana conversation, so got to start over. Okay, this is a public.
You can get organic lip.
No, stop talking. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward now. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Commissioner Sagerblum, your motion was to approve per staff's recommendations.
Correct.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
And I failed to point out that Mr. Domaney owned the property there on Las Vegas Boulevard, so he sold that for a substantial sum of money, and so he's already heavily invested in this, and this is going to happen.
I am. Yeah, we had the property that was sold to 555, and I'm still the landlord of the Pepper Mill, and we've redone their lease, and I'm going to keep them there for as long as they want to be there. So I'm very proud of it. That's
my
iconic.
favorite
Hopefully
spot.
this will be too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next are items 30 and 31, which can be heard together. Item 30, UC 18913, holdover amended use permits for the following: horse riding rental stable, previously notified as a commercial boarding stable; reduced lot area for horse riding rental stable, previously not notified; allow an accessory agricultural building in the front yard, previously not notified; and waive the required trees along all side and rear property lines. Waiver of development standards to increase accessory structure height. Design review for residential boarding and horse riding rental stable in conjunction with a single-family residence on a portion of 5.9 acres in an RE rural estates residential zone, generally located on the west side of Cote Road, 280 feet south of Blue Diamond Road within Red Rock. Item 31, WS 19215, waiver of development standards for full off-site improvements, partial paving, curb gutter, sidewalk, and streetlights in conjunction with a single-family residence on a portion of 5.4 acres in an RE rural estates residential zone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Armstrong, representing Rick and Rochelle Rexius at 8521 Cote Avenue. Just a little bit of background for the new members of the Commission. This was an application that came before the previous Commission. Some of you are still here, obviously. A couple of years ago, we came through. It's close to the State 159-160 junction. We rezoned some property to RE, and at that time, we committed to developing a single-family residential equestrian-type facility. So this is sort of the next phase of that development to what we committed to previously. Rick and Rochelle have completed construction on their house. The next phase is the equestrian component. So we're coming in with the use permit for the equestrian component. The use permit for the rental stable and the riding facility is actually for a nonprofit use for victims of domestic abuse, and Rochelle will be guiding that. And there's no exchange of money. It's simply a nonprofit. So that's the reason for the horse riding and rental portion. The request for the waiver for the increased height, I don't know if we can, you can see this is the barn type structure that'll be at the facility as well as the riding arena. So obviously we want shade, and just the width of it necessitates the increased height. So that's what the waiver for the height is. With respect to the waiver for the offsites, we've actually been working with Public Works staff and in the process of designing that road and posting bonds for that road. We're requesting rural standards which comply with what is out there now. When we develop the residential community, full offsites will be built with those half-acre lots. And I believe that's it. And we appreciate Bob Matthews was here earlier on talking about these two items. Bob's been great to work with. We appreciate his input and bringing something to this part of the community. I think that adds a lot of value. So here to answer any questions. One comment on the use permit. There was a condition that said for Public Works to provide full offsites. It's our understanding that with the waiver request and us completing the design work and posting the bond, that condition is no longer necessary, but we agree with all other staff conditions.
Okay. This is a public, is that complete your presentation?
That completes my presentation.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on items 30 and 31. Anybody wishing to speak on these items, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, so the on 31, the waiver for full offsites is withdrawn or unnecessary. Just want to make sure I get my motion right.
They held this item. They held item 30 so they can come back with this waiver, item 31 for full offsites, and we have our standard denial for full offsites except for partial paving, but we know the general area has no offsites.
Okay. All right, then I will go ahead and move approval per staff recommendations of items 30 and 31, subject to Mr. Armstrong's statement with regards to item number 31.
Okay, is that, yes, good. Okay, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. One thing I'd like to just comment on the previous item, it was impressive to see the technology and everything related to that and how great valley we live in, that you've got sort of an equestrian component here as well as something as high-tech and new and innovative as that previous project. So proud to be a resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to have you.
Next is item 33, UC 19-165, use permit for museum, pinball museum with an accessory arcade. Waivers of development standards for the following: increased freestanding sign area, increased wall sign area, increased average letter height for a wall sign, increased number of animated signs, alternative street landscaping, allow non-standard improvements in the right-of-way, Las Vegas Boulevard South, and reduced throat depth. Design reviews for the following: a museum with an accessory arcade, alternative parking lot landscaping, increased freestanding sign height, increased animated sign area on 1.8 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment AE 65 zone in the MUD 2 overlay district. Generally located on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard South, 375 feet south of Russell Road alignment within Paradise. Commissioners, for your information, Public Works would like to add additional conditions per revised plans dated 5/3/19, which includes the current configuration and future configuration. Driveway width to be 32 feet lip to lip. Applicant to execute a reservation in place of the dedication of right-of-way north of the driveway where the sign is located, to be approved by Public Works Development Review. In addition, Commissioners, for your information, when in the future the right-of-way is taken by the county, there will be a reduction in parking, and I want to put it on the record that this approval allows for that additional reduction in parking. So that's why we are making the approval per the revised plan for today's configuration and for the future configuration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Hello. My name is Tim Arnold, ARNOLD. I'm the president and founder of the Las Vegas Pinball Collectors Club, a not-for-profit social club dedicated to the preservation of pinball. I'm going to turn the technical standards over to our architect, George. If you have any other questions, I'm certainly available.
Thank you, Tim. My name is George Rogers, architect, 6325 South Jones, representing Tim. This is a fabulous facility for Las Vegas. It has been over the years, and I've been really happy to be associated with it. They do really great things for the community. They're a good neighbor. This site is on Las Vegas Boulevard, just north of the Harley-Davidson site, and we appreciate staff's recommendations and the town board's recommendations, and we understand that Public Works, we had to work through a few things right down to the last hour, but we did with driveways and the right-of-way. And if you want, Public Works asked me to present the two site plans, the before the right-of-way gets expanded and the after the right-of-way gets expanded, for your benefit. And you know, this site, as Nancy said, this side of the road happens up and down on all the sites, on all the east side casino resort sites, all the way south. And so we're not a unique, this is not a unique condition, but this is one that's very common to all the facilities that develop on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard. So this is the before. You'll notice there's a control line for Las Vegas Boulevard, and the parking is compliant with the ordinance and the size of the building, and it works. The issue is the throat depth of the driveway right here. We're asking for a reduction. It's not exactly clear in the RTC plates that Public Works uses. However, it's either a 50 or a 75-foot throat depth that's required, and we're providing something just less. The issue is to get the cars safely off of Las Vegas Boulevard. But the throat depth is measured from the tangent right there to the end of the driveway. There's still another 25 feet, which is a whole car length that adds to that. In any case, because we're going with a one-way traffic condition, the cars actually can come around and they actually can stack quite more than the throat depth would reveal. And the plate that Public Works uses doesn't really have a dynamic formula for a curving throat depth or other conditions of throat depth. It's a kind of a very simpleton way of determining throat depth. Nevertheless, when the county takes the rest of the right-of-way, which is this portion right here, and that's up for discussion because that could be, you could expand Las Vegas Boulevard in the future in 50 years or 100 years or 500 for all I know. And cars may not be the primary transportation device at the time. So I don't know if throat depth and parking is a big issue when it happens. But nevertheless, when that's taken, the throat depth changes, our parking lot gets smaller by 9 spaces, and as such, we've agreed to manage these 2 parking spaces and these 4, primarily for employees, which will have fewer trips in and out of the parking space and cause less of a congestion right here in this one-way system. We think because of public transportation and all the things that will happen in the next 50 or 100 years, a reduction of 9 spaces is probably appropriate, maybe even more than that. In any case, if you have any other questions, I can answer them. Public Works is available to answer them because we reviewed this with them. And that's my presentation, and I could answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. This is, that completes your presentation, and so let me open up the public hearing and see if anybody has any comments or concerns on item number 33. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment period. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the end of all of the back and forth between Mr. Rogers and Public Works staff, with my staff involved. Mr. Arnold has devoted his life to the Pinball Museum. He's been in a couple of locations. He's finally able to bring it out to Las Vegas Boulevard. This is really, I think, a cool addition to the Strip. You'll recall that Mr. Arnold operates this not-for-profit. We recognized him, I don't know, a year ago or so for the contributions he makes from the resources that are available to him through the museum. How many machines have you got up right now?
We're 250 now. We're planning to at least double that. Part of that is that we want to spread them out a little bit more and give a nicer presentation to the public.
So you have as many, potentially, as 500 pinball machines?
Yes. I've got 1,100 waiting, so I'll still have a back collection.
If you haven't ever been to the Pinball Museum, you need to go. So I'm very pleased to be able to recommend approval of the item per the revised plans that are dated May 3rd, 2019. Those plans show the current circumstances as shown in the map that Mr. Rogers shared with us and the future. And it's important for us to note what Nancy mentioned a moment ago about the effect of the right-of-way on the parking and signage and all the rest of it on the site. So I move approval and encourage us all to get over and see the Pinball Museum and watch this go up.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has made a motion to follow staff's recommendations as of May 3rd, but Commissioner Weekly has a question or a comment.
Thank you. I just want to say, Mr. Arnold, I'm really excited for you. I'm honored to cast this vote in support. Had an opportunity to come and hang out with you one evening over on Tropicana, and I got to tell you, for all of you throwback folks out there like me, if you're looking for a good time, my family loves pinball games, and this man has everything from, check this out, Larry Brown, everything from Pac-Man to the best pinball machines. And this was a cool one right here, Centipede. How many of y'all know about Centipede? Y'all don't know nothing about Centipede. And then this is the one that was really what's up, Space Invaders, man. Listen, to come there, get a couple quarters, hang out there, man, it's a really cool place. I'm excited. I think this is another place for families to be able to come and hang out. I can tell you somebody that's out there trying to compete with you, but they do it for adults, and that's that Bourbon Street place. They're like the Dotties and Payday Loans. They're popping up on every corner, but you know it's a cool spot. But what I love about you, Mr. Arnold, is you're so cool, man. You're accessible. You get out there. If you have a problem on one of your games, man, you're right there with your tool belt and you get it straightened out, and it's just a real good time. And so I'm really excited for you. I'm excited for this project, and I wish you all the best of luck. And thank you for just being a good citizen here in Clark County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to make any comments? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next are items 38 and 39, which can be heard together. Item 38, WS 19-132, amended holdover waivers of development standards for the following: reduced setbacks, reduction of landscaping requirements, reduced minimum open space, reduced development, increased finished grade on 3.4 acres in an R3 multiple family residential district zone, generally located on the northeast corner of Sandy Lane and Lake Mead Boulevard within Sunrise Manor. Item 39, TM 19500042, holdover tentative map consisting of 32 single-family residential lots and common lots on 3.4 acres.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Gronauer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing in this matter Aspect Homes. The main principal is Mickey Stratton. As I can take you to the overhead here to take a look at the property. This is a classic infill piece of property. It's located, we have Sandy Lane located here to the west. To the south is Lake Mead, and Camel is over here to the east, and to the north of us is a similar existing single-family development. This property, as you can see here, it's has many constraints on the property itself. It is about 3.4 acres in size. The property here, as I'm showing you on the zoning map, is currently zoned for R3 zoning, which allows up to 18 dwelling units an acre. What we are proposing here, as I could show you on the site plan itself, is single-family detached homes, approximately 33 homes here, which is the density which is actually half of what you can actually build on the property itself. What we believe is this is a great amenity and a great infill type of single-family detached home product that Mr. Stratton is bringing to the community. As I can show you here, with respect to, there's a couple of waivers that we came in with that we withdrew at the town board, which is items, waiver development standard number 3 and waiver development standard number 4. So those two waiver development standards, we would withdraw those without prejudice. With respect to the waiver development standard of number 1 and number 2, I'll go through. Number 1 is a reduced setback of 15 feet where 10 feet in rear yard is required. Not all of the lots are going to require the rear yard setback to be at 10 feet. Matter of fact, we have about 10 lots here as I show you that will not require that rear yard setback of 10 feet. The remaining lots that we have here may require the 10 feet. We have, Mr. Stratton has 3 of the 5 products of what he's proposing that may get to 10-foot rear yards out of where 15 is required. So although we are asking for a 10-foot rear yard setback, it will not apply to all the lots itself. With respect to the waiver on Lake Mead itself, on the landscaping, it's required to have a 15-foot landscape on the perimeter. If you're familiar with the area here, some of the areas, and as I have these pictures here showing you, there's some areas that don't have landscape. There's some areas that have little landscape or rock in the area.
What we're proposing to do is to come in with the 10 feet of landscaping along Lake Mead instead of the 15 feet. And then finally, we have a separation from the interchange waiver development standard because we made some changes to our site plan here where we have, instead of having ingress and egress off of Lake Mead, we have it coming off of Sandy, and we also have it coming off Camel. And by doing so, we believe that it creates a better circulation within the area itself. And this type of waiver development standard was just approved on 2 projects to the south here that are already existing. So we believe that this product definitely complements the area. As I said, when you come in with these infill properties, you typically have these type of waiver development standards because you have a lot of constraints. And the constraints, as I already just pointed out to you, on the 3.4 acre piece of property. And your town board did, Sunrise Manor Town Board did review this application. They did support this with the application as I'm presenting to you today. So with that being said, I'd ask you to follow the town board's recommendations and our requests for the application that's here.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Just checking. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on item number 38. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know when I initially saw the plans, I wasn't excited about what I was looking at, and I know that staff also shared some concerns. Thank you very much for working with us. Thank you to Mr. Stratton for hearing our concerns in reference to several of the waivers that were being presented to us, as well as that ingress and egress off of Lake Mead. I'm glad to see we were able to work that out as well. What we're looking at here as far as those landscaping buffers there in the beginning, they didn't exist. They weren't there. So thank you very much for adhering to that for us also. At this time, I'd like to maybe refer over to staff. I know at some point you all weren't really over the moon about this project as well because of some of the same concerns. I shared the concerns that you all had. And so based on several of the amendments that have been made and the withdrawal of several of the waivers, how are you all feeling about this today?
We're more comfortable with this design than we were with the original design.
Today's your lucky day, Mr. Gornauer, all right?
I'll take it.
There you go. Public Works, do we have any concerns, questions or concerns? You're lucky again, buddy. So with that being said, Madam Chair, if there are no questions or comments, I'll make a motion to follow staff's, well, not staff's recommendation, but follow town board's recommendation with all the amended conditions, as well as the changes that have been proposed for this project for approval, please.
And is staff clear that means getting rid of waivers number 3 and 4?
Without prejudice.
Yes,
okay. Perfect.
For both 38 and 39.
38 and 39, please.
Okay. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. The Lake Mead landscape, did you say it's 10 feet?
10 feet, yes.
And if you went to 7.5 feet or 5 feet, would that not increase the backyard?
In some of those, yeah, because what would happen, it would go into the rear yard instead of out on Lake Mead.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly has made a motion on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the things I do want to add is that I know that when we look at several of the areas over there in the eastern portion of our districts that we share, we do have several lots that would definitely qualify for some infill projects. But what we don't want to have is just a bunch of houses squished in, and we create a very horrible neighborhood, and that's not what we want. We'd rather leave the lot empty opposed to just accepting anything. And so as far as adding the landscaping to help beautify the area, that's the goal. I know that those of us who represent that area have set for the area. We want to get the residents over there to believe in it. We know it's transitional, but a lot of people are moving back in there because we're giving them a reason to. And with the price points on these proposed homes here, we're excited about that and hope that this will be a place that families would want to move into and really help improve the quality of life in the area. So thank you and your client for just adhering to some of the things that we were looking for.
And we'll be back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So there's a motion on the floor with, and staff is clear on the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm out of here before my luck runs out, but I'd like to continue that luck for the
That was a
22nd
trifecta,
meeting,
by the
okay?
way.
I'll remind you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is item 40, WS 19-190, waivers of development standards for the following. Allow proposed single-family residential lots to have access to a collector street, Grand Canyon Drive, where not permitted. Increase wall height, waive full off-site improvements. Design reviews for the following. Proposed single-family residential development, increase finished grade on 5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the east side of Grand Canyon Drive and the north side of Red Coach Avenue within Lone Mountain.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Larry Bitton, Horrocks engineer representing the developer, 1401 North Green Valley Parkway. The application in front of you is for a 4-lot single-family residential subdivision on 5 acres out in the Rural Preservation Zone. The design waiver, the requests that are in front of you are to waive the off-site improvement standards for Grand Canyon Drive, Red Coach, and Craft, which Craft and Red Coach are 60-foot right-of-ways. Grand Canyon is a 80-foot right-of-way. Grand Canyon is existing in its rural street condition with a 32-foot wide street that's in place. The developer has proposed to go with 4 lots on 5 acres where he would have the ability under the RE zoning to go in with 8 to 10 lots. The access is proposed to be on Grand Canyon Drive with a single point access. There has been feedback, discussions with the Town Advisory Board in which they have accepted and the single point access onto Grand Canyon. We had proposed originally circular driveways there, but the Town Advisory Board, the Citizens Advisory Board, requested that they be changed to single point access, so there will be an on-site turnaround provided. There's also design review which has been requested to increase the grade on the site, and that is due to topography, which slopes significantly from the west to the east. There's a 13 to 14 foot fall from Grand Canyon across the site. So there will be, the pads will be built to satisfy Public Works standards to drain towards the flow line in Grand Canyon, and then the lots will be sloped down to match existing grade at the east property line to minimize any impact to the existing residents there. And there's also a waiver of wall heights, which has been requested, and that's limited to the side streets, Red Coach and Craft, and that is due to the elevated pads that are required to satisfy Public Works standards, and so the rear portion of the lots will exceed the standard, or the typical 12-foot, a 6-foot, will exceed the standard 3-foot of retaining with a 6-foot screen wall, to where in those cases we'll need upwards of 6 foot of retaining with a 6-foot screen wall. So the overall wall height goes from an allowable 9-foot to a 12-foot height. So with the feedback we've gotten from the town board and from discussions with other representatives of the county, this is our proposal. We accept staff's approval conditions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone interested or anyone have anything that they'd like to share in our public hearing? Come down and state your name for the record, and we'll listen to your questions or comments.
My name is Teresa, Teresa, Tokumon Phillips, Tokumon -Phillips with 2 L's. My address is 9539 Desert Crest Court, and my home, my backyard backs up to the subject property right along in here. And my comments are in support of this project. I believe that the project is consistent with the spirit of the Lone Mountain Rural Neighborhood Preservation with the larger lot sizes. I believe that the waivers are most reasonable and workable, And the developer is a neighbor, which is important to those of us who live in that area, that he cares about the neighborhood, and I think he's done a wonderful job with his own home, and I trust that he'll do a good job with this
nice.
property as well.
Very nice. Thank you. You hear that, Mr. Groenauer? I love a project like this. Okay. Anybody else wishing to be heard at this time? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and turn it back over to the chair, who will turn it over to the person. Okay, well, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Brown. Great project.
Thank you. And Teresa, thank you for coming down. Those comments were spot on. When we first heard about the project, the immediate concern that I had was if they did something similar to your neighborhood, an 8 or possibly 9 home cul-de-sac, you would be looking at a double wall. And I think the applicant did a great job coming in, not only with just the 4 homes, but the ability to respect the neighbors to the east. Just a fantastic job. And he is a neighbor. He's aware of everything out there. I think it brings great value to this neighborhood. So I am very, very supportive. I would approve, subject to staff conditions, with 2 additional conditions. One is no additional fill will be brought into the site, and I think we discussed that, Larry. And also the owner to ensure that the block walls on Craft and Red Coach, and although they're going to be higher than the 6 feet, do something as far as decorative block to soften that height on the side streets. Those would be my additional conditions.
Okay, Commissioner Brown has made a motion with additional conditions. Any other comments or questions? I would just like to say, how do I get some of these in my district? Because we've been trying, because everybody tells me nobody wants big lots, and I beg to differ. So you can always bring them to District B as well. So no further discussion. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next are items 42, 43, and 44, which can be heard together. Item 42, NZC 18920, amended zone change to classify 5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to RUD Residential Urban Density Zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: increase wall height, alternative residential drive geometrics, which is no longer needed, and reduce street intersection offset, which previously was not notified. Design review for single-family residential development in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the northeast corner of Riley Street and Spanish Ridge Avenue within Spring Valley. Item 43, VS 18921, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Mesa Vista Avenue and Spanish Ridge Avenue and between Riley Street and Durango Drive within Spring Valley. And item 44, TM 18500-219, amended tentative map consisting of 45, previously 50 single-family residential lots and common lots on 5 acres. The Planning Commission recommended denial of this, as did the Spring Valley Town Board.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Stewart.
Good morning. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, and with me, give your address.
Hi, Isaac Summers, 20 Burkholt Crest, Henderson.
And he's with Storybook Homes. And as a non-conforming zone change, of course, we go through the 2-step process. And the first one, of course, is we have a neighborhood meeting. There's offices to the west, and so when we had our neighborhood meeting, a gentleman representing the office park and having an office there came out and expressed concern about our design. And at that time, we actually had lots that were facing Riley Street. And I think the big concern is there's a school to the southwest, and as with all schools, of course, in the morning and in the afternoon when kids are dropped off and then picked up, there's a lot of traffic in the area, and people are parking up and down the street. And his concern was facing out into Riley, then that really eliminated parking on this side of the street. So we went back, redesigned it. We've held it several times at Planning Commission, and so redesigned it so everything faces interior. So now all that Riley Street is clear and has all the parking in there available to the parents of the school. We have residential to the south and to the north, where master plan residential